Go straight over to see if the link is excellent as it usually says. Live streaming. See if it comes in with the excellent connection. It's already saying that. Good. We've got green. Green square on the online broadcasting software. Green circle on the YouTube studio. It's almost synchronistic. I mean, like, I don't know if they intended it that way. So, listeners, now it's on your shoulders. You need to tell us how we sound. Mark H says, loud and clear, Douglas. God bless you, sir. Let's see if you can hear these gentlemen who have joined me. So, dear Peter and then Aristides, both say hello.
Hello.
Excellent.
Hello. Thank you, Mark. Hope you can hear us both.
Excellent. Okay, let's see if he responds. And with that, our numbers should build up soon. I'll take advantage of this quiet time to remind everybody of the usual. Okay, Medusoid Humanoid says you sound great. Oh, love you, Victoria. Mwah. Okay, so let me send hearts to this lovely young lady who sent the most astonishing photographs of, I don't know, it looked like I think it was the young lady who, anyhow, Mark says, Peter and Aristides sound great. Thank you. Excellent. So both of you have responded. So let's just give hugs to everybody. And, okay. In the interim, everybody hit that upvote. I need to remind everybody, of course, just how important that is because, of course, we're hit by downvotes the moment we start transmission in order to keep us off searches. And this is to, it's the enemy, and this is not a normal program. If you ever see some film where they're portraying an individual who's working an underground radio, ham radio or the like in a occupied territory or under a tyrannical dictatorship, this is that situation. It is dystopian. So we are in a dystopian situation. It's the great dystopia that you are living in is that most of you don't perceive this. You live your lives of quiet desperation, and you understand something is wrong. You understand something is terribly wrong, or you wouldn't be listening to me. And at the same time, it's very difficult for you to perceive just how wrong it is, because you seem to have the option to listen to anything you want. It's, you say, for instance, I don't know, somebody once argued that the American definition of freedom or misdefinition is that the ability to buy anything you want. Personally, I don't think that sounds too dystopian to me. That's not the way to present the negativity in a situation. The rest of the world is drooling for that environment. They would love to be in the situation that Americans are in. Of course, most Americans can't buy anything they fucking want. So that's kind of out the window as anything to complain about anymore. So all that being said, this was obviously a very leftist individual, basically a communist who was saying this. Actually, they claimed to be an anarchist, but that just showed that they were incredibly naive. Okay, Victoria tells us she was connecting through Orlando, Florida. Okay, excellent. Yes, she sent me some remarkable photographs of one with bears. I don't know if it was the young lady who was on the show that was guesting via Victoria. Is that Christina with the bears? And then something that looks just like a pelvis with legs. It like the bears had torn the top part off of whatever torso there was. No blood, no guts. It's just like the bears. It's a real photo. As far as it looks, it might be clever AI, but I don't think so. It's the most bizarre shit I've ever seen. Anyhow, she can explain. I'm sure there's a story behind that. She can explain that to me later. Wonderful photo of yourself, of course, dear Victoria. And aside from that, Acid Kick has joined us. Welcome aboard, dear Acid Kick. And he says we sound great. And she says, just a cute girl with baby bears. It's like, okay, right, but they were in a living room. It's like, okay, I'll yeah, I'll find out from you later, I presume. And if I never find out, it'll just be one of those great mysteries in life. Okay, Acid Kick 96 says, good evening, TMD. Okay, enough of the dystopia. Just hit the goddamn upvotes. Use your PC, your laptop, your cell phone, your tablet, whatever you got, and hit an upvote, because the enemy assails us with automated bots that give us downvotes, and it wipes us off searches. So the only way we get back on searches is through you. It's your war. You have to fight it. It's a guerrilla war, and this is basically resistance radio. And right now I'm at the bottom of the heap in terms of suppression, and as well, of course, I've had wonderful support from wonderful people. I want to thank, first off, and I will thank them again later, Holly Kaditis Kiefer for sending a $100 United States money order, Dennis Marshall for sending a $100 bill, God bless him, in a card. It's a miracle that got through the dogs that actually sniff for that thing, those things, because the postal inspectors, this is all they fucking do, is they spend all day with their dogs that are trained to sniff out money, and there are dogs trained to sniff out money, and they just steal all these bills, especially $100 bills that people send to other people, especially during the holiday season. So I guess the sheer overwhelming amount of $100 bills sent to other people during the holiday season probably overwhelmed them, and they missed the one sent by Dennis Marshall. God bless you, sir. And we'll get back to reading your emails later at some point in the show, sometime before monologue, or at least I'll read them privately sometime soon. And $100 dropped through the door slot by T-Take Berry. T-Take Berry, Goddess bless you, sir. 5 $20 bills, which is how it feeds out for him from the ATM machine, apparently. And so God bless you, T-Take Berry. Love you all dearly. Hugs and kisses to Holly Kaditis Kiefer, who says things are changing in her life. And so our numbers are going up now towards a good score. We're going to bring Peter on to take over in a matter of minutes. I do want everyone to know, again, as always, minor miracle, I made it back with the rain. Okay, so just so everybody knows, I'll go into a mild, short weather report. I do want everyone to know there was a convergence of 3 holidays this weekend. So I spent the weekend at the Estates. We had the Bill of Rights Day on Friday. So I want everyone to understand how important that is, and I will attempt to go into that a little bit later. As a matter of fact, everybody can find out about that by, well, a little bit about it by just opening up the summary of today's live stream. So our live stream, oh yes, the photograph. I'm already getting questions about the photograph. Yes, an escort, because of course today is International Day to End Violence Against Sex Workers, and it aims to prevent hate crimes made against sex workers around the world. So as a group that faces extreme marginalization, sex workers are in need of protection and an end to stigma. So of course I would spend the weekend with an escort. And so it was, of course, there was a lot to teach the Blood Boys about civics. Again, it was Bill of Rights Day on Friday, and yesterday was the 250th anniversary of the Boston Tea Party. So a lot to talk about that, and I hope to get to it tonight, maybe start off with it, depending on what mood I'm in, or what I think is most urgent. And with that, I will turn this over to Peter Moon. I think I've said more than enough. Obviously, I'm still decompressing. And for those of you who don't know, I think it's the I think it's the 232nd Bill of Rights Day, and and it's the 250th Boston Tea Party Day. And I'm glad that we've got good numbers. It builds up, of course, even more during the opening hour. With that, of course, I can always check into live stream. And as I get my head screwed on straight, decompress further, Peter will help us adjust to my returning to San Francisco. I guess one more thing would be the weather report. I do want people to understand that California is gearing up for a wet and wild finish to the year, as meteorologists have predicted a series of atmospheric river-fueled storms to hit this state, bringing with them a high chance of precipitation for an extended period. So tonight, our Golden Gated City is bracing for showers, possibly a thunderstorm after 10 p.m., which is about 4 hours from now, with new rainfall between 1/4 and 1/2 of an inch. Now, San Francisco is not geared for this, never has been. We are an ancient, anachronistic city. We have sewer systems that flood and fill the city with shit. There's no exaggeration. It's just we're ancient. We have an anachronistic sewer system that was never rebuilt. It was never remodeled to take this kind of deluge. So beginning today, an atmospheric river, a plume of moisture from the Pacific, is colliding with a low pressure system and expected to cause heavy rainfall. We've already experienced plenty of this on the way home, and of course there's always lots of accidents and traffic problems to encounter or prepare for, and you can't prepare for them, you just deal with them as you run into them. And we're just always lucky we don't literally run into them. But between tonight and Tuesday, the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region and Sacramento, the capital of our Golden State, we anticipate 3 inches of rain, with heavy downpours forecasted along the peninsula tonight. The San Francisco Chronicle reports gusty winds along the coast tomorrow, Monday, into Tuesday, and this will lead to a lot of down branches and possible power outages, with the meteorologists warning of gusts to a 45 mile per hour range. Of course, these conditions aren't unprecedented. There's multiple atmospheric rivers impacted our region last winter, triggering floods and chaos. The series of storms that struck the Pacific Northwest and Northern California have largely spared the greater Bay Area Metroplex region until now. As the SFist noted, even though the river flooding is not anticipated, the urban streets, the smaller waterways, they will bear the burden of the heavy rains. And that means all the sewers are just going to upchuck raw shit. So despite maybe this, what I would consider a rather imminent deluge, we're hoping for a brief respite, I would say, towards the end of the next week, end of next week really, before more precipitation is expected on Christmas Day itself. That's predicted to persist through the end of the year. The forecasters are anticipating the atmospheric river storm next week will be a Category 3, which is described by the Scripps Institute of Oceanography at UC San Diego as having a balance of beneficial and hazardous conditions. Yeah, that means we need the rain because we're in constant drought. But as reported by the Chronicle, the Weather Prediction Center signifies there's a slight risk of flash flooding in the Bay Area today and tomorrow, especially in low-lying urban areas and the small streams making their way down the coast to potentially impact Los Angeles, where our dear friend Sammy Romero resides, and San Diego, where Peter Moon was born, I believe, in the latter part of the week.
San Diego. My father was born in San Diego. But I frequented the area. I'm familiar with the area.
Yes, big part of your life. Of course, this series of storms will likely bring the most significant snowfall of the season to the Sierra Nevada. That's crucial for alleviating the snow drought impacting our region. And with the Climate Prediction Center highlighting California for a range of hazards between Christmas Day and through to the 29th, my Golden State Nation is preparing for a close of 2023 that could mirror the stormy conditions experienced yesteryear. The active weather pattern comes after a notably dry fall and is enhanced by the presence of a strong El Nino, which could indicate a wet early 2024 for Central and Southern California. So all such being said, thank you for your patience, dear Peter, and the stage is yours.
Well, thank you. Before we get into the meat of tonight's show, there's something we have to discuss. At first, I want to thank you all for supporting Douglas so much and making the holiday season positive in this regard. And he does need more contributions. Please continue that. Now, the next, we'll be on next Wednesday. I have to discuss with you the Sunday show, the 24th, Christmas Eve, Sunday, and the 31st, New Year's Eve.
Okay.
First off, do you have plans to transmit on that show? Are you going to be with the Blood Boys or what's any? I want to just discuss this with you because I just went over it with Paula, and we were discussing, bringing up issues and stuff. So what's the plan on your end for those nights?
Yeah, I'm always going to be transmitting unless I say otherwise. Because I celebrate the holidays, of course, before and after transmission. Basically, I'm dropped off here to do what I do, and then I'm brought back. We just for people to understand this, and I do get questions a lot about this as to whether or not why don't you just transmit from the estate? We can't have.
That's
yeah, Trace. We can't have that.
They don't have to answer that question. That's stupid.
Okay. Yeah,
it's none of their business. But the thing is, it's like, what are your? So you're gonna?
Yeah, I'll transmit on the 24th. Yeah, Christmas Eve through Christmas Day. Also on Wednesday the 27th through the 28th. As for New Year's, let's take a look. The calendar will be the 31st through January 1st. Yes, so far as I can ascertain, unless I'm told otherwise, because basically I celebrate around transmission. So by that I mean literally I'm at the estate, driven back here, and then driven back. So that will happen on both days. Basically, however, I do want to warn people who try and contact me. It's simply going to be impossible. The only time you can contact me on the cell phone by sending me text messages will be during transmission itself, because otherwise, once we get past a certain point towards the estates, I chuck the cell phone into a P.O. box. And sometimes I leave it on by mistake, and it can receive messages, but I won't be looking at them till I pick it up again. So that'll be the situation for me. Whether or not you're able to share your time with us, of course, it's appreciated if you can. But so, what's your situation?
Well, first off, I needed to hear your situation.
Yeah.
And that you're full speed ahead.
Yeah.
So, good for that.
Yeah.
It's something I'm gonna have to discuss with Paula. The Christmas, I'll probably be with you.
Excellent.
Christmas Eve.
Excellent.
Probably.
Yeah.
New Year's Eve, I'm not so sure. Now, what I might do on New Year's Eve is we'll probably go out, and that means I might come on later if I'm so.
Sounds good.
Alive in the head. So, but this is what I needed to know first from you.
Absolutely.
And I would also like to hear back from the audience in the chat room. Are you people going to be listening on Christmas and New Year's Eve? Because we've gotten a lot of headwind here. We're doing good.
We are.
Or backwind. What do you call it? Not headwind.
Backwind's fine.
Backwwind. When did your back? Tailwind.
Tailwind, yeah.
We've got a lot of tailwind here, so we don't want to quit that. That's what I want to keep going. So that would incentivize me. I want to hear back from people. Are you going to be listening on those days? Obviously, Douglas will be going at it, and that's a great thing. So, we're in the thrust of the holidays here. It's December 17th. December 17th, and next Sunday will be Christmas Eve. It's I don't have a lot of, of course I have Christmas memories, but what stuck out to me the most, and I don't know why, but it was in when I lived in Taft. It was it gets cold there. It's California. It's in the desert. It's warm at night, like most of California is not. It's warm at night in the desert, in the Central Valley, up all the way up to Sacramento. The nights are warm, but when it would become Christmas, it would routinely be in the 30s, sometimes between 20s, and around Christmas, sometimes we'd get a snow. It would melt on the ground, but it would just be a little flaky snow. But I remember after Christmas, there was a huge vacant lot behind my house. We were in a new development, and the fire department would come and everybody would bring their Christmas trees and they would burn them. It was a controlled burn, and they do marshmallows.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'd walk with my friends. We go and we just sit around the fire and eat marshmallows.
Cool.
And I remember that. It was like, and it was like, there were only, in that town, there was community gatherings. The biggest community gathering in that town was Little League baseball.
Mm-hmm.
People came out for, that was like a big community event, Little League baseball. But the other two were burning of the Christmas trees, and then in the summertime, the fire department would bring free watermelon outside their fire department, and everybody in the town would come to get free watermelon.
Well,
it's kind of funny too. I remember seeing my father there. Like, why are these guys? These guys are like well-paid people, and they're coming down to get free watermelon. And you can imagine what watermelon cost at the time, probably 25 cents.
Right.
Which wasn't a lot of money. It's not a lot of money now. It wasn't a lot of money then.
Right.
But anyway, I just remember that the fires, was the Yule.
Right.
The Yule season.
Yeah.
And that's the season that we're in right now. For some reason, it has a more penetrating imprint on me, the fire element, as opposed to, I suppose the other one would be going with my friend Greg. Our fathers would take us down to buy Christmas trees, and we just run through aisles of Christmas trees in the vacant lot,
right,
across from the shopping center, which would be full of shops now. But it was just so much fun to go running through those Christmas trees. We used to talk about it. It's like, wow, these are our vintage memories.
Mm-hmm.
By the time I was 9 years old, I remember my father going with my brother and sister. He said, "We're going to go buy the trees now. You want to come?" And I said, "No, Dad. No, I'm playing football."
Mm-hmm.
He could not believe I didn't want to go. I had outgrown Christmas tree hunting at 9 years old. I'd outgrown it. He was shocked. He was a little sad. But then he had my brother and sister who were all into it. So I matured real fast in some respects.
Yeah.
So, so much for Christmas memories. Now,
but by the way, I
I
do want you to know that resonates, because the primal Yule was the burning of the log. That was the primal Yule back in so that's what you're resonating with, genetic memory going back generations. Go on. Yeah.
Well, exactly. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was alluding to, and you're pointing it out. Now, I got an interesting email from our friend in Hawaii, and this is very interesting. I said I'd try and remember to share it, and she kept sending me these. I kept getting these emails from her, and it was actually irritating because I can't find it, because she kept wanting to contribute to you.
Oh, cool.
And I like her very much.
Yeah. I do too.
But for different reasons. No, I mean, it's like
well.
Let me see here. She kept sending me these emails. Can you see this? No, I can't see this, because she's sending it from her phone, and I'm getting it an email.
Okay.
And it's like there's all this back and forth. Finally, God, this was going on, I think, since November. But somehow she gets the money through to you. I even sent her your address.
Wow.
But, and then she said this: "I had sent you an email you didn't respond to, and you found another email of mine in your spam section. a tad of interference. So I wanted to mention when I donated to Douglas, she says, I figured out how to the online way, because she was getting stymied otherwise. Several things occurred in the Ethereum, means the ether.
Yeah.
Ethereum is a coin, crypto coin, but she means in the ether.
Yes.
And this is her dream. First, I witnessed Michael A., meaning Michael Aquino,
Yes.
very much near him, meaning Douglas, and several other beings reacting around him. Michael turned to say, thank you for helping my son. Meaning he's alluding to you in the dream. Then she looked and saw me, Peter Moon, and saw L. Ron Hubbard standing right behind me.
Right.
And he smiled discreetly. She says, it was interesting to say the least.
Yeah.
And then she says, I have sight. When she says sight, that means, insight, psychic insight. Adding the money shifted things. Took a day to settle. Thought you'd like to know. Or anyway, or maybe you already know. Anyway, hope the holidays treat you well. It's interesting that Douglas always mentions, quote, his son, unquote. Wonder where that came from. I know it's not biological. Well, so what's very interesting here in the dream, and we'll try and analyze it between the two of us, it's like, so first off, when she's having all this hard time sending money to Douglas. She wants to contribute. She's contributed in the past, and she's a very lovely lady.
Yes.
And then she gets through, the money gets through, the energy gets through to Douglas. And then there's this weird dream with Michael Aquino, as if Michael Aquino and other beings are around Douglas. And then Michael has the audacity to say, thank you for helping my son. Like he's taking credit.
Right.
For he's superimposing himself on Douglas. He looked at Douglas as a protege, as a successor, as a son. It's like, this is very bizarre. And then she looks towards me and sees L. Ron Hubbard standing behind me, smiling discreetly. Like L. Ron Hubbard's approving of it. Like, this is kind of creepy. Over to you, Douglas. Any interpretation? It is just a dream, after all.
Oh, well, I take it as something a bit more, actually. I do feel that she's getting some real resonance there. I do feel that, in a sense, L. Ron Hubbard is still watching over you, that Michael Aquino's still watching over me. That's to be expected. That's something where, obviously, our interconnectivity is such that death wasn't going to stop it. It's something that is... I can see the creep factor, of course, and it's one of these things that, however, is, I would call it to be expected. It's almost comforting in the sense that it's simply it validates or verifies so much of what we already know, that Michael Aquino's still very active on this plane. He's not leaving anytime soon. He killed himself as part of a quantum mechanical procedure, a ritual that would ensure his not leaving the terrestrial plane for a while yet. And when it comes to the man known as L. Ron Hubbard, I have a feeling that he obviously he was a big factor in your life. He was, in a very real sense, your Aquino. So he's it just goes to show that this woman sees it. She has the insight, and they're both looking on. They're both enjoying it. And that's okay. That's what is. Now, obviously, I want people to understand I have enemies. Peter Moon has enemies by his affiliation with myself. I believe that probably Peter Moon has, of course, had surveillance in his lifetime. That he's had even a level of antagonism with the deep state. But honestly, his affiliation with myself brought on enemies in a manner that he had never experienced before in his life. I believe it's safe to say that. And so I do want people to understand that the cult of the kings of Edom, the Herodian insurgency that infests humanity, not simply societies or civic structure in America, other nations, of course. But humanity is infested by the Herodian insurgency. These are all certainly an integral part of what Aquino represented. And his manifestation, however, is to be taken as part of the reality that the struggle is eternal. It's not something that we expect to win in a sense that is terminal, final. This is a primitive or a naive perspective. It's simply part of the yin and yang of the universe to a degree. Now, I've always tried to disambiguate and point out the fact that certainly when it comes to devils, demons, the hierarchy of the infernal, that's more the yin and the yang, and that the anti-gods, as worshipped by the Edomites, the Herodians, who are synonymous, they are, of course, external to this system. They are corruptive and ultimately destructive. Entropic is the term. That is never to be forgotten. But someone like Aquino, simply because of the personal connectivity I had with him and the kind of spell he had cast over so many of his followers, it's almost, in its perverse way, reassuring to see him communicate through others. He can't communicate to me directly because of course, my possession, at least by a fragment of the peacock angel, Tavush Meliek, is simply too powerful an entity for him to penetrate the barrier of, to get through to me. So he just persists in presenting himself through others. And I think that with the profound experience that Peter had with L. Ron Hubbard, the kind of formative years that he's carried with him through today. L. Ron, as H.P. Lovecraft used to call him, he used to spell it E-L, I think E-L, and then R-O-N. He had this way of kind of like his own codified way of naming people or nicknaming them. And I think he just made it all one word, E-L-R-O-N, Elron. I think that's how he referred to L. Ron Hubbard in what I understood was the correspondence. I don't know if Peter's aware that there was some correspondence.
It's a very fleeting, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of tangibility that can be tied to it. Not to say that there wasn't more there, but
right.
Yeah. You know, from his
from the science fiction,
years,
yeah.
What they had in common is they were both writing for pulps.
That's right.
So it wouldn't be beyond comprehension that the two couldn't have had, you know, some sort of, and they were both prolific correspondents.
Yes. Yes.
So this I don't really know the ins and outs of what did transpire between the two of them.
I didn't know enough about how valuable that correspondence was to take any notes when I saw it, but I can assure you that Michael Aquino had elements of their correspondence in his collection. So they did correspond. Again, at that point in my life, I didn't know the importance of the connection between them, which, as you say, my intuition is not that it was particularly deep, but it nevertheless it would be of deep interest, no matter what it was, just by the sheer dint of the personalities involved. So that being said, back to Peter.
Well, yeah, thank you for that. And it's an very interesting and apropos interpretation. The influence of L. Ron Hubbard in my own life is undeniable and very positive. Because if I hadn't learned from what I learned in his stable, I wouldn't be able to do the things I'm doing. That's for sure. Or to help Douglas, or even to be able to deal with the accoutrements, the occult accoutrements that I have to deal with, or have had to deal with. So, and they're two very extreme different individuals. Hubbard, and of course, as I move further into my life, I look back, and it's Hubbard seems more anticlimactic to me than he ever did before. Not trying to minimize it, but yeah, very, because he was dealing with stuff that other people just didn't deal with or couldn't deal with. And of course, I'm following through with that. But I think of him in a very, different reference frame than Aquino. And one of Hubbard's big themes, and what he said repeatedly, was that man's ability, his lowest ability, or his most vulnerable ability, was his ability to confront evil. People are not good at confronting evil. Like, let's say, the Hunter Biden situation. People aren't, his enemies are confronting it. But even then, it's not being dealt with. And that's just one example, because that's in the news right now. You could say the issue with Israel. People don't see the evil. People can't look and see how deeply this could be. What you think you're being told is not what's being told now, but it keeps coming up. Israel has just killed 3 of their own hostages.
Right.
And this is like, as I told you, it's just like, it's Wile E. Coyote, boom, boom, boom. Foot bullets all over the place.
Yes.
And this will continue to happen. And somehow people keep trying to vindicate the Israelis.
Right.
And blame Hamas, and not really being able to connect the dots to see what might be going, what is going on, let alone what might be going on. They can't even entertain the possibility that Hamas could be what Yasser Arafat said it was, a creation of Israel. So, and there's 2 ways you can look at that. You can say, well, it's a creation of Israel because if there was no Israel, there would be no Hamas. You can also look at it as a response, but you can also say it was invented by Israel, because that's what they called, what Karl Marx called dialectic materialism.
Yes.
You set up 2 opposing sides, and you have them fight against each other, and you're playing, having the masses watch a ping pong game in which they ultimately take a rooting side for. And this is what you see in wrestling, where they have a good guy and a bad guy. Or you get 2 opponents and they start fighting, and the crowd goes wild. So, so when we get back to your dream, it's like, yes, I feel that L. Ron Hubbard is so much a part of my past that he's in the past. He's what do you call it? He's history.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, and this happens, as I was just telling Paul tonight, as I get older, I'm going by places in the neighborhood. I said, I remember driving my daughter by here. This is like history. It's no longer nostalgia. because it's so many years ago. And so many people have changed in the neighborhood. We now have the, new people moving in. And when I say new people, I mean Asians. And you know what? The energy's better.
Cool.
Because what we had was old World War II energy.
Yes.
Either the veterans or the mentality of the veterans.
Yes.
And the energy's just better. And I'm not being critical. It's just because, it was, it's just better energy. Thank you, Lenore, for sending your dream.
Yes.
It's interesting. I just feel very much in the last few months, very much alone. And when I say alone, I don't mean lonely. I mean, like I'm kind of standing out here like a Capricorn, which is what I am, on a hill. And I'm communicating to you far across. But it's not like a lot of people are coming to my, forum. I mean, other than the people who listen to the show. Because the people, I've had X amount of requests to be, not very many, to do shows, but they're not about this topic. They're about old stuff.
Right.
And I'm very concerned about them trying to compromise me in some way. Not that they are, because you can understand people wanting to talk about Montauk, but they'll want to get me wrapped in and talk about aliens. For example, and this was a very innocent one, from a former court officer who used to work with John Ford, who was arrested and drugged, put in jail, drugged, given a lawyer who basically had him sign his rights away, and he's been institutionalized since, for like 30 years,
Jesus.
Almost 30 years, 25 years. And some show, some network is coming out to do a documentary on it in May. And they asked me if I'd like to be part of this. And in the same question, they said, did you write a book about aliens? Oh, no, you've written some books in Romania about aliens? And I feel like this is an entrapment. Like, oh, they want to get me to talk about aliens so that I can, compromise Douglas Dietrich's forum
Right.
on the show.
Right.
And what's been much more tangible than so-called aliens.
Right.
Like, I don't even know if they think this way. Now, of course, I told him, and he's a very nice guy, and I said I can't plan that far ahead in May. Who the hell knows what I'll be doing? I could be seeing my friends in Hollywood. I don't know if that's wishful thinking or not, because I don't know that I would wish that.
Right.
I'm circumspect. I've got astrologically a lot coming up this year. It doesn't feel like it, but I did, if I believe in the stars. Or don't believe in them if I listen to them.
Right.
What star readers are telling me. So I can't predict May. And then again, when he says aliens, I said, well, I published a book on Romania it's not about aliens per se, it's about the inner earth. But it's like a few times they're ready to throw that alien tag on me. Like, it's really quick. And I don't want to be talking about aliens.
Thank you.
And what I specifically put in the book, The Roswell Deception, this is not a forum on aliens. It's not.
Yes.
It discusses how aliens have been used as a false meme to separate itself from World War II and the lies that have been told by the Defense Department. And it's more important that they kill that meme.
Yes.
And so this is so in other words, I feel like I'm alone on a hill here. Not completely alone, not lonely, but it's like people, would get on my hill and blow the wind about Montauk when it first came. It became very popular. And that's a blessing. It's all great. But it's just a different level and layer of response. And what was that phrase in the New Testament? Forgive them, they know not what they do.
Yes, forgive them, God, for they know not what they do.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're shooting the ultimate foot bullet, is what he's telling them.
Yes.
They're killing the best thing that could help them. And that's the sort of energy we get into with this book. Now, the book, that Roswell Deception, is not about the Christ. It's not about that. But we're moving into that energy because that story tells the truth of what the antichristic energies of the Defense Department, which there wasn't even a Defense Department, was called the War Department.
That's right.
And the Office of War Information and Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and what Emperor Hirohito was responding to. And Emperor Hirohito was not responding to the Edomites as such. He may have known about them, but he was responding to a rabid war imperative,
Yes.
as articulated by Jack London in his story, The Unparalleled Invasion, to wipe out the yellow race with biological weapons. So you had Emperor Hirohito responding in an act of self-defense. And not only that, but by the fact that the United States had invaded Japan in the 1850s with Commodore Matthew Perry, and was now on an agenda to cut off its economic supplies, its trade, its oil. It's so
to starve it to death. Yes, thank you.
Yes, and of course people don't care. They don't know what they do. They don't care because they're not Japanese. They're not threatened by it.
Right.
And you have the emperor taking responsibility for his civilization, his people, in a way that we do not see the United States doing today. The United States seems to be, giving away this, just acting with total gleeful irresponsibility of giving money here, giving money there. It's not. The United States is not trying to protect itself. It's always trying to protect somebody else, whether it be Taiwan or Israel. Trump had a what's that word? Not nationalism, isolationism.
Yes. Yes.
But there's no respect for the corporate body of the United States of America. It's not protective. It's just because it's all controlled by foreign interests anyway. But that, having said that, I went to an astrology lecture the other night. Very glad I did so. And this was a follow-up to, I discussed the crystal ball I purchased a couple of weeks ago. And as I say, I went into this, I was going to buy some pieces of furniture or something, and I said, oh God, this festival's on. I go down to the festival, and I was an hour left, and they let me in for free. I didn't want to pay to go in there for to walk around for an hour. And then I saw this crystals from Nepal. Great kiosk he had. guy was from Nepal. He said it all came from Nepal. And I bought this crystal ball, and I said, where am I going to put this? Oh, God, on my table, on my Moroccan table. Handcrafted table from Morocco that I acquired from my friend who had a Moroccan restaurant,
Right.
who I knew from the Apollo days in Morocco. And so I bought this crystal ball. Then I went to their lecture on astrology. I like to go to their yearly lecture on astrology. And they had this wonderful speaker, Monty Taylor, who's now passed away. Now they have other people doing it, and I was very glad I met these two ladies because now this ingratiated me into something called the National Council of Geocosmic Research.
Holy shit! What a name!
Yeah. They've been meeting on internationally or nationally for years. I've always wanted to go to their meetings. I've never had, taken the opportunity to go. Last time I ran into one of the ladies in the health food store, and I said, yeah, we're still meeting, but I never made it. Now it's very close to my house. I cannot not go because I want to go. So anyway, they're doing an astrology lecture, and I'll share some of what they shared for 2024, which is very interesting. But what was very peculiar, it's not what I wanted to happen, but they're talking and they're asking for questions. They're asking for input. And then I start talking. I'm asking a question. And what's happened, because I've been listening to so many astrology videos, I'm much more educated than I have been in the past. So when I start asking questions, I'm asking questions, but I'm also making comments. I realize that I'm sounding incredibly articulate, too articulate for my own liking. I'm not trying to sound articulate or impress people. Then they start deferring to me. Like they want more feedback from me. And I said, I'm not an astrologer. I said, but I've had so many friends and I've learned so much. And I had to stop myself from taking over the room because I didn't want to take over the room. I consider that boorish. Take over the lecture. Over the lecture.
You're very gracious, which is unusual.
But I hate when people do that. I think it's the most disgusting thing when somebody gets up and won't shut up. But see, this is something that it has been a problem in the past. If like I might have the most interesting things to say in the entire room. That's been an issue in the past. Now, when I take it into your ballpark, I encourage you to take over the room, at least on certain topics. And then it gets too deep. But I remember at this lecture in New Jersey I gave once, and I said, I was sitting in the back the whole night with a book table. They gave me a book table. I'm sitting back there, and I'm just watching the people in the audience nod off and fall asleep. They're just listening to lectures, and these things are boring. And I got up and I said, the first thing I said, I guarantee, I said, I'm watching people fall asleep. I said, nobody's going to fall asleep during my talk.
Right.
And nobody did, because I was making things interesting. I had something interesting to talk about. And when I finished, I said, see, nobody nodded off. Right. That was, so anyway, see, this is the thing I was going to say. When you can tell a better story than everybody else, this is what made you a king in the book The White Goddess by Robert Graves, back in the Druid days or pre-Druid days. The person who could tell the best story, had the best story of existence and philosophy, would be crowned the king. What I'm alluding to is not myself here, but yourself. You can tell a more comprehensive story, geopolitical story. You can tell a better geopolitical story than I can.
Thank you.
Because you have access to more information.
Right.
If I had all the information you have, maybe I could tell it better. But
certainly more accessibly to the common public. Yeah.
yeah. But but I couldn't tell it all. It's like it's too much. So this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with an apex of information, and this is, as they say, the sign of Capricorn, which I'm born under, and which we're now moving into next week, is climbing the mountain. And an astrologer once told me, he says, the thing about a Capricorn, he says, you see a Capricorn and you'll see them high on the mountain, and they're complaining. And then when you go back and see them 6 months later, they're on a higher ledge, but they're still complaining. Then they get to a higher one, and so on and so forth. And when the Capricorn gets to the top, the goat gets to the top of the mountain, they will jump over the mountain. And that's the symbol of the goat jumping over the peak. That is the peak, Capricorn. It's the achievement sign of the zodiac. So the point here is that Capricorn reaches to the apex. And with all of the work I've been doing, I've been climbing a pyramid. I can talk about pyramids in the context of Qigong, but in the context of my work, I had embraced a story with Preston Nichols, which was an attempt to synthesize the whole, as one writer called it, putting everything. It was a comprehensive theory of everything from time to philosophy to theology and all this. That was Preston Nichols. That was his gift to the world. It was, taking us into the consciousness of time and the manipulation of time vis-a-vis electronics and all this stuff, and the human mind as well. It was a very comprehensive attempt to explain everything. And then, I'm gifted with many other aspects that David Anderson stands out. And the Radu Sedamar books are unprecedented in their own right. And now we're moving into, Dietrich country.
Yes.
Which takes us to quite an apex here. And this is, but see, I saw this, and of course some of these people are interested in dialoguing with me, and I'm very interested to be talking to them about astrology. What they were talking about was Pluto going into Aquarius in January. Now, when Pluto goes into Aquarius in January, this means we're going into a collective consciousness. Aquarius is the 11th house of the zodiac, which means friends, groups, organizations. It's also hopes, dreams, and wishes. But when we talk about friends, groups, it's a social sign. So when Pluto moves into Aquarius, it's going to be a year where the collective makes a big impact. And the collective impact on our souls will take precedent. For example, when 9/11 happened, people's personal problems took a backseat to 9/11 and all the cleanup and stuff that had to be done, all the ramifications. When COVID happened, things took a backseat to COVID. Sometimes you couldn't go to your job. You had to bow down to all these rules. Now, this one seems to be much more about what's going on with human beings in the immigration situation, in the homeless situation. There should be more of a meaningful response to this stuff. And there was a news program saying that the stress for families to pay rent is too much. The wages are not comparable to the increase in rents. This is causing families and or people to become homeless, which is a tragedy. Like, we've always had impoverished people in the United States that, or in some respects, you can be described as kicked to the curb. I'm talking about the ghetto populations. Now, those situations have improved. It's not the same. But now we have a new breed of indigence or homelessness, which is driven by immigration factors, issues. And then not just that, it's also where rents have increased disproportionate to wage increases. And Douglas talked about it years ago with people making six figures, but they couldn't afford a house, so they'd be sharing an apartment in San Francisco.
Thank you. Yes.
6 figures is a lot of money in this day and age. It is a lot of money, but it's not enough to buy a house or qualify to buy a house. And, you know, you can have your $75 pizzas.
But by the way, just so people understand it, I'm not seeking pizzas at that price, but go on. Yes.
Yeah, so makes you comfortably poor or uncomfortably rich, however you want to look at it. And then even owning a home, there's been debates about owning a home, you know, and like, you know, in Long Island, your average home is going to cost over $10,000 a year in taxes, property taxes, which might be deductible against if you're doing Schedule A, but it's like, wow. So, and then you have the maintenance of the house, and it's like, sometimes it's cheaper to rent. It all depends. It's all relative. But we're coming into a time astrologically when people are it's gonna be more conscious of people who care about people, sort of thing. And that takes precedence over individual issues. At the same time, they picked out a lady whose chart was such that she says, this is what's going to happen, but not for you. This is going to be about you. Because her chart was that way. In other words, she's got to come up and be herself and find herself and assert herself. But I would also say she also serves people. So everything is so relative. But that's going to be a big deal. Pluto will stay in Aquarius till I think it's September, and then it'll fudge back into Capricorn until just about the election time. So it'll go back in there. And when Pluto will be in what's called the anaretic degree of Capricorn, which I think it's going into any day now. That's the 29th degree of Capricorn. And when a planet is in the last sign, the last degree of a sign, it will reach a crescendo. It will clean out what it has to clean out. It will climax. Now, because Capricorn is a sign of government and organizations and corporations, religions, it's going to have profound influence. Now that means whatever it doesn't finish by January, it's going to come back in September and root it out. Now, to me, and this woman did not want to make any, she was, and I got to nail her on this when I get to talk to her better, get to know her better. She was so hesitant to say anything about anything because she felt that any words she might say would have an imprint on the Akashic. She didn't want to say anything, like she'd be guilty for saying, oh, there's going to be a crisis in government. You know, she didn't want to even say that. But what I would say is these issues that have been brooding for a long time, vis-a-vis the Trump and Biden legal scenarios, legal/election scenarios, there's going to be some major flushing out or fluctuations in those issues, because it's all very surreal and weird from what might be considered a typical or normal perspective. Like what's going to happen to Joe Biden vis-a-vis Hunter Biden. What's her name? Kamala Harris is accused of, snickering behind the scenes, hoping Biden will be ousted so she'll be thrown in. Although she hasn't said that. That's just, whispering campaigns.
But what on earth ever gives her the thought that she would have a chance? But go on.
I will tell you two very specific things: conceit and ego.
Yes.
That's what.
Yes.
I don't think she's a person who sees the environment around her for what it is.
Right.
I think that she's being, I think they put lipstick on her and lauded her to, make her look good and make her think she looks good or acceptable when she looks like the emperor with no clothes. Like people, I don't think people take her very seriously at all. And I think this is sort of a sarcasm by the influencers. Like, look, if we can sell people on Kamala Harris, on the face that on the prospect that she's female and she's colored,
right.
She's melanated, and she's not a good example of a feminine archetype or a melanated archetype.
Right.
She's not. She has. I don't think there's anything on her resume that is impressive from what I've heard or seen of it. I could be wrong, but from what I've heard of it, she's an embarrassment. A complete embarrassment to herself, a complete embarrassment to the Democratic Party, a complete embarrassment to Joe Biden. And, I'm willing to be corrected, but I've never heard anything good said about her, except from herself. So, it's like, and and many politicians are just like, we had this politician from my district, Santos, who was kicked out of Congress. First time somebody's been kicked out of Congress in 100 years. And that was hard to do, but they did kick him out, to their credit. And, why do people tolerate this stuff? How could he even get voted for? It's almost like a game they're playing us. Nobody takes politicians too seriously. But to get back to what I'm saying is, coming election time, Pluto will be in Capricorn, and it's going to, I would expect another scenario that would be reminiscent of what happened when Trump lost the election and there was all of that insurgency. The insurgency didn't really climax until January 6th, but there was all this rhetoric and talk. The insurgency was beginning. And there would be something that would be reminiscent of that. Now, it might be reverse. You know, I mean, I'm not saying this would happen, but say maybe the Republicans would win, and then they would be able to demonstrate in effect, if not reality, that elections really were fake. And now, oh, the elections were fake, but they said they weren't fake. And then when the Democrats get in power, it reverses back. Oh, they were fake. You know, it's like, it's that sort of, because all of these cases that are being done against Trump are being headed for the Supreme Court, which is pro-Republican, pro-conservative. They might, quote unquote, vote him back into credibility. They might. I'm not saying they will, but there's all of these things gestating. And the Biden scenario, and it's like, the Democrats could end up in a convention where Biden is unable to run for whatever reason, and they're saying, who the hell are we going to pick? They might pick Kennedy by default.
Yeah.
By default. Because if you had Biden ineligible to run either because he was sick or because he was in trouble and embarrassed further, and he just, no, they didn't come win, what are you going to do? Who do you have? You've got Kennedy or Harris. And Kennedy, on name alone, would be probably the logical candidate, just because of his name. It's a very sellable name in politics, Kennedy. And he is a candidate that could beat Trump easily, in my opinion, just because of his name. I'm not saying he's better. I'm not saying anything about his credentials. I'm just saying he'd have a better chance of beating Trump than Harris would. And unless they can prop up Biden again. Prop him up, so, and it's not going to be an easy road for Trump either, in my opinion. So, but anyway, this is what, these politics are going to do. Now, that's just because when Pluto is in Capricorn, it's all about government and politics. And whatever's going to happen is going to set the course for the next 28 years with regards to Pluto going into Aquarius, where when it gets back to November of next year, it's just going to stay there for 20 plus 28, 25 years, something like that. So it's going to be, okay, we're now in the Aquarian age. Not really in the Aquarian, we're really not, but Pluto into Aquarius means Aquarius things, which means Star Trek technology as well. That'll be, Elon Musk will probably be replaced by, a corporation that's called Things That Actually Work. Spaceships that don't blow up. Cars that don't need to be recharged under impractical conditions. So there are positives to look forward to. Jupiter will be going from, it's in Taurus now. And when it hits in February, it will hit my Jupiter return for the third time. It's hit it twice. In July, again in October, and now it will hit it again in February. And the Jupiter return is when every 12 years or so in your chart, when Jupiter comes back to the exact place it was when you were born, it brings you good fortune. Now, they explained to me, because I kind of volunteered this, they said, okay, when Jupiter reaches Uranus, I think in April 21st, this will bring forth big things. Uranus is explosive, sudden, surprising. Because it's happening in Taurus, it could also affect money, currency. I am a great believer in the more things change, the more they stay the same. I don't see, cryptocurrency will still be around. Bitcoin might go up again, but God, it's worth $30,000 last time I looked. I don't know what it is exactly. It was once $300. So, Bitcoin's not going away. And if there's anything, well, there will be, I guess, some changes, but it might be all what you'd say user-friendly in the long run. Mm-hmm. Didn't talk about fuels. But those are some of the overviews. What I am hoping that I will get more into dialogue with these people to help me understand what's going on better from a geocosmic perspective. Now, one thing they did say is that I think when this Uranus in Jupiter conjunct in Taurus, soon after, Jupiter's going to go into Gemini. Gemini is the sign of communications. And she said that what happens in April with those two planets conjunct is going to be talked about. When it's something so big's going to happen. Truth is going to be coming out, but it's going to be shocking. So then, and Jupiter goes into Gemini, people keep talking about it. It could be something like the Roswell deception. God, the Japanese won the war. The Japanese won the war. God, the Japanese won the war. Right. And then you see the standard bearers of conspiracy tribe coming out. So, Japan won the war.
Right.
And trying to capitalize on that.
You become a hip or in conspiracy. Yes, go on.
Yeah, and what would be what I would see that going towards, not in a positive way, is it being used to eviscerate the United States of America. Because as Douglas was saying, many things you can get here, many opportunities, and you can talk to Paula about how much more opportunities there are in America than in Romania. And Romania, when I was there, and it's up and coming in a way that it wasn't before. With people into IT, there was more economy buzzing for the people, the day-to-day people. Still, they struggle. But still, America is a great place. Now, I'm going to make a comment on China, your favorite country, Douglas. I have had occasion in the past 6 weeks to order things that did not come from America.
Timu. Timu.
Well, there were these heating units, the what is it called? These things you plug into the wall, and they heat the whole room. They're great. I ordered 2 of them.
Space
Very
heaters?
happy.
Space heaters? Or
Not space heaters. Bio condensers. I'll look them up because I'm getting emails about them so frequently. I'm gonna tell you. Let me see here. It's I can't call them space heaters. Mini moisturizing heaters.
Ah, cool.
Mini moisturizing heater, and you can get really good discounts on them. Now, I saw them because I watched an infomercial on them, and I had success with a air conditioning unit that was like that. Runs very inexpensively, and it's more comfortable than regular air conditioning. You just have to put ice cubes and fill it with water every few hours.
Cool.
But it's great. I only use it upstairs. I don't use it downstairs because it generally doesn't get that cool down here.
Okay.
But with the heater, I ordered 2 of them, and then I ordered 4 more of them, okay? Because I like them so much, and I could put them in different rooms, because I have a lot of rooms. Now, this is the thing. I ordered the 2. I think I got these incredible discounts, and I think I bought 2 for like $51. Very happy with them. I think they were incredibly discounted. And they charged me $61. So I wrote to them, and I mentioned it, and they said, oh, we'll give you a refund. And it'll show up on your card in about 5 days. And I said, okay. Now, would I pay $61 for them? Sure, they're still a bargain. And then I bought 4 more. And I thought I got a discount of, got like $86 for 4. It's like less than $22 a unit. Great deal. I think they charged me like $99, $100. Charged me $13 more. And then I bought some lighting for underneath the kitchen cabinets that I just bought. And it was very good because the carpenter said, you want to buy this lighting under your cabinets? I said, no, that's overkill. When I saw them, I said, I need lights. Yeah, I really could have used those lights, but these things, they look like they're not only cheaper, they're much better lights. Obvious, much better lights. And they're rechargeable with a USB cord. They're not even going to cost any money to light, but that's not the point. They overcharged me for those. So I had 3 overcharges, and I didn't discover this until I started looking at one, and I started questioning them on my credit card, putting disputes in, contacting the company, and it's like these Chinese companies, I didn't even know they were Chinese companies because they kind of hide it. But then they ship them from overseas. You look like you're getting them from Spain or Italy, which you are, but it's all being orchestrated by a Chinese company. And then they send you complain to them, and they say, oh, we're sorry. And they send you these circuitous emails, and you got to go to another site, and it's so damn complicated that it's very frustrating. And by the time I queried these all, I disputed them all, I said, it's not worth my time. But I did it. I'd already done it. But I'm saying is what they do is they give you a price, and then they charge you $10 more, $13 more, and they're hoping that you're not going to tattle on them. And when you do tattle on them, they say they'll correct it. So far, I haven't seen any of the charges reversed yet. And I think American Express, if they continue to do this, American Express will cut them off. Because it's such an improper way to behave. Like every damn thing you buy, they overcharge you. Now, I would also say that it would be worth the extra $10 or $13. It would be fine. But still, it's this Chinese way to do business. Now, what they're also doing is this website called Temu, T-E-M-U. I bought one thing from them. It was a carpentry tool that I saw advertised, and I could get them like over half price cheaper. I ordered it. I'm happy with it. It took a long time to get here, but this Temu, they're always trying to sell you stuff. Cheap, 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 cheap. They were even giving stuff away just to get market share and undercut Amazon. And it actually works, but it's introducing you to a whole bunch of Chinese bullshit. it is just like, it's enough to drive you crazy. So, I told them, I said, and I told Americans, I will avoid this company whenever possible. But would I recommend you buy the heaters? Yeah. Yeah. Even if you don't get the discounts I got, I would recommend them. So far, I haven't received 4 of them, although I paid $5 for fast shipping, 10 to 12 days. No, they're not getting there in 10 to 12 days. I'm not going to ask for the $6 back. But it's like, this is the new, it makes you like Amazon. Because I did buy a kitchen island from Amazon, which was through a Chinese company too, and then you have to go through Amazon, and it takes days. It took me like probably 10 days to 2 weeks to get all the materials for it, which is frustrating. You just have to be patient.
Yeah.
And then it works out, because they have to answer to Amazon. Will make them be honest. So Amazon is like the best store the world has ever known, in my opinion. And that does not mean Jeff Bezos is a great person. But what he did do is he figured out how to put together a computer system with great foresight that would inherit the world, which is what he's done with a business model. It's just over the top, efficient and effective. How long will they remain customer friendly? I can't tell you. That would be the biggest danger, is if they become customer unfriendly. And if Temu were to figure out a way to ship goods that was sane, or sane, I'd say, fast and pragmatic, they would knock Amazon out of the water. Because I don't know where they're producing these goods or making these goods. Maybe they have a bunch of Cho working in the factory. Cho labor. So this is, the new world we're moving into, and they did indicate there's a lot of redemptive hope, just as you had some redemptive comments to make in your last transmission. There was some positive things to look forward to in amongst the dark and dire landscape that has been set forth.
Yes.
And to get back, so that's just some of my forays into astrology, and I am going to keep at that. But with regards to the Black Lotus Society, which was very, we discussed that.
Yeah.
And I had time to digest it some more. And there's so many ways you can look at life. You can look at it through a dark lens. You can look at it through a positive lens. You can look at it through an ignorant lens. And the funny thing is, you could line up everything you knew, and I'm not saying false data, on climate change, on other cataclysmic type factors, apocalyptic factors, and you could, stand on a hill and be academically right about everything you're saying. I'm talking about you personally.
Understood.
And the universe has the capability of surprising you, because there could be other X factors that would supersede all of this negativity. On the same token, you could be sitting there pontificating about how wonderful everything was. And, you could be, the next thing you know, you could be on a train to Auschwitz. So it's like, it's, you shouldn't be too dark, you shouldn't be too light, you shouldn't, and that this is what Buddha taught was the middle way. And with all of that, you know, you talked a lot about Mara, the tempter of the Buddha.
Yes.
The anti-Buddha, which he's not really, Mara has not been given his true due,
Right.
in my opinion,
Yes.
at least in Western interpretations of Buddhism, or probably Buddhism in general, because Mara is the dark side, the tempter of Buddha. Now, what you do get with Buddhists is you will get an asexuality, which is actually very denigrating to human beings.
Mm-hmm.
And where I saw this was in a temple upstate. There's this temple upstate. How far upstate? Not that far. Probably an hour to an hour and a half north of New York City. And I walked into I think they had a temple for Kuan Yin, and they had a temple for, I think the Buddha. I don't remember which one it was, but they had all these murals, and all the female Buddhas or whatever they were, they didn't have any nipples on them. They de-nippled them. And I said, don't you see what's wrong with this? They said, oh, that's because you shouldn't be too sensual. And I said, this is disgusting. This is defeminizing them.
Thank you.
Like,
Yes.
nipple is an evil thing.
Right.
The nipple is the sustenance of life.
Thank you. Thank you. I've always,
And there are also more subtle and unappreciated aspects of nipples that are beneficial to the psyche of not only men but women too. It's like, but it's hard to talk about this because nipples are basically sold as pornography. You know, artistic modalities will just bypass all that and show them anyway. But the thing is, I said, this is bullshit. And it was being explained to me that no, I said, this is all bullshit. And then I found out on that very same grounds, the temple or the shrine to Kuan Yin had been destroyed. You know, and it was just inappropriate. This is, and so Buddhism has a slant to it that will desensualize you. And I'm not suggesting people overindulge in sensuality, because that can be a problem too. But what I'm saying is there's an aspect of Buddhism that, you know, this is extreme. It's too extreme.
Yes.
And Buddhism teaches the middle way. The true middle way, and you can interpret it in Qigong, is the balance. I was just explaining this to Paul tonight, is the ratio between relaxation and tension. She asked me, is there a word in English that's the opposite of tense, detensing? I said, it's relaxation, because I think they have a word for it in Romanian. It's like detense. But it's relaxation. So in Qigong or Tai Chi or any martial art, you want to have the exact ratio between tension and relaxation. So when somebody hits you with a hard punch, you want to be relaxed, soft, they call it soft, and you redirect all that force. So it's redirection. And it sounds easy, it might even sound hard, but the real test is in actually being able to do it. And that's an accomplishment. So, but this applies to life. Like, what makes you tense? Oh, you got to pay that bill. You know, you get tense. you get all tense about it.
Yes, got to pay that rent. Yes.
Yeah.
Keeps it.
Yeah. Well, you know what? there are, what it is, there's a way to respond to it. So when you get tense, it creates a panic in you, and an extreme panic. We say, oh God, I better do this. I better do this. It's just like if the water faucet's flooding, you got to shut it off. Oh God, I better turn that off, and you do it. But you can respond intelligently without stressing yourself, or minimal stress, because your alert bell goes off. So you got to respond to the alert bell. But the more you can do it without panicking, whereas like every little thing is like a big panic. Like, every time you hear a noise in the kitchen, you run over there. What's wrong? What's wrong? And it's not, and you're not even the one in the kitchen cooking. It's your wife or something, and you run. What happened? What happened? It's just let that go. So it's possible to respond to things without overreacting, and you want to achieve a middle way. So when you're interacting in life, you don't want to be too panicky. You don't want to be too relaxed. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we pay that bill. It doesn't matter. Then they shut off the lights because it didn't matter. Over or underreacting. And that's what everything comes down to anyway, over or underreacting. You want to have an appropriate reaction. And that's basically what Buddhism taught. Now, Mara is the great tempter. And as Douglas explained, the last temptation before Buddha stepped into Satori left an imprint. And it's a great story that you tell because of the Black Lotus and the Forbidden Sutra, because that stuff is happening whether or not it's been put into Buddhist doctrine or anti-Buddhist doctrine, whatever you want to call it. Yes. That there is Mara represents the evil of the world, and it's something that everybody has to deal with. And when it's put into a Buddhist context, it becomes incredibly intimidating to Buddhists because, no, our master wouldn't say this. Right. And I don't think he would. I think he'd put it into context. And what happens is it goes down a negative rabbit hole. But that's, and one can get too bungled up fighting evil.
Yes.
It really does bungle you up if you get too involved in it and too like I stayed away from the 9/11 conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
Not because I knew there was stuff going on. All you had to do was watch the congressional hearings on World Trade Center Tower 7, which wasn't one of the big ones. That was just a fiasco of conspiracy and illegality by Mayor Giuliani, who was called out by the rest in peace Mayor Koch.
Yes.
So all these irregularities with, Giuliani was in that building. He shouldn't have been in that building. It wasn't safe. It was a fiasco around WTC 7, World Trade Center 7. But the whole thing was a fiasco. But I said, there are so many people doing that. I'm not going to waste my energy in it. And on top of the fact, it's like doing the JFK assassination. You become one of many. And there's so many theories about it. Who wants to keep track of them all? To me, there was no, I was better off doing other things. Being myself. Not jumping on that bandwagon. It doesn't mean I didn't think something happened. So, you have to pick your battles or your choice. You got to pick things wisely.
Yes.
and intelligently. And of course the Dietrich battle, that's not the right way to say it, but this one I take because first off, nobody's doing it.
Right.
And I heard Frank Zappa say something on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
Frank Zappa, and he said that he embraced, and I think he backed or produced or something, Alice Cooper. Because Alice Cooper, he said, is the reason he embraced him is because, man, he says, he was the only one out there doing something that I didn't understand. Because I didn't understand it, I think I better take him on, because he was like doing something freaky. In other words, Frank Zappa thought he was cool, and people thought he was cool because he was doing stuff that nobody else would do. He was out there. He was a freak, and that was considered the zeitgeist for certain hippie types, not all hippie types. Frank Zappa was doing weird stuff out of the norm. Now, so Frank Zappa thought Alice Cooper was cool. And Alice Cooper was disgusting. And he got big in San Francisco.
Of course.
And but this is what happened. Because I had a roommate who told me this. And my roommate used to be, he was roommates with Peter Moon, but before he was roommates with Peter Moon, he was roommates with, I think it was the guy in Blue Cheer, one of the famous guitarists, or maybe it was Ginger Baker. I think he was roommates with Ginger Baker. And he said, yeah, Ginger Baker had a drug problem. And Ginger, it wasn't like it was a big thing to be roommates with Ginger Baker. He was just sharing a room with him, and the guy was a heroin addict, and he was a famous guitar player, but he was just like a kind of a bum, if you know what I mean. This was 1971, 72, and Ginger Baker was famous by that time. I mean, I'd heard of Ginger Baker, and I'm not like a big music buff, but I'd heard of Ginger Baker. But he said that, I got lost there for a second, about...
oh, no worries. Talking about, of course, just the... it kind of like it was no big deal to be rooming with this guy, but go on.
Well, no, it was something about what this roommate had told me about... not about Ginger Baker, but about, what was I saying before that?
Oh, well, we were talking about the fact that, let me see if I could remember. Aristides, help us here. We're going along the lines of, there was just so much being covered, of course. We have a...
Alice Cooper.
Yeah.
He told me about Alice Cooper. Now, he said
who's slimy, yeah.
Yeah, let's see. He said Alice Cooper was so bad, he got booed off the stage in San Francisco. He was just disgusting. Then he went to Detroit, and he found an audience, and he got an audience in Detroit somehow or some way. Probably with Frank Zappa's help, but I don't know. Once he had an audience in Detroit and everybody was rooting for him in Detroit, he went back out to San Francisco and he became big. It was like he had a following. So once he had a following, it's kind of like, if you hire 50 people to come in the audience and start going, yay, you might catch on that way.
That's a secret, yes.
It's like osmosis factor.
It is.
And we used to joke about this all the time. It was probably the most under-attended concert in the history of San Francisco, perhaps anywhere. was at Winterland. At Winterland, Joe Frazier and the Knockouts performed to 17 people. Joe Frazier, the heavyweight champion, he had his group, Joe Frazier and the Knockouts. And they were on the shows. He sang, "I Did It My Way." This, I think, was after he knocked out Muhammad Ali, or didn't knock him out, won a decision over him. And yeah, he played to like 17 people or something. But anyway, Alice Cooper, and of course he was famous for biting the head off of a chicken or something. I don't know if he actually did, but that's what he was famous for.
No, for a bat. He hit off a bat, yeah.
I think it was chicken first.
Probably started with the chicken, yeah.
That's made him a geek.
Yes.
But Alice Cooper was the son of a evangelist. So he knew he was evangelical. I think he was brought up in that, and he just switched affiliations. So, he would be golfing with people like Glenn Campbell. He's a golfer. This is beneath the dignity of any rock and roll star. And, it's like, it's just show business. It's just bullshit. But Frank Zappa, considered himself, or people considered him the image of cool, because he was picking up on stuff nobody else was picking up on. And Frank Zappa was so cool that because he dressed as a freak, he was threatening to what John Lennon sung about as working class heroes. And when he was performing in London, one of these working class heroes went on the stage and just beat the living crap out of Frank Zappa, broke his spine,
Ooh.
I think more than one place. And Frank Zappa was not a very big, strong guy, and he just leveled him. So all of his, he thought he was really hip. He
what motivated?
Well, back in those days, there was this, in the United States, there was the silent majority. And there was what John Lennon sang about was the working class hero. Mm-hmm. A working class hero is something to be. It was insulting. He was insulting what you would call the salt of the earth in terms of construction workers. And construction workers in those days weren't paid that much compared to today, what happened in the 80s and stuff, where they became well paid. Mm-hmm. And he was insulting the working man because they were, what do you call, working class stiffs.
Right.
That name occurred later. But John Lennon called them working class heroes. And he was belittling them aggressively.
Yeah.
John Lennon was a very bitter rock star. Very successful, but very bitter. And this was during the time when he wrote that song, "How Do You Sleep?" about Paul McCartney.
Oh, God.
And I would wake up to these songs on the San Francisco radio station, and I'd say, God, these things are acerbic.
They are. No, I never understood the popularity of those pukes, but go on.
But the thing was, it's like, it just made your kind of like spine stand up, because this was just like heavy insulting of first off his former best friend, Paul McCartney, and then the working class hero. Now, we could all relate to that, what John Lennon was saying about that, because there's times when the working class heroes of the world were not sensitive to the real problems in the world. They were indeed working stiffs trying to support their families. But the freaks or the hippies were very threatening to these people, extremely threatening. because they were chaos to their well-ordered lives. It's like, when does the well-ordered life become entropic or novel, versus the freak show? You have to have a balance. You can't have people abandon work and responsibility, but you can't have them abandon creativity either. So, this is Frank Zappa didn't judge his, wasn't sensitive to his environment
there,
and he was no he was creative and he was a satirist, but so be it. But I was talking about Mara and the great tempter of the Buddha.
Yes.
And this is where we move into the Black Lotus Society and all these people that have been jerking around with our environment.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they'll ever be able to execute the strangulation. And as I say, you were a case in point that at least held it off, if not prevented it.
Yes.
With your recent encounter with, what's it called, OPC?
OPC would be the acronym for... you mean the assassin that tried to take me down?
28, what is it called? The conference.
Oh, COP28. Yes, COP28. Yeah, COP, just COP. Yeah, Conference of Parties. Yes.
Yeah, that was the conference.
Yes.
For climate.
Climate crises, climate catastrophe. Yes, and the whole thing was a catastrophe. The way it was going. More on that later. But thank you.
Yeah, well, I'll just say for those who didn't hear it, it was a climate congress. And they came out by saying there is no climate
change. Yes.
Yes. No, you don't have to worry about anything. And you don't have to worry about a thing. And, this was for the benefit of the oil companies. And then Douglas was able to turn it around by talking to the head of it, the conference,
Sultan Jabbar. Yeah, Sultan Jabbar.
Sultan Jabbar, and convinced him that if he controlled the alternative energies, he could win on that too, and he could be in charge of them both.
Yeah. And
this was a very effective political maneuvering by Douglas that happened organically.
Yes.
With his, because of the work he's done with the Blood Boys, our friends, the Blood Boys, and we can call them our friends because we have sympathies with the Blood Boys. We may not have the sympathies of their particular sexual orientation, whatever that might be. We might not have the sympathies of their donating blood to Douglas or Sugar Daddy or whoever they may donate blood to. But we have their sympathies. And we don't have their sympathies because we might not have any experience. I'm glad that they're able to support Douglas in that.
Thank you.
And Sugar Daddy for whatever indirect, beneficence is experienced there. There's no judgment. But the Blood Boys are learning history, and they're human beings.
Yes.
And they want to survive, and they were born into, for the most part, orphanhood.
Yes. Yes. I mean, I could explain certain more details about that, but there's no need, really. I mean, people understand the general.
That's basically true.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So-
Rejected by their families. They're generally rejected by their
That
families.
that is orphanhood. And
Yes.
see, well, you're an orphan because you don't have a family
That's right.
for whatever
Yes.
reason.
Yes.
And there's a whole karma to that.
Yes.
And I think there's a lot of people in families who would be more comfortable being orphans because of the nature of their families. I'm not saying that's a majority of people who have families, but there are some people in families who would rather be orphans. They'd rather be independent, and they'd rather take help from people who are not their family and build symbiotic relationships with them. But whatever the fate, history, or destiny of these people are, they have been afforded a decent standard of living, or perhaps above decent, for whatever reason, and they want to survive. And they are friendly to Douglas, and they're friendly to the causes he supports.
Yes.
So therefore, I feel a kindred spiritship with them for
Bless
that
you.
very reason. And it's just the way it is. So through their interest and Douglas's son's interest, you're able to effectuate. Douglas was able to effectuate change in attitude on a major political stage, and I think this is only the beginning.
Thank you.
More influence, because when you do something of that nature, it resonates back. The world hears it.
One hopes, yes.
Well, I will say this. If you go out and commit a crime,
Yes.
the world hears it. Doesn't get to the news. There's a vibrational frequency that goes out. I said, hey, this guy does this.
Right.
And you might find you had friends you didn't have the night before. They may
Right.
not have seen you yet, but they may not be the type of friends you'd want your daughter to marry.
Right.
But now all of a sudden you've joined a kinship with them. By the same token, if you start doing charitable, nice things, you'll be sending out another frequency. And you'll be, in resonance with good cheer of other people. So, I'm not advocating you test this out on the negative side, you test it out on the positive side. So my point here is that when Douglas does something like that is effective and meaningful, and I'm not saying this will happen, and I don't mean to suggest they're on the up and up, but you might find Greenpeace coming to Douglas's door and donating to him. I'm not saying that will happen, but I'm putting that thought out.
Understood.
I'll never forget many, many years ago when the president of Exxon was kidnapped, and it was hit the news, and my first reaction was, and I didn't follow these things, I said, that's got to be Greenpeace.
Interesting.
And that's what it turned up. It turned up somebody associated with Greenpeace, or said they were associated with Greenpeace, because they're extreme now. I've talked about my friend Michael, who was the only one that came to my lectures and went to Qigong, expert on the biology of the human body, but he would never do the exercises. Michael was very intelligent, not emotionally intelligent at all.
Sad.
But he was very intelligent and very much tuned into environmental stuff. And he knew what was going on with these, I don't know if it was, I think it was Greenpeace, but these boats that would go out and challenge the Japanese whale boats.
That's right. That was what they used to be famous for. Yeah.
And he was going to go on, he he knew the guy that was doing. He was going to go out and be on those boats and challenge the whaler. He knew all the data on those challenging the whale boats, and he was going to go out with them and get on those boats and be a whale hero. Not because he wanted to be a hero, because he believed in it.
Mm-hmm.
He believed in it. And, but he had a lot of emotions, and he'd done a lot of drugs too.
Did he die?
Yeah, he died. In fact, I brought him over to my ozone doctor because my ozone doctor knew him from way back. And I said, "Oh, I know." And he says, "Oh." And Michael had 4-stage cancer. So I brought him in to see the ozone doctor because he had his own ozone machine, and the doctor was going to teach him how to shoot himself up in a particular regimen. And they talked, and then Michael started getting so controlling and acting so inappropriate about, because the doctor wanted him to take a regimen of supplements that he sold. And Michael wanted to tell the doctor how the supplements that he took are superior than the doctors take, and which they probably were. And that, he knew the guy that made this and that, and the doctor didn't want to hear any of this shit. Because the doctor wasn't even saying his were better.
Right.
He just says, "Look, you're going to do this or you're not going to do it." And Michael would rather argue. He would rather argue and be right than just accept the doctor's help. What was going to help him more than anything was the ozone. He was going to show him how to do it himself. And the doctor just said, "I'm done. I'm done.
Right.
Out." And that was the last. I drove Michael home, and
By the way, that's called firing your patient. That's called firing your patient when a doctor does that.
I remember we drove back to my house, and we said goodbye. He went back to his house, and it's the last I saw him.
Right.
And when I went back to see the doctor the next week, I mean, myself and the doctor were on the same page totally, because you don't act that way.
Yeah.
You don't become, you're not the doctor. And this doctor is so kind and loving.
Right.
But Michael brought out the worst in himself, and I guess he had a what do you call those? A tumor in his throat, and it just broke. I mean, and that was all from charged up emotion.
Yeah.
Because as I say, he was an emotional disaster, but very intelligent, and he was my friend, but still, I mean, my Qigong teacher thought so much of him that he had him lecture to the class on nutrition.
Even though he never did even though he never practiced
nutrition, you go into his backyard, and he'd start pulling herbs here. It looked like a jungle, but he'd start pulling out stuff here and pulling out there, throw it in a smoothie and make a drink out of it.
Wow.
And tell you all the stuff it had for you.
Right.
And it was good. I mean, it was like he was a genius, but he wasn't pragmatic in that regard. And he never paid taxes. He didn't file with Social Security, so he made a lot of money in doing water systems. But he lived off the grid, tried to do his best to live off the grid. And he did. He didn't suffer for it. But as they say, his emotions were toxic.
Yes.
Like he saw me doing some drops that would balance my pH.
Right.
And the reason I did this pH thing was because the guy who referred me to the ozone doctor, another chiropractor, he had me do this pH drink, is it got rid of eczema patch I had on my leg.
Okay.
that would not go away. That was, I think I'd gotten a bite on my first trip to Romania. And I had an eczema patch that would not go away. And he says, no, just take that, it'll go away. It wasn't an eczema patch. What do they call that stuff? Not eczema. Maybe it was eczema.
With some kind of inflammation, obviously.
Yeah, a skin thing. And it just balanced the pH and it went away.
Wow.
And Michael saw me doing this and he was like getting upset because I should be eating natural foods to get rid of it.
Sometimes that's just taking it too far. I mean, it's easy, it's easier to take.
Were you talking about dermatitis?
Yeah.
What?
Dermatitis.
Yeah, it was a dermatitis of some sort. Yeah.
I think that's what the word you're looking for.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yeah. So it's like, it's like he's having an emotional reaction, and if you want to see, all you got to do is start walking up your neighborhood and looking at kitchen cabinets, and that's enough to make you outraged. What are you going to do? You're going to go rage at everybody's kitchen cabinet, which is again justifiable, but not pragmatically justifiable.
Right.
You could go up and down your neighborhood, whether it be in San Francisco or New York or anywhere, and you can just go into every household and without commenting on the decor, the quality of the furniture or anything like that, just by looking at the food and the habits of the people and the shows they're watching on TV, you could have extremely harsh critiques of it, just tremendous. And you could build up all this negative energy. It wouldn't be hard to do. All that stuff is occurring. It's better off to find the positives. Might be more challenging. I just try to live life. I don't try to. And here it is. We have some real positives here with the Blood Boys.
Thank you.
Positive with Sugar Daddy, positive with your son, positive with you. And, people can find negatives with all this stuff.
Oh, they seem to try. A lot of your own base doesn't seem to understand. Maybe you've helped them over the years to greater understand what all this is about.
Well, yeah, in other words, this is not a lifestyle that I choose or would choose. But who cares?
Thank you.
It's like, really, who cares? Trump supporters, I don't think most of them care for the lifestyle that Trump leads. I don't think they see themselves as billionaires, real estate moguls. They admire him because of what he does or what he says he does. They don't admire him for his personal lifestyle, his braggadocious behavior. Many of them overlook that. And by the same token, you don't, the actions of people are more important than, and they can be positive. What are they doing? And you'll also find in wartime, grievous crimes or actions are overlooked.
Yes.
If that person who has committed them is of a resourceful nature to the body politic, and that includes in the intelligence community. They would overlook war criminals if they were of value to the state.
Yes.
Now, I'm not suggesting any of our friends here are that, but it's like, okay, this is we're on a path of truth, and we're learning that the path of truth does not lie in our fabled institutions like Harvard. The universities have long been considered jokes by many people, but they've become flagrant, not only jokes, but abusers of, scouring out, taking the youth and giving them debts.
Yes.
With no jobs. You're cannibalizing your youth.
Yes. Disgusting.
And this is learned institutions. Even so-called liberal pro-humanity institutions like Berkeley. Berkeley used to be cheap to go to.
Right.
So all the California universities were cheap.
Yes.
Now, housing alone would eat you alive.
Yes. Yes.
And then the tuitions are, I don't know what the tuitions are in Berkeley, but they used to be nominal.
It's unspeakable. Don't even bother to ask.
The hardest part about Berkeley was to get into the university.
Yeah.
Getting into it was the challenging part, not the tuition. Tuition was nominal. Not as nominal as a state college like San Francisco State or Sacramento State, but still within reason. So those institutions are not coming to bat for the students. This is the world we live in. What is it? The institutions that are supposed to help people? Well, who are the institutions that are supposed to help people? Bill O'Reilly, the guy who was, canned off of Fox News for his sexual indiscretions, not his general
political views. Yeah.
What? His general?
It wasn't for his general political views. No.
No.
Yeah.
No. He after 9/11, he took the Red Cross to task, and many of these charities who weren't helping people. They were like arrogant. They might be paying 5% of what they collect would go out to people in need, and most of it was being gone for salaries and infrastructure. And he actually did a good job of reporting on that. Now, outrageous. Did you see any change? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't really know, but I mean, and then I had just learned in our last World Genesis Board Foundation meeting, World Genesis Foundation board meeting, that we were unique as a non-charitable organization, that we're volunteers. We're not being paid. We even have a stipulation that we're not supposed to collect money that we take advantage of and pay. Okay, I'm going to raise $50,000. Not that we raise that type of money. I take a first-class ticket to Romania. No, it doesn't work that way. If we want a first-class ticket, we'll pay for it ourselves. So, it's like we're not there to have prestigious positions and take advantage of them. But this is what people do in corporate America. It's quite disgusting. It's quite disgusting, but it's the way it is. So be it. So you've done some really good work here. But as I was alluding to with the astrology, I was being told a lot of truth's going to be coming out. Unbelievable truth. And if I were to take over the room at that point, I would have started telling them about you.
Thank you.
But that's too much. It's too much information.
Too much for them to take. Yes.
Too fast.
Yes, you can't handle the truth. Yes.
Yeah, and it's going to do more. It's not going to be comfortable for me. And it's probably not going to be productive for me either. It's better to just be subtle. Now, there was one of the women who was presenting who had 2 black belts and had been in Japan.
Huh?
She wasn't Japanese.
Of course not. No.
But I thought, and she was deferring to me too, but I'd like to meet her and talk to her privately and give her the book.
Yeah. Thank you.
It wasn't, I didn't have any copies of the book with me. If I did, I would have been giving them out.
Understood.
But I didn't go there with that in mind, nor did I think the opportunity would arise. But I would indeed, I might be able to get through to her because, and I think I might have more headway with the astrologers because, and they are influential. I'll just go and see what I meet.
Yes.
But yeah, that was interest. That was of interest to me. So anyway, this truth will be coming out, and I think, well, how does that parlay for not only the book we've done, but the new book that is being worked on?
Yes.
How does this all parlay into that? It's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't answer that. But it's like we will have a gauging point. Like, what'll the new truth be that, I mean, how much more can they come out about Hunter Biden? They can come out with more damning evidence. Maybe that he was doing crack with the president of the Ukraine or something. Maybe, I mean, but, I mean, how much more bad can it be? That truth. I mean, how much more can come out bad about Biden that they, got pictures of with his hand in the cookie jar? Everybody kind of knows what he's done. That truth has already been viewed. It hasn't been, but that's not truth coming out. Truth's already come out on him. So, like, how much, what deeper truths, and I'm asking a question, can come out other than what we've been talking about with you?
Thank you.
On this particular, I don't know. I mean, I'm open, to Joseph Farrell turning up, Hitler's diaries while he was in Argentina, I mean, what that would be something.
That son of a bitch. I mean, it's amazing to me how these people always come out as hostile. When I first, when I was just appearing on some shows, and he showed up in the chat room attacking me, and it just goes to show how this piece of shit's got nothing to do, and where he's coming from. He's not out there to hear any new information. The interesting thing was he was completely adamant that the only people who dealt in the Nazi involvement in Antarctica were neo-Nazis. Then, of course, he started picking up on it because I guess he figured that I was going someplace with it. So, it's kind of like what they were doing on Coast to Coast AM when they brought me on, and after my article on Nexus Magazine and everything about Antarctica, Duncan Rhodes then proceeds to start attacking me after publishing my interview, censoring it no less, censoring out the most important part of it, which was about the years of war right here on the American home front in American skies with planes being shot down by Nazi saucers. And then when they bring on, oh God, Stephen Quayle. Then they brought on Stephen Quayle in the same episode to talk about Antarctica. In my place, of course, when they had me on only for a few minutes in the opening hour. But that's how the Satanists work, the Edomites. And originally, George Noy thought I was one, and then when he was informed by Michael Aquino I was not, and then he fobbed me off onto John B. Wells. Then, of course, you had John B. Wells claim himself that I launched his numbers, that he got all his numbers from me on Coast to Coast AM and then used those to start his own show. It just goes on and on. I have never been credited once. And it's everything from ground zero started because of me. They said so themselves. John B. Wells and the like. Now, of course, what Peter Moon has been speaking about concerning COP28, just so in case people don't know what he's talking about, just a small review here. I'll go deeper into it later at the beginning of monologue, because, of course, I'll be bringing up other aspects of it. Basically, what had happened was that it failed before it began. What Peter did not bring up, because I think Peter was just trying to get to the point of it all in terms of my contribution, was that we have to never forget, to use that term, which is going to become infamous as this war progresses. It's just going to become more and more of a mockery to Jewish people, this whole never forget. They're going to pay for that. It'll come back to them like a boomerang again and again. But we must never forget that the reason that COP28 was taking place in a petrostate, a petroleum nation, was because of Israel. And they had been dealing with the United Arab Emirates, and an alliance was being struck. Joe Biden was working towards this tirelessly. And what happened was that in return, the United Arab Emirates opened the first Holocaust museum in the Arab world and held this enormous multi-month festival about it. This I don't know what you would call it, kind of like it's not a festival per se. Everybody was there they had singers and dancers, Holocaust survivors, and of course everybody weeping over everything. The tales of all the people killed in the Holocaust, told and retold ad nauseum, to the point of vomit. And this was what got the United Arab Emirates the COP28, because it just wouldn't have happened otherwise. Israel pushed for it, and they made it happen. Because they said, they're Holocaust Memorial Remembrance fellows now. They've joined us in this in the narrative. Because of that, COP28 started there, and basically you had the KBPO, the Kick Big Polluters Out Coalition. They amassed a report on the representatives that were at COP28, and they were, all of them, we're talking about 3,000 people alone, representatives of coal, oil, and gas industries, all registered for COP28. This is supposed to be a climate crisis talk. Then the Sultan, Al-Jaber, he basically says, hey, no science for climate change. There is no climate change. And so catastrophically, the whole thing failed before it began. Everybody was just doing fossil fuel contracts. Humanity was headed yet ever closer towards extinction. So, yeah, my son was just openly in tears. The problem was that, of course, his husband, who we reference as Sugar Daddy for obvious reasons to hide his identity, affiliation with myself would be disastrous for him, if known openly and publicly. He, of course, along with all kinds of technology moguls, were also at COP28, trying to help transition humanity. And the problem was nobody was buying. So with everything going the way it was, the Blood Boys had wanted to participate in the typical kind of public protest. It would have been easy enough for Sugar Daddy to have flown them out there en masse for such an affair, but Again, Dubai, it's a criminally totalitarian state. Public protests are not allowed. So not only did they ensure through Israeli auspices that this was going to become a fossil fuel orgy, mankind's last wallow in the mud, that basically no one would be allowed to protest it. And so the only thing to do when they're all asking me for help and just looking at people like that, young, with no sense of future at all, I said, okay, you've got to make it so that Sugar Daddy enables me to have a landline link. We got to open up a line of communications between me and some of the representatives of Sultan Jabir. At which point, with my working out Arabic, I was able to speak to most of his underlings, even to him for the briefest of moments, and get them used to the idea that you can have it coming and going. Look, just make yourself, since you're already in charge of the National Oil Company of the United Arab Emirates, put yourself in charge of the Renewable Energies Department of the United Arab Emirates. Create one. Since they're a dictatorship, a oligarchy really, but totalitarian nonetheless, there's no question of litigation or legislation. They just do it. So he created one overnight, and before you know it, hundreds of nations for the first time in history agreed to transition out of fossil fuels. Kissingerian level diplomacy and not an ounce of recognition. Of course, it's understandable, and I don't resent this for a moment that Sugar Daddy has to get his credit. It couldn't have happened without him. So he deserves his credit in what went on with what his company gets in contracts. I don't want to give away too much of this. But in terms of myself, obviously, as Peter says, the world hears it maybe in a metaphysical sense, a resonant sense, maybe through the morphogenic field, but in the end, it's up to you. Understand that when, all the while I was doing this, the funny thing was, I picked up another gang stalker who started showing up in the threads, religious nut, had a photograph as his icon that you would have thought was scripture, but was just crap he wrote himself. It was completely non-scriptural, not even apocryphal, just crap he wrote himself. And he started attacking me with, "You've sold your soul. You've sold out. Nothing worse than a wolf in sheep's clothing. You deserve eternal damnation." And the interesting thing about this is, like, what the fuck did I do? Are you like saying that fossil fuels are biblical? What the fuck? It's this is what is bizarre to me. Where does that come from? It was something because we talked about that. This guy only started when we started bringing up the COP28 deal, and then he starts damning me for having sold out that I was preying upon the weak. I guess this guy truly believes that renewable energies are of the devil. This is the insanity of the population that we're contending with. At times like that, you really wonder if mankind shouldn't go extinct, that it doesn't deserve to. Honestly, of course, looking at my Son in the Blood boys, and of course contributors to my cause, has me change my mind. But honestly, it's just a never-ending struggle. And in that struggle, again, I guess there is the hope when you realize, of course, that the anti-gods, the Edomites and the Herodians, particularly the Israelis, as a nation state, as a culture worship, they are the Herodian culture, instated. The Erod is their national hero, the man who would have killed your God if you're a Christian, if you profess to be such, and not some kind of posier like the idiot dogging me in the commentary, whom I did block as best as YouTube allows these days. But when it comes to the anti-gods, the anthropic entities, since they are not part of our natural ecosystem, our cosmos, then in a sense there is far more hope of banishing them to a far greater degree, even if never totally or completely. There's still the hope of banishing them to a far greater degree than you would ever want to, devils or demons who function as a part of our cosmic ecosystem. So there's always that hope to consider and take heart in. Okay, back to Peter.
Well, thank you for that. It gives some nice context to what is going on in the world.
Yes. And,
I can only look back to when these important years when you're growing up and different changes. I guess you could call it a luxury as you get older, and you can look back and you can wax poetic. Not necessarily nostalgic. It can be nostalgic, but it's not nostalgia, it's poetic about the various factors in your life that contributed to what experience you've had, particularly positive experience. And one of the biggest struggle in my life was moving into Northern California, being completely culturally in culture shock, and having to assimilate to a completely different culture,
right,
which was intellectual, educated, academic, compared to, redneck oil field baseball, which I was glad to get out of, to tell you the truth. But that was I was more inclined to the Southern California surf culture, which is where I originally grew up. That was preferable to me. That was not intellectual, except the breakdown of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
But surfers can be quite intellectual when it comes to fighting waves.
Yeah. Yes.
But no. So it's like a complete culture shock, and all of this is to say you can go back and look and say, wow, look at all this stuff I learned when it was under a big challenge. But I could then, as I began to wake up, my intellect began to wake up, and I began to see that the direction everybody was going in was not a positive direction. They were just buying into a system that was perpetuating itself. It wasn't alive. Let me put it that way. And I did not feel like, when I read about the Tao, I said, I don't feel aligned with the Tao at all. But I wanted to be. And I saw that society and going to college would just make me one of them.
Right.
And one of them is fine if you want to just fit in, but that's all you'd be. You'd fit in, and you'd have a good job, have a family. I don't know, would you come home and watch TV, watch color TV? I don't know. That seemed to be what everybody seemed to rejecting. And I think a lot of them, turn into Reaganites and did end up with the color TV and a family. Although some of them turned out some pretty miserable kids. A lot of these kids that were born of hippies' parents are very resentful of their hippie parents. I remember seeing this. I was at the Hare Krishna Temple restaurant in Laguna Beach, and this guy sitting at the table next to me was lecturing his kid. Now this was probably in the 90s. He's lecturing his kid on karma and reincarnation. The kid couldn't have been like 10 years older or something. And I'm thinking, like, why is he telling his kid this stuff? He was lecturing it to him as doctrine. And I said, God, what why would he lay this on this kid? The kid wasn't asking. If it was my kid and she asked me, I'd say, well, this is a theory. You know. My daughter asked me about God because she was going to school with Christians and Jews. She said, what are you, Dad? I'd say, I'm none of that. And she said, what's God? I went over and I showed her a yin-yang symbol.
Cool.
She never asked me again.
There's several ways to take that. Either she was so satisfied by your response and took such comfort from it, or maybe the yin yang failed to intrigue her.
No. I feel that I responded to her. It wasn't just a brush off. I just explained basic elements of, positive, negative, and I don't remember exactly what I said, but she never asked me again. And I let her make up her own mind. And as they say, I had her go to Sunday school with her cousins when I went up to, do some investigations when I took her out to stay with her cousins. And she said that she, went to the Sunday school because I wanted her to get exposed just to see what it's like. And she said she had to stop from busting out laughing. Now, I hadn't told her that Sunday school was a bunch of shit or anything like that. I hadn't said anything negative. But she had to stop from busting out laughing because they were telling these Bible stories. And it was just, I guess, the whole context of it was just, she felt it was just utterly ridiculous.
In other words, it was self-evidently absurd. Go on.
Yeah. I don't even remember. I should ask her about it now that she's older. And, she'd hear about, she heard all this stuff about Jesus and whatnot when she went to school. And she went to school with, many kids were Jewish and many kids were Christian, and then a few were Muslim. None of them were pagans. But, so it's like, people are just, steered, and but this is what I was saying is this is what life is. Life is, and you'd like to think that people are learning. And I look back at so many of my classmates that are dead. They came up, they lived a life, they went to, they either went to school, universities, whatever they did, and they lived a life, and then the life ends. You can't judge what their life was. Whether it was ordinary, superior, inferior, good, okay. How can you place a judgment on it? It's not like none of them are purported to have, by their self-acclamation or by anybody else's acclamation, have reached nirvana, heaven, Shambhala, paradise, or anything. There's no aspersions to that. They just lived a life. And you can kind of look at it existentially. There's not like some collective gathering, apocalypse we're all going to meet, like a big rodeo. But this is kind of what feeds into mankind. This big, what do they call it? The great gathering, the great egregore. It's very much your own individual experience. And where does that go? And I heard an astrologer today talking about, he was reading something. It was horrible. Now, it wasn't what he was reading was horrible. It actually looked interesting. But for somebody to get on YouTube and start reading more than a paragraph,
Oh, for anyone to do that on in public discourse is abusive. Go on.
well, this guy actually does pretty good, and I've seen him give 2 YouTubes in the last week 2 weeks that were weak because he's reading. And I was explaining to Paula what filibustering is.
Right.
She didn't know what filibuster meant. And for those of you who do not know what filibustering is, it's when a congressman gets up and just reads out of some text just to take up time so that the other party can't put a bill into circulation, and they can choke off a bill that way.
Right.
By taking up all the time. So it's like filibustering is a time-honored practice in the Senate. And so I was explaining to her what a filibuster. This guy was like he was filibustering. He was just reading. It's tough to take. But he was saying something amidst his filibustering when he talked himself. It was interesting that basically what the author was saying is that this universe is full of so many archetypes and so many permutation of archetypes that there's something for everybody. No one solution is right. Like you could have Christian archetypes, you could have Islamic archetypes, you could have pagan archetypes, but there's something for everybody in this universe. And he was saying, and then this prompted something in me. It's like, with something about this universe having the prospect of redemption. Well, what the hell is redemption? Redemption is to make good. But what went bad? It's like when you take a concept like redemption, where did we go bad? When we were born? Before we were born? When our ancestors stepped out of the Garden of Eden? What is this idea of redemption? What it tells us is that something in the universe occurred that made redemption a prospect. So that's interesting in itself, and that we're tied to the prospect, or we wouldn't be thinking or talking about it. So we either have to separate ourselves from the prospect or exercise the prospect of redemption, which is that's just existential theology, like, okay, what's redemption? And that the universe has a supply of experiences and archetypes whereby we can seek this concept out, which then could also be categorized, as L. Ron Hubbard would say, a game. It's a game with a contest, and the contest is redemption. And you win. And with the pinball machine lights up. You get a free game. When you're playing pinball, traditionally that's what you would win, is a free game. A free game. You can keep on playing the pinball game. And life is kind of like that. It's like, what if you passed away and you say, wow, you did this pretty good. Now you know what the rules are. You've got some memory. You can go back and you can go into this incarnation and do this. And you go back and this is a free game. I don't know. It's just one way to look at things. And that could be an experience for somebody else. And somebody might say, well, no, that's a sucker's game. Free game is a sucker's game because you're going back into the morass. The point is that I guess there's an infinity of games. He was even explaining the infinity of the universe and the extreme amount of stars and universes out there. So it's like, infinity is there to be experienced, and we're just like these tiny tiny units of consciousness. It can only process too much. Your ability to process, Douglas, or stream through information is very different than most people's. Superior, yeah. You can process all sorts of information, yet you still have to deal with incarnate human experience.
Right.
Which is, involves sustenance, pleasures, work, even if it's going down to the store to get the water or Coke you need or whatever it is.
Yes.
It's involves effort. Every time you step out on the street in San Francisco has the potential to be an adventure.
Yes.
Rather than a walk.
It's true.
Or store.
Yes.
It may very well be a walk to the corner store. But it has the potential to be an adventure. So, how are we doing here? Anything we should touch on or cover that you can think of?
Oh, well, I would say that what comes to my mind at the moment, for whatever reason, is I definitely hope to talk to you privately before the big crunch hits, which will be, of course, the Friday the 22nd will be the Dongji. That will be the Winter Solstice Festival in Asia. So that will take us towards Christmas weekend. It'll be at that point I disappear until I come back for transmission. I do want people to understand that there's two reasons for me to come back for these transmissions on both Christmas Day and New Year's Day, and I want you all to know and appreciate the fact that these are also Asian holidays that are very different in nature. They're actually secular. Understand, of course, as I would assume, maybe people just don't get it. People who are Americans, of course, might be more familiar with the Philippines. The Philippines was an American colony rebuilt in our image, and before that it was a Spanish colony, extraordinarily Roman Catholicized, except of course for the Muslims who resisted in the south. But when it comes to the Filipinos, their Christmas season is months. They have months of Christmas season. And this comes from an extraordinarily religious matrix. They're very steeped in their religion to the point where there are people who make wishes for their families that will have themselves crucified because they have sick relations that they are making a sacrifice for. So they will literally have their hands and feet nailed to a cross as they pray for their family. Just comes to my mind, but Taiwan is not like that. We are, of course, right above the Philippines. Geologically, we're part of the same archipelago, but profoundly a world of difference. There's snow in Taiwan. There's no snow to be found in the Philippines. But when it comes to Taiwan, Christmas Day, December 25th, is Taiwan Constitution Day, just so people understand that. And when it comes to New Year's Day, that, of course, is a Gregorian solar calendar. Chinese, of course, we have our own lunar calendar. So for us, January 1st on the New Year's Day per the Gregorian solar calendar. For Taiwan, it would be Taiwan Republic Day. So there's two very secular, highly politicized holidays in Taiwan on those days. So I have those to honor and teach the Blood Boys about to further their understanding of the world. I will be doing that, but then coming back for the transmissions, because obviously I need to encourage people to contribute as much as possible. For everybody that contributes, they keep me alive because I use that money for supply runs. But of course, San Francisco being as expensive as it is, these supply runs use up a good deal of the money just every time I go. And I have to go often because there's no potable water in my home. So I subsist off Coke, beer, and bottled water that I purchase. So it's not cheap, and I still have to make rent. So I'll be back to continue to ask for contributions on Christmas and on New Year's for reasons that should be understandable. And at the same time, I understand there's an epidemic of loneliness that has truly become intensive and pervasive in the United States. In aftermath of COVID, it's only gotten worse. So I do want to be here for this extended family that has developed over the years, and I will be here for you. And of course, my son, the Blood Boys, would have it no other way. They understand that completely, that some of the people that I communicate with out there, just by being here, just by speaking to you on bandwidth, that you are an extended family that that appreciates my company, and definitely has come to, in a certain sense, come to depend on it, if for nothing else, as a reliable source of news that is not propagandized with that taint that we've all come to know and hate from either the left or the right. Now, well, one of the things that comes to mind at times like this, with what Peter Moon was speaking about, and forgive me as I try to gain my voice back. Again, there's that hydration issue. I've got bottled water with me, but don't want to start drinking it right now. I do want to see that. Do want to say that what comes to my mind is what Peter brought up about Mara. That you have Mara would be the Buddhist Satan. So understand that. Mara may seem like a mocking mirror of the Enlightened One, the Buddha. However, always remember, or rather never forget, that Mara is an ancient entity who confronts all delving into mysteries of the universe, both within and without. My mother taught me about not being tempted by him, because certainly she was of such a stage of awareness that I have no doubt that she had encountered Mara as well in her own experiences. Mara, of course, would be considered by the Edomites, or the Herodian insurgency, to be an avatar of Yog Sothoth, an avatar of one of the outer anti-gods, the dweller on the threshold. And as the dweller on the threshold, Mara would be both the key and the gate, the anti-god of portals, the god of the anti-tree. In other words, neither the tree of life nor death, but rather the tree of antimatter. Such would be kind of like a Kabbalah that would be the antimatter equivalent. And Mara acts to repel seekers of cosmic secrets who stumble into the interstices between dimensions, where, of course, the anti-god of portals would dwell. But Mara has rules to his own game. And if a seeker is able to endure Mara's chosen test, be it a riddle or inner temptation or even integrity, the visitor is allowed to proceed into deeper mysteries unscathed. Over the ages, of course, Mara has taken on many titles in many cultures, and is one of the first challenges to the mettle of any sorcerer that's serious about magic. It's Mara's role as the dweller on the threshold that keeps humans from delving into the esoteric mysteries they should not by any rights know. Understand that this is an insurgency. When I use that term, there is the genuine Satan, Lucifer, Mara. These are part of our cosmic ecosystem. They're doing what God created them to do, authorized them to do. But the insurgency by the Edomite, the Herodians, in their gating in, portaling in the anti-gods, has corrupted certain manifestations of these entities. so that a human doesn't know whether what they're meeting would be an honest devil or demon, a naturally infernal entity, or an Adamic entropic entity that would be anti-natural. Not supernatural, but anti-natural. So always remember that danger that has gotten ever more pronounced as the Edomites have become ever more powerful on Earth. And that would be one aspect of a Christmas gift to grant you now. The other thing I think that might come to mind if I think about it would be that Mara's special attention policing Earth prevents penetration of universal truths and has created a kind of pocket, a pocket of reality that's an exception to the normal rule of the universe. Now, he has a threefold role, kind of like a mirror image of the Holy Trinity, and functioning in his threefold role of guide, guardian, and tempter. Mara usually appears either physically or telepathically to a target. And upon arrival, Mara has full possession of all of the contacted person's greatest fears, hopes, and darkest secrets. He uses this knowledge to turn the person away from investigations into the unknown by corrupting the individual and driving them insane. So remember, this is the Buddhist equivalent of the devil in Gethsemane, the devil in the garden tempting Christ with secular power on earth. Now, imagine a world in which Christ had accepted that temptation, had fallen into that temptation and became the ruler of the Roman Empire. Imagine how different our maps would look. Imagine a world that would be literally hell on earth. You might think it's not that much different now. And in reality, it's not. Because the leaders of the American Empire and the empire of the British before Americas did just that. Britain for well over 100 years was ruled by the Hellfire Club. People who had said yes to that temptation. And the Americans inherited their mantle. This was unnatural and should never have happened. It's why we're in a hell on earth now, where Israel, a rogue state, is unleashed and not only does what it does, but feel as if you should praise them for it. As if you should be on their side and that there's something wrong with you in case you're not. This is insanity. Those whom the gods destroy, they first make mad. In terms of what my mother described at one time as an encounter that I'm certain was Mara, he manifests as an emaciated Brahmin with ebony skin, clad in only a linen loincloth, of course. The humility of the fakir, or the ascetic, always with the legs crossed in a yogic meditation style, floating, or rather levitating, as, of course, a truly enlightened being would. But the most unsettling feature, you've probably seen it on some of the Buddhist statues. Instead of Janus, the two-faced god of the Greeks, facing forward and backward, looking forward in time and looking backward into the past, Janus being the god whom the month of January is named after, because it starts a new cycle in the chronology. Mara has four faces, his head bearing four countenances, each facing in one of the four cardinal directions. They shuttle, in other words, change, kind of like the revolving of the head of the young girl possessed in the movie The Exorcist. And they experience a different emotion, or rather, they'll shuttle to a different face as Mara experiences a different emotion in terms of his confrontation with yourself. And each one of those four faces would convey, like the masks of tragedy and comedy, something fossilized, frozen, petrified for eternity. Fear, rage, guile, or greed. And each face is a gross caricature of the emotion. And of course, it's through telepathic contact that you would speak, or rather that Mara would speak to you, invoking the displayed emotion in onlookers and confusing them, distracting them from their goals. It's possible to invoke Mara on the Earth realm through the Forbidden Sutra, of course, through the Kinki Kyoten in the native Japanese, as well as other works derivative of that ancient tome that I'm aware of. Certainly Michael Aquino had a few. And that was something he was interested in, was my mother's experiences. And he recorded them all. Of that I have never doubted. Of course, Peter and I found some evidence that that was definitively the case fairly recently, but we'll go into that privately again, I'm sure, at some point. So, Peter, it's almost, well, it's a minute after midnight. Love you dearly. Whatever else comes to your mind, go ahead and share it with us. Our numbers are great.
I'm going to transcribe what you just said about Mara. It's very good for the book. It's very good. And if I have time, I've got a lot to deal with administratively, tomorrow especially, and even over the next few days. But if I want to find some, a little bit of time to transcribe that and get back to sweating out the book, because the stuff about Mara is just, what you just said there is so helpful and instructive to anybody who's pursuing anything of this nature, of this path. So it was very good what you just said, and we'll leave it at that for now. In the meantime, I can't say how much I appreciate all of you getting on board with us and supporting Douglas. And do remember to contribute. Thank you to those who have. DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button. It's making a fantastic Christmas for him and for all of us. It's a good time. It's a good time, and I'm sure it will get better. I got to crank out my newsletter too. I'm into it to a certain extent, but I got to crank that out. That's the Montauk Pulse. Subscribe to that.
Yes.
And you'll get a substantial discount on his book when it comes out. That's at skybooksusa.com. And with that, I'll say goodbye. And I've got the doctor in the morning.
Okay.
But I'll try and maybe I'll say hello. We'll see how sleep goes.
Sure. Either way, it'd be fine. We always appreciate you dropping in the morning. So most blessed be. Yes.
Okay. Good night, everybody. Good night.
Good night. Take care. Sweet be thy dreams, and blessed be thy slumber. Okay. All right. That's Peter Moon. And we're going to recommend skybooksusa.com and, of course, his Time Travel Education Center website, which I think is just simply found through Time Travel Education Center. Looking that up with the name of Peter Moon, and you should find it. Aristides, are you with us, good sir? I'm going to try and bring other people in, and let's see if we can do that. And
I am with you.
Excellent. So let's try and take a look at our usual suspects. All right, going to breathe deeply, start clicking in the names here. we only have maybe tonight or maybe next episode before Brendan Zogi goes on vacation, so to speak. He'll be searching for something. He's on his own quest. He can share with us whatever he feels comfortable sharing. And of course, we had a lot of time to spend with George Knight, more than we have in a long time. He certainly appreciated it, but it did throw back my ability to host monologue for many days now. We'll see if I can get into that tonight. And if I do, I'll certainly attempt to address certain aspects of the Boston Tea Party again. Mark H., of course, is a Bostonian, or he can explain to us if he comes on whether he's a native Bostonian or not, or whether he just kind of acculturated. And we'll, of course, dial people who we hope someday will respond. Every once in a while they did in the past. Amanda Ute, most certainly, who also has a pet squirrel. And that would be nice if she could talk to Brooke now that she has one. Okay, I'm going to press the add button, and hopefully we're going to get some response. Is there somebody I'm not remembering? Well, a shout out to Stephen Myers, or just Stephen. I'm not dialing until he asks me to, because as he said, he's trying to recover himself, and that's completely understandable. Okay, let's see who comes on with us so that I can refresh myself. And, okay, now. So, Brendan has joined us. No need to be on mute, Brendan. Do join us and tell us how many he's making chai. That's adorable. And hopefully he'll tell us how many days we have left, gifted with his presence before he retreats into his quest. He says a few more minutes. Okay, we'll give a check there. Oh my goodness. Amy Como. No, she's not. Not yet, at least. Oh yes, needed to clarify some things with her. She was left some wonderful comments on the thread, and obviously George Knight and I didn't communicate as effectively as we could have. So we'll just make some minor historical corrections. But I'm sure the miscommunication was on our part. Oh my god. So, as I prepare to dive deep into subjects that are as bad as some of these subjects are in terms of their gravity, they're not nearly as repellent as some of the other subjects I considered going into, which I'll probably go into on Wednesday. I mean, it'll be inescapable, a number of the subjects that the current geopolitics force to the fore. So while I stretch here, do share with us, dear Aristides, anything you're comfortable with bringing up personally, or anything you feel...
Personally,
yeah,
I've been somehow sidetracked a little bit chatting with a guy. He brought up like Buddhism, and I was like, oh, I'm listening to these guys talk about that right now. In fact, some very interesting information, and kind of bringing up some of the stuff you're talking about, which I'm glad you brought it up again, because that was pretty fascinating. So,
thank you.
Might even send him something to listen to. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Stuff about Buddhism. Yeah. Check this out.
Yeah, I wonder how.
Two episodes. Two episodes ago was when you started that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you started talking about all that, the Forbidden Sutra and the Black Lotus and all this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Stephen Myers is calling. Let's merge him. Okay. There we are. There we are, dear Stephen. So, Stephen, I hope you're feeling better. We've just heard Aristides talk about sharing the program, and it's so important people do that. I don't know if you have enough people to share it with in terms of who might be interested, but do share with us how things have been for you, whatever you're comfortable sharing, work, your health, how's everything going? Your mother, how's everything? Yes.
Everything's fine. Just just recuperating, man. And I've just been getting to bed early these days, and they're gonna change my hours in January. I get up at 12 o'clock at night, so I'll have enough energy to stay up at night because I've been getting my sleep lately, man, just to stay in good health, man. I read this book about sleep, and it was interesting, to get your 7-8 hours of sleep a day, man.
Absolutely. The overwhelming majority of Americans in particular are so sleep deprived. It's not funny. It's a national crime. So tell us a bit about what you found out about sleep, why it's so important. Share.
Well, I read this book, and when I heard you, talk about it on one of your programs, and I read a scientific book on it. I think it's called Why We Sleep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's called Why We Sleep. And I'm just reading the book now. On how it affects your health, your mental, down the line in the future. Sleep is so important,
Mm-hmm.
So,
absolutely.
So I'm doing scientific research on that. But otherwise, I'm mostly all ears now, man. What do you think about that little satanic churches, man? I was on YouTube and I see that they're setting up these churches where they even have little kids dressed up as little devils, man.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, it's certainly you're not surprised. They're trying to normalize. No. Yes, go on.
No, I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked, but it's just something to mention, man. It's boy, this is something else, man.
No, I appreciate your bringing it up. Now, I'm presuming this is with what's called, and Aristides, help me out here. Brendan can help as well once he's available. I believe this is the Temple of Satan. Yes, this is what they call themselves.
Yeah.
These are the people who claim to be free speech advocates, and they cloak everything in Satanism. And so I believe they call themselves the Temple of Satan in disambiguation from the Church of Satan and the Temple of Set.
I meant to ask you about that. This is like the newer, the upstart version, right?
It's upstart in a sense, but it's really just an extension, like a new facade of a united front. They all trace back to a truly, shall we say, obviously, as I said, our greatest hope with the cults is the fact that they are, after all, cults of chaos, and they are antithetical to each other. Brendan has just provided a link on the Satanic Temple. So here we are, Planned After School Satan Club. So this is what I believe that Stephen is referencing. And so when it comes to the Satanic Temple, this new modus operandi, the method of operation, he says these are the same people that put up the Baphomet statue. Yes. So he says they are super lame, cheesy. Yeah, they certainly are, but they managed to destroy that project of Benestenius, who hired one of them to film everything when he brought me down into Arizona, and just basically all of it, of course, was quote-unquote lost, destroyed, really, all the audio wiped out by the technician that he hired, who was a member of the Temple of Satan, which just goes to show you what an idiot Benestenius is. I'm sorry, it has to be said. I mean, how can you not do any investigation into the people that you're employing? It's beyond me. But this shows they've been around since the time that I was dealing with Benestenius. They're not particularly new. They're not particularly upstart. They've been around for a while. And they're simply a newer form of attack on the body politic, on the norms of society, trying to normalize that which is abnormal or anti-normal. And they claim to do so in the name of free speech, that this is all, that's right.
It's amazing, man. What a society, man.
And also they claim to be advocating for maintaining separation of church and state. In other words, their claim is that they're attacking the hypocrisy of the increasing unification of church and state. Of course, this has always been kind of part of the American experience. This is not something that I'm particularly going to argue about in the sense of your average conservative American, because your average conservative American does not know what they're talking about when it comes to the national roots or origins of the matrix of the norm. In other words, most people think of the Founding Fathers as godly men, that these were men who were God-fearing, and that they were creating essentially a Christian empire. And nothing could be further from the truth. These were godless men. These were deists, and these were men who believed that God had abandoned the universe. And therefore, they had themselves the potential to take God's place, that they could ascend to divinity themselves. So these were truly antitheistic individuals. They were corrupt, they were Adamic, they were Herodian, and they were as evil as you could get. This was an evil empire from its foundation. American conservatives, of course, will find that anathema. They can't handle that truth. It destroys them. And so they react by rejecting what I say, but it's reality. But we are also now faced with this. We do not have a constitutional republic based on godliness, but we do have, because of the Founding Fathers in their anti-godliness, a separation of church and state. If they were godly men, they never would have done that. Please use logic here, and if you hear what I say, you understand it makes perfect sense. And so when it comes to the situation that we're contending with, this is a, shall we say, taking what the Founding Fathers did and taking it to its logical conclusion. It's kind of like with Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand espouses a godless capitalism, and then the magus Anton Szandor LaVey takes that and simply imbues magic ritual upon it, per his own admission. Says that my Church of Satan is atheistic. It's based on Ayn Randian philosophy, with the addition of magical ritual for self-aggrandizement, which is, of course, the whole Randian trip, which is her objective. And indeed, it's why they call it objectivism. It's not because you're objective as in detached. There's an element of psychotic detachment, but your objective is realizing your objectives at the cost of everyone else. That's the truly psychotic perspective. Now, go back to the Founding Fathers, and of course their Declaration of Independence, which, as I brought up before, there's no... And of course, I understand people may not want to live in a Chinese or Japanese cultural matrix. They might find it too confining, too constricting. They probably, well, if you're raised in an environment like America, of course it would be intolerable. So, look, it's not something I'm trying to convert people to, but at least understand that in these incredibly socialized nations, and by that I mean societally matrixed nations, they're not socialized in the sense of socialism. They are socially coherent. And as socially coherent nations with a solid identity, of course, a lot of that was devastated by communism in mainland China. But in Taiwan and Japan, think of the Confucianist nations like Korea, South Korea, and you have an understanding of the natural Asian social matrix. And in Japanese language, there's no word for privacy. You have to have a loan word from English for that. In Chinese language, there's no word for independence. You have to have a loan word for that. But the closest concept the Chinese have to quote-unquote independence is an iconograph, a pictograph, a Chinese character that implies the criminal mindset. And essentially, you would interpret it as, if you were to translate it or transliterate it, basically that character would represent fuck everybody, every man for himself. So when they translate the Declaration of Independence into Chinese, traditional Chinese, it comes off as a criminal contract between criminals agreeing that every man for himself has agreed to say fuck everybody. That's basically, I think, the most accurate translation of the true meaning of the Declaration of Independence. So understand, I come from a very different social matrix. This would be Spock talking to you on the Starship Enterprise. I'm the Vulcan on your starship. I'm here to tell you how if you don't take my advice, you're headed into a black hole from which you cannot pull out of. So heed my advice, and this is where your freedom of speech is bringing you, your separation of church and state is bringing you. It's bringing us to the Temple of Satan, starting after school clubs. It's the logical, just as the logical outcome for Ayn Rand was the first Church of Satan. The logical outcome of the constitutional republic established by a bunch of Freemasonic deists is the Temple of Satan. And there you have it.
I think it's like a little. They're going to be little Chucky dolls.
Yeah,
they're going to produce.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I appreciate what you're saying, and Chucky has charm. Chucky is witty. Yeah. He has charm. It's like Freddy Krueger. Freddy Krueger has an incredible amount of wit for someone who's supposed to be portrayed as a pedophile child molester. He seems to spend most of his time tormenting teenagers and basically cracking jokes. So he uses the term bitch a lot, which is kind of like a reference to prison experience, I presume, because, of course, you make people your bitch in prison, or you're made one yourself. But he tries to assert psychological dominance by using the term bitch a lot and calling people bitch. I noticed that simply the other day, that it sounds a lot like Brooke Gibson, who uses the term bitch a lot. And so, by the way, Brendan says, hi. Oh, so Brendan, come on in here and tell us. Okay, so explain to us your what you can about that, please. Either that, or he's making chai like for an army or something. But Stephen, continue along with Aristides, both of you.
Yeah. But I was thinking about those, even like I read stories like 5-year-old kids or kids find guns and, accidentally or whatever, they just shoot their own parents. Find their guns in the house, and the gun's not locked up. Even a 5-year-old can, pick up a gun.
It's funny you bring that up. It's funny you bring that up, because I'm going to try and address guns tonight. So what brought that up?
I don't know. I always have that in my mind when I read these stories, these crazy stories about these kids who, find guns in the house and murder their own parents, just shoot them.
But bear in mind, most of the time that's not accidental at all. It's the kid has no concept of death, and they intentionally shoot their parents because they have no concept of the seriousness of what they're doing. Not that I'm excusing them or defending them, but this is because they play video games or they watch TV, and all too often, people who get shot don't die. There's been a Western movie that really sticks out to me. And what is it called? It's the guy's taking all these women across the frontier who have gone crazy, with frontier life, Western movie. I'll look it up while you,
Westworld. No. You burning out.
No. Oh God, no. That's old stuff. Western movie. Okay. I'm sorry?
No. You can go on. I'm just listening.
Just a horse thief. He was a horse thief, transporting woman who's crazy's a harsh term. Let me see. I'm not getting it. Why am I not getting it? This should be coming up like easily. This should be like, why am I getting bullshit? This is about horse thief. I know the fucker was a horse thief because they start the film with him it being hanged. And of course he's not yet dead. Western movie about horse thief transporting crazy woman. I'll have to add, even though I hate that term, crazy woman. Okay. And the Horseman? No, that's not it. It had that guy in it who plays in Men in Black. Who's the guy who plays in Men in Black? And
I know you're talking about.
The old guy, the old white guy.
Yeah, he played in, I think, the One Armed Man or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tommy Lee something.
Yes, Tommy Lee Jones. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tommy Lee Jones.
So let's look that up. Tommy Lee Jones. Okay, and I should get it even though I misspelled it. So let's add that L in there. All right. It says it's the Horseman. Okay, so it is. It is the Horseman. Jesus Christ! That no wonder I couldn't remember the fucking name. Who could remember that name? Oh, it's Holmesman. Holmesman. No wonder I couldn't remember that name either. That's such a stupid name. Anyhow, there's a scene in that film where he blows a guy's foot, point blank. The guy's coming down the stairs, and he's angry because the guy wouldn't give him and the ladies a place to sleep that night, and they were exhausted. So he expends more energy on tearing the place down. Now, I can understand his desire to do that, but if I were exhausted and people said, you can't come in, we have no charity here, fuck off. There's a point to, okay, you're exhausted. Do you expend your energy finding someplace else, which you're stuck with doing anyway if you burn the place down, which is what he does? Or do you just go about doing that, or do you expend an enormous amount of calories, extra energy, burning the place down and basically killing or at least injuring a number of people in it? Anyhow, so the one scene where the guy comes down the steps and he blows his foot. He puts a bullet directly point blank into his foot while he's coming down the stairs, and the guy goes, ah! Like, oh! And it's like, dragging himself back up the stairs. And that is such bullshit. It's like, look, when you have a bullet go into your foot, it's not, oh, that hurts, I'm dragging my ass back upstairs. It is, you basically scream at the top of your lungs, and you keep screaming and you don't stop. You're going to let the whole world know how unhappy you are. And it's going to go on for hours where you're going, oh, it's just, no. And it's just, this is the problem, is that these kids watch shit like that, and then they just think that violence is like, a bullet's a bee sting. A bullet is a bee sting because that's what media shows them. So they have no concept. So when you have guns in the house, these children are going to pick it up and they're going to shoot you because they cannot perceive you dying because nobody does in the films. So, go on, Brendan. Right? So, Brendan, tell us about the time you shot your dad. Or I'm sure you wanted to.
Yeah, that never happened.
Or your mom, for that matter. Yeah, even though that never happened either.
Surprisingly, I never had any kind of homicidal tendencies. But, in lieu of what happened, or I guess in spite of what happened. But, yes. Yeah.
So, do explain Haidao.
Haidao? Oh, that's a Chinese word for pirate.
Thank you.
The one you were talking about.
Cool.
When you talking about people with freedom and independence, that's what they think of.
Yeah, that's right.
Some guy that just goes around taking whatever he wants.
Yeah. It's there you go. That's exactly the point of One Piece. Tell them.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. That is the premise of One Piece, is that in that kind of world where everything's like controlled from the top down, the world government claims it's about justice and freedom, but in reality it's the pirates who are the most free in that world. So that's why they want to, discover, they have ambition enough to go out and change the world, whereas everyone else is just, living under the rules of the so-called world government.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so by all means, Stephen, respond, and also Aristides, I'd like you to participate more because I'm going to refresh myself. Gentlemen, is it okay? Tell me if you want to say something before I go.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about the Westerns when, the guy shoots him and he dances, give him a hot foot.
Right. Yeah, and if you happen to hit his foot, then at that point there's no hot foot. At that point it's like you're basically just think about this. In those days, basically you have just ended life as for this individual as they knew it. That foot is going to be amputated. That foot is going to be amputated. It's basically going to be sawed off This person is going to be fixed with some kind of wooden appendage if they survive that. If they manage to survive infection or gangrene and are lucky enough to get it in time so that sepsis doesn't go through the system, the foot's going to be sawed off. It's just, these are not, innocuous events the way they show them in movies where it's like the stupid thing in Lethal Weapon. The stupid first entry into the franchise. The Danny Glover says, "We shoot them in the leg." Like it's innocuous, like you're slapping them on the thigh. We shoot them in the leg. The leg has vital arteries. You shoot somebody in the leg, they're just as likely to die as if you shoot them in the chest. You break open the right vein, and this bleeding's going to be monumental. It's like none of this is innocuous, people. But
you could see that in the commentary on online, people saying, "Oh, if that was me, I would just shoot him in the leg and the arm, and then I would, run away or something." And it's like they just don't understand that like what you're saying.
Thank you.
Yeah,
you're still shooting someone.
I see it all the time on these police videos, like crime. I like to watch police videos. Now they're showing executions on YouTube. When police shoot people and criminals. It's interesting. It's like Faces of Death now.
Right. Yeah, it's a constant stream. It's like Faces of Death net stream or something.
Right. Yeah, that's actually what I saw earlier when those people were commenting that it was like some crazy crackhead with a screwdriver and they just shot her in the leg. Yeah, and it's just like, I mean, at that point I would get my billy club out. Like, how come? Like, that's what they do in England.
Yeah, thank you.
Beat the shit out of you.
Yeah,
not here.
Yeah,
don't
blunt force.
See them shoot women with a knife. They could just subdue a woman. Yeah. Drop the knife, and the cop just pumps up full of lead.
It's outrageous. No, it's outrageous. Yeah. There's no words.
You can see the comments. The people in the comments are like, "Good," like they're all happy about it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
But if they were on the other side of that, of course they wouldn't be singing that.
No, of course not. No, this is like why we've got a fucked up educational system. The problem is people are being quote unquote educated by the internet, and that's got to stop. So obviously we need a.
I mean, it's almost like a freight train. I don't know if it can stop. It's like, I mean, that's like very impossible.
Believe me, I'm not going to argue. Your point's well taken. It's the horror of our present existence. Is that
it's what the Patalis wanted. That's why they made it available.
No,
like those beings that gave us the internet. You were there.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah,
that was their reasoning. Is just we're just going to give it to everyone. It's like it goes back to what you're saying about the Satanic Temple. It's like,
thank you.
That's their philosophy. Is like, look, everyone has access to everything, and they know it's going to lead down the dark path, like the dark. It's going to go into the Dark Lord's favor. But that was the point. The more freedom you have, the more dangerous it is.
Thank you.
But, just like it says in whatever, like those Marvel comics, like a lot of responsibility, a lot of power comes with responsibility. So instead of teaching people that, they just say, look, you have free access to everything you've ever wanted, like this hedonistic madness. And then now look where we're at.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm grateful. Yeah, of course it does. I'm grateful for the porn myself, but everybody else is they'd be better off.
But you were already illustrating it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And believe me, your average person out there who thinks they're a researcher, they'd be better off spending their time cruising for porn than they are doing what they're doing, thinking that they're informing themselves by going into this cesspit of bullshit that they're all diving into. Honestly, okay, I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, 14 some odd minutes, so
okay.
I know you guys have got this.
Sign off.
What? Whoa, can't you stay on until I return?
Before you come,
Let him go, Doug.
Sleep. I usually tune in. I talk to Brendan for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries. It's no problem.
Good.
If you have to
Good.
go, it's not a big deal.
Yeah. And but certainly we appreciate your need for rest, and I'm just glad you were able to drop in with us.
Right after he just talked about sleeping.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so
I can actually go into that if you're curious about. I was gonna add to that. So
Okay.
maybe
But-
while
Sure.
Doug is
so
gone,
while I
can tell you a
refresh
little bit.
myself, let Brendan take that away. I'll be back soon enough, and I'll go mute for now. Okay.
Okay, Doug.
Thank you,
See you.
Stephen. Bless you.
You too. Yeah, what
I'm
you got
here.
to say about that, Brendan? About sleep?
Yeah, so I was
I
gonna
know a bit
add to-
about it. The spirit world, when you go to sleep, the healing
Yes.
takes place. It's a form of death, and we reanimate,
Yes, exactly. And it's
because that's
part
where
of
all the healing takes place, your body and your soul leaves, and,
absolutely. That's
yeah.
like what the in Vedic, in the Vedic terminology, when you go into dreamless sleep,
Right.
like the deepest cycle of the sleep
Yeah.
cycle,
REM.
your
Yeah.
your spirit returns to basically um, it returns to the Brahma itself,
Right.
like it returns to the fullness, the wholeness of divine,
Mm-hmm.
because there's you don't have all this stimuli and all these different things taking you in all these directions. It's like you get a chance to recuperate and just
Right.
dissolve into the oneness of divine. And then
Yeah.
when you come back, you don't know what happened. It's just kind of like
Right.
you
It's
feel
like
rejuvenated.
reincarnation.
Yes, it's like a recharge. Yeah,
Yeah.
like a mini reincarnation, like a recharge.
Right.
And
Mm-hmm.
go ahead.
It was a deep movie, that movie Ghost, with I
Yes.
think it's Patrick Swayze.
Yes.
That was a deep movie on death and murder. How, because I don't understand how somebody can always say rest in peace, because when you're murdered, when somebody murders you or you
Yes.
die a shocking death, your soul doesn't rest in peace. You become a hungry ghost.
Yeah. It
You
depends
like
on
roam
being,
the earth.
yeah, but
And
yes.
you're not at peace unless, at old age, when you die in your bed and in your sleep. Now that's resting in peace.
Right.
Not
Yeah,
that.
people have that, that just that vision that like, dying in your sleep is the best way. I mean, I've heard that many times. People say that's the
Yeah.
best way to go,
Because when you
which
because
logically it is.
when you think about it, it's like you're sleeping. Say if you're murdered, say if you go through the murder stage, it's like somebody throwing freezing cold water on you in your sleep and you're in
Yeah.
shock.
Yeah. It's very shocking to die in those kind of ways. And
Yeah.
that's a fact, because the soul or not the soul, the spirit, the Atman inside you, there's like a breath, the Atman. There are many bodies inside of this body. That's what the Vedic
Right.
tells. So it's like, of course, if you leave this body immediately and you're like, it's going to be definitely jarring to see
Yeah.
what happened. And that's why in like you see in Star Wars where they took this, but in the ancient Vedic way, they
Yeah.
always advocated to do cremation of the body,
Right.
because then the spirit doesn't have anything to attach to. It's kind of like it allows your spirit an easier time to leave.
Right.
So that's why they emphasize like cremation, because then there's nothing for it to be like regretting, it just
Right.
has an easier time of moving on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that like soul fragmentation? You ever heard of that? When your soul
Yeah.
soul fragmentation. Say you can be possessed, in fragments, from someone, the vibrations, from somebody else, somebody else's
Oh,
soul.
yeah.
You
Oh, yeah.
know? Yeah, because I'm into that too, that deep spiritual thing.
Mhm.
You know,
Yes.
what you talk about. So I understand a lot of things you talk about, because I read like snippets from the Indian Bible, and
Yeah.
these other spiritual cats. I know his name is Dr. Gibson. I went to a few of
Yes.
his meetings. It's Thai bro, but he talks about the ancient cultures, Asian cultures and other Indian cultures, and European
Right.
cultures on death, and what they believed in. So it's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Reincarnation. This is not our first time here. Of course not.
No, reincarnation's real. I mean, that's
Yeah.
transmigration of the soul is definitely a thing.
Yeah. It's even in the
happens.
Bible. The cutting
Oh,
of
yeah.
the cord.
Yes.
The
Silver
Creator
core.
give us protection where you don't remember things in your past lives.
Oh
You
yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
interesting.
That's all. That
I know
system's
you're
all
on that
set up
level.
deliberately. Yes, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
And yeah, that's the.
I said, yeah, you're pretty deep into that stuff. Like I'm always willing to learn, but I learn a lot from spiritual masters. Very few. I only know really one that's on that level.
Yes.
Only one that I listen to, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
And his name
At
is
one
like,
point in the history, like everyone was up to speed on that. Like you
yeah,
would call it like the ancient times, the Vedic times, the
right,
Egyptian times. Like all these people were up to speed.
yeah,
Where they knew that, like that was just a fact. Like, and if
yeah,
you go to places like Africa or even the Native Americans when they were
hmm,
like closer to
yeah,
their traditions, is like they actually lived knowing that. I mean, that's how they
right,
lived. They lived their life as a preparation for death. It wasn't
yeah,
the other way around. Like
right,
YOLO, live once. You only live once,
yeah,
so you can do
all that
whatever you
crap.
want. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was not
kill all
part of
you
their.
want, destroy
Yeah,
all you want, and there's no afterlife.
yeah, yeah.
You don't
That
have to pay
nihilistic
for
kind of
anything.
craziness that we've developed.
Yeah.
Um, but now, I mean, I would say now that there's enough evidence like that proves reincarnation. I mean, there's so
Oh
many
yeah.
things that are out there
Oh
that
yeah.
can prove it.
Yeah, definitely, man. The stages of life and death, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's
There's
interesting.
even some beings that claim to have uh like quantitative data on the weight of the human soul.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Like it's
Right.
21 grams or something like this
Yeah.
can be
Yeah.
measured. So there's definitely an energy exchange that happens, and it's like you can see the body as like a Russian doll. It's like,
Right.
it's like there's like a shell, and then
Yeah.
when you die, that shell breaks, and then all these other bodies come out. And that's
Right.
what like Vedic talks about. There's like all these like bodies within bodies, and that's
Mhm.
like covering the soul itself or the spirit,
Right.
what's called the Atman.
Yeah.
And
I
so
was,
you may, yeah,
huh?
yeah,
Yeah, I was just wondering too. If people who do a lot of evil can come back as a lower form, an animal, or
yeah,
because we're all connected with the animals, the animal kingdom.
yes,
We're all connected to
yeah,
beastly things. Even insects and bugs. A mosquito can take you out.
yeah, true,
Kill you.
yes.
It's
That's the
interesting.
karmic cycle. Like it's called
Yeah.
the six paths.
Right.
There's like six paths in Buddhism, but it comes from Vedic. It's Naraka, which is the hell path. Then there's
Yeah.
the animal path. Then
Yeah.
there's the human path, the Deva path, and then the
Uh-huh.
Asura path. And then there's the sixth path, which is like an elemental sage. So there's
Yeah.
like levels you can ascend to before you go back to spirit, like
Right.
completeness. And
You.
it's
Uh-huh.
not easy to happen. Like if you do wrong actions once, like you make a mistake in this life,
Right.
it's not like easy, like you become reincarnated as like a rat or something, or a roach,
Right.
or worse, quote unquote worse, because it's all relative. But
Yeah.
it definitely happens like that.
Yeah.
Especially that's why people should be careful, especially when they become conscious, not necessarily
Yeah.
as children or whatever, because it's not your choice how you were raised or whatever. But once you
Right.
become conscious, you got to be very deliberate. This is how like the real Buddhists or the real Vedics see it. Like
Right.
if you go around killing something, or like you have this kind of what's the word for it, like you have this kind of resentment where you're okay with killing stuff,
Oh yeah.
or you think, oh, it's just a bug, I'm gonna smash it, all that stuff. Like
Yeah.
you will end up having to deal with that situation in one of your future lives. And it's like,
Right.
that's a scary prospect, but that's why
Yeah.
like beings in the past were always deliberate with what they did. Like
Yeah.
going to war was like a huge deal. Like the king had to take on all that karma of his kingdom. Like he had to make that decision, and his entire kingdom would be not only in this life, like the Pharaoh, when he declares war, it's not just this life where he's like putting his
Right.
kingdom at stake. It's like his future lives he has to go through, even possibly being a peasant in a war. So they actually thought of these things.
Right.
Like they had bigger perspectives on
Yeah, because
killing and
your
war.
consciousness is the only thing you take it with you when you die anyway, basically.
Yes. Yeah,
You know?
and they knew that. They knew that.
Yeah, that goes
The
with
Egyptian
you.
concept of like the ba and the ka,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I've been to Egypt twice, way
Oh,
back
yes.
in the 90s. I went to the
Okay. Yeah.
northern part, the museum. Then I went to the Valley of the Kings and Queens, and I saw a lot of
Wow.
good history, man. It's interesting.
Beautiful.
It's very interesting
What was
history.
your impression on the environment? Like I've heard of people say, "Oh,
Oh,
I got
man.
scammed," or it
Oh,
was a hectic environment.
no,
Yeah.
it's
The
very
people are nice.
it's beautiful, man. It was because you don't have to worry about being robbed. It's Islamic country. They
Yes. Yes.
it's interesting. Even though I got suckered in. Me and my buddy went there when I used to work for the airlines.
Yeah,
With
I see.
TWA, and we went on a
Yes.
trip. But it's just a little scam. Like they try to rip that our guy tried to rip us off with
Yeah.
buying little statues. Oh, this is from the
Yeah, like
tomb of such and
tchotchkes.
such.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
He suckered us. But I used
Yeah.
my American Express and I wrote to him. I said, this is what you did was because he took us to the mosque, blah, blah, blah,
Uh-huh.
showed us around the mosque, but he felt guilty and refunded my money,
Oh, good. Good.
something to that penny. But
That's rare. Yeah, that's rare.
it was funny. But it
Yeah.
was beautiful. It's a beautiful experience. It's once you get out of America, people, it's different.
Oh yeah.
Cultures aren't as barbaric as America. It's like
Yes, absolutely. And you're from New York, that's correct? Yeah, something like that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm
So
from New York, man. Born in
so yeah,
Brooklyn.
that's a whole different vibe, the way
Yeah,
the
it
Arabs
is.
operate than city life.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, like Douglas said, this is a city of warring tribes,
Yes, that's right.
Everybody's tribal up here.
Yeah.
Tribes competing against each other. Everybody sets up their own tribes, and
Right.
it's weird. It's like, huh.
Yeah, there's a lot of like ethnic kind of enclaves, right? Like there's like,
Oh,
one side of town's Puerto Rican, one side of town's
yeah,
Jewish,
man,
one side,
yeah,
yeah, so that's interesting. That's I find that
yeah,
fascinating.
yeah. It's divisive and it's interesting.
Right.
There's no
That's yeah.
cohesiveness. Everybody and most people who come here are not really conscious of where they're at,
Yeah, like
compared to a
visitors, you're
lot of
saying,
people
or like
born here,
from out of state? Oh, I see. Like fresh
from
off the
another
boat. Yeah,
country. That their
yeah, yeah.
consciousness is not in tune, here where they're actually
Yes,
at.
yes, yes,
So that's what makes it so divisive and strange,
yes. Oh, yeah, I could see that for sure. And we have
Because I think,
elements of that out here too. Yeah.
yeah, because that's all part of the plan. One world religion,
Oh, yeah.
to do away with everything, no culture, no
Yes.
religion. This is Albert Pike's, dream,
Yes. Absolutely.
you know.
Yeah.
This is their dream.
Yeah.
It's not like a cohesive society like Japan. Everybody has a culture. They're on
Yes.
the same
And they
vibe,
hold on to their
harmony.
culture, like
Yeah.
it's means more than
Yes.
anything else, and that's
Yeah.
yeah,
Yes. Because I look at reality because like
yeah.
tribalism and racism are basically the same thing, two flip sides of a coin.
Right.
No,
Yes.
it's a
Yes.
survival mechanism, and what you have in it's like the wild jungle.
Right.
We're all connected to the animals. We're like animals.
Yes.
Same thing, we're all connected to, to this every, that
Right.
nature on earth, it's just the nature of humans, we haven't
Yes.
evolved, you know.
Yes. And there's elements, like you said, there's like legitimate elements to that survival,
Yeah.
carrying on the lineage, different
Yeah.
things, but it gets totally whitewashed, or like grayified. That's what I call it. Like it just
Right.
becomes,
It
they want
becomes
everyone to be gray blobs, like, all in the same.
corrupt. America
Yeah.
corrupts it,
Yes. Yeah.
whatever she gets her hands on, they corrupt it,
Oh
you
yeah.
know.
And I've seen that in my own family. Like
Yeah.
the people that went against their culture, they always ended up in the worst position, as
Yeah.
opposed to people that at least respected their culture. They didn't
Right.
necessarily go along with it, but they respected it. They ended
Right.
up in a better spot, even in this
Right.
American matrix. So
Yeah.
for me, it kind of branched for me to learn about different cultures.
Right.
I appreciate my culture, but I'm more mercurial, where I can take from all these other cultures.
Exactly.
Like I have this kind of mentality that's more
Yeah.
what would be called like
Universal.
mutable.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You
So
take
that's
the
helped me
meat.
immensely from
Yeah.
like as opposed to if I were to just say, "Oh, I'm American. This is all I care about," then I would have
Right.
been in a really bad place compared
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
where I'm at. So
America's nice. It's a gutter subculture, man. It's like,
right,
and I say, look, it's like
the way
ancient
Douglas
Rome.
puts it, it's like anti-culture. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. It's like it's ancient Rome all over. It's same thing.
Yes,
Sports
yes,
and
yes,
when I went to Egypt, they took us down to the guy took us down to catacombs, and I saw
yes.
where like Alexander the Greek burnt all the books and how the Roman Empire mixed up with the Egyptian culture.
Oh yeah. So you went
Yeah,
to Skandaria. So you went to Alexandria, perhaps.
yeah. I saw it,
Yes,
library where then the catacombs where you go into these
yes. Yeah, they
sub
have Roman
catacombs.
tombs. Yeah,
Yeah, where the
yeah.
emperors are buried with their horses, all the sports
Wow.
figures, all the sport players were buried there because it's like today they're
Yeah,
so
Egypt
they're like
was like
stars.
almost like the Hawaii of Rome. Like they would that
Yeah,
would where they would vacation and they would like
yeah,
go there. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's
I could see that.
interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was that was so enlightening going there.
Wow, that's
See,
amazing.
in
Yeah.
Egypt, man, is
I was actually looking at some flats in Alexandria, Iskandar, and like they're pretty cheap. I was
also
considering maybe
Plagia.
getting one, like an apartment, like a flat.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah, because they were
yeah.
like, I mean, it was something like $50,000. You can get like a 3 bedroom
Wow.
in like a decent part of town. So it's
Yeah,
like I would live there. I would do it.
yeah. Well,
Get
if you
my
go there,
retirement from the States and just
yeah.
stick out there.
I can say, it's an Islamic country. It's peaceful.
Yeah.
You're not going to find people, stabbing you in the back or robbing you.
No. Yeah. Exactly.
They have a conscience. It was amazing. When I went there,
Yeah.
it's like everywhere I go is different. I've been to Brazil. I like to go to
Yeah.
Brazil a lot. And
I've
see.
heard Brazil's dangerous, but is that just like just like here where it depends on the
Yeah,
neighborhood?
it is. I mean, if
Yeah.
it's a lot of propaganda. See, I go to
Right.
there for the at
There was
least like
someone. Have you ever heard of the band Black Flag? Like
the what now?
Black Flag. There's a band. Like their lead singer, he's like a punk band artist from the '80s, but
Oh.
the lead singer was named Henry Rollins,
Hmm.
and he actually made it a point in one of his. He was like, I don't know if it was like a comedy sketch or just a speech or something, some kind of
Uh-huh.
motivational speech,
Yeah.
but he was saying that every country that he heard about that
Yeah.
people said, "Oh, don't visit. It's
Right.
dangerous. It's sketchy." He would
Yeah. It's like,
deliberately go there
yeah.
just to prove it was safe. Like he even
Oh
went to
yeah.
like Afghanistan, and he
Yeah.
said that was the nicest time. Everyone was nice to him.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, all the shit you hear about people when they say, "Oh,
Propaganda.
don't go there, don't go here,"
I know. I
unless
know.
it's like North Korea,
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
it's not really. You have to have your own experience.
Yeah. Of course. It's a lot of crap because even people who are criminals in these other countries, it's
Yeah,
people
humans are
it's
humans in any kind of
yeah.
environment. So
Yeah, they could smell fear or people,
yes,
predators know, how it
right,
goes,
yeah,
they know the weak, they can smell you. So it's like
yes,
prison, like jail, like you ever see the series Oz? I bought the
okay,
series Oz. It's interesting.
yes, yes, yes.
Very
A
interesting.
long time ago. I think it's
Yeah.
relatively, yeah,
The human nature or, how humans are.
absolutely, yeah,
We're in a primitive, we're still animal-like, man. We haven't
oh yeah,
evolved. We're still in the primitive stage, man.
yes.
You know,
I mean, there's a potential for evolution, and
the
at
masses
certain,
won't never happen. I don't believe
yes,
so.
no,
No,
no, not in our situation,
no.
but the the opportunity to evolve is definitely there. I
Yes,
mean, like
for a few.
it's civilization has evolved to the point where we can have anything we want right now, as far
Yeah.
as like materially, like pretty
Hmm.
much anyone is can get where they need to go, food,
Yeah.
shelter, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's about the, like you said, it's about the actual spirit of the being, or like their ability to evolve. and that's where the trip is.
From what I understand, the on this planet, there's other planets, and when you evolve from this planet, you don't come back to Earth. Because Earth is like it's like a cursed planet. When you really think about it, it's a planet for the cursed. Think about it.
That's true. I mean, the Vedic says that. They say,
yeah.
I mean, it's like this plane is like
for the lowest.
Basically, well, it's considered in the middle. It's like in the middle, but it's like a plane where it's like a level 1 where like you can't get out unless you have certain types of behavior, evolution, refinement.
Yeah.
Like, so otherwise you're stuck here. And that's why people are in this kind of soup where they feel like they're stuck because they don't know the right actions to evolve. What would be called karma to do the right thing.
Yeah.
People get lost in that.
Yeah, or you happen to have good karma and born into a good family that has wealth. They're well-to-do. They teach you well.
Yes.
Now that's a blessing for very few, though. Compared to the masses, man. The masses, forget it.
Right.
We're just here to suffer, man.
Yes.
Go through pain.
I mean, there are ways to refine, and get out of like what hell really is actually here and now.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So there are worse hells later if you don't get with the picture and you do worse things.
Right.
But
Yep, I believe that too, man. There's a worse hell than here, man.
Yes, there is.
Sure.
So but for people like yourself or how I'm talking is like, if you see this plane as not suitable, like you can see all the problems in it, like if you are aware and not fooling yourself, then that begs the question, like, is there better? And then the universe can give you that answer. Is there better than this plane? And like answer is there if you just have that inkling, that feeling.
Right. Of course, man. But these people in this country are something else, man.
Yes.
Just the ignorance and oh my God.
Right. Yeah, the ignorance, that's the word.
And I think about what Douglas said, all these wars, they keep losing the primitive people. No matter how many bombs they drop on them, kill them, try to destroy them, they never win, man,
Oh, yeah.
Like I was watching Black Hawk Down, the real documentary.
Yeah.
Man, they had like thousands of people, coming in, just against the U.S. military in the streets. Thousands, man, coming out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And just destroying these GI Joes,
Yes.
I'm saying, look at the karma, and they still they just never learn. They're so damn ignorant, man. It's like they just never learn, man.
Yeah.
It's amazing, man.
And to a level, it's deliberate. They're sending these people to be sacrificed. But that's another factor.
Oh yeah, definitely, man.
Here's a bit of
sacrifices.
I was gonna give you this here. It's an excerpt from the Vedic knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's called or the passage is called "Free to Free," PHREE.
Yeah.
Free, another word like love, that's thrown around by people without any proper understanding. So much pain, heartache, and break arises from the misuse of these key words. Free has nothing to do with doing whatever one pleases or having all the money in the world. Free equals phi recursive, or phi rotation at faster than light speed, which gives an ability to switch dimensions. In simple terms, it is the ability to take the soul to higher realms after death. Real freedom has always been freedom from pain and torture of lower realms and cycles of birth and death therein. Complete freedom equals ascension to the higher realms of divine. So that's what real freedom is like having your destiny in your own hands instead of being stuck
Yeah. Yeah, it's all about the battle for the soul and the mind, the soul and the mind, this in this existence, man,
Yes.
That's what it's all about, basically,
Yes. And it's
Have
up
you,
to the beings,
yeah,
to
you ever
take that
travel
into their own
outside this
hands.
country?
Yes, I actually that reminds me, I was gonna say that is before I went to England, everyone was like, "Oh, London's horrible."
Mm-hmm.
England's all dreary and boring, and like you think it's like some Dickensian like nightmare, like out of Charles
Right.
Dickens. And then I went there, and it was like the most beautiful place. Like everyone was polite. I had
Yeah.
a great time. But
Yeah.
that was the point as we made earlier, is that never ever take someone else's word. You should always
Of course.
explore
Yeah.
with your own spirit and your own heart
Yeah.
things.
They're
You know.
pretty pleasant people, a lot of British people. My
Yeah.
father was in, Jamaican Army in World War II in
Yes.
England. He met some nice,
Yeah.
very nice people,
Like you can't discount them because they have a monarchy, or the country just
Right.
because the government's evil, whatever.
Right.
That's fine, but you
Yeah.
can't just say, "Oh, that country's trash, I'm never going."
Right.
Like,
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
So
that's right.
I went to London, and London's beautiful. Everything
Yeah.
there was nice, and I went outside of London all over the countryside,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a beautiful, amazing. It's like Dr. Tolkien said, like it's like the Shire. I mean, if you
Right.
go outside of the city, it's like so beautiful there, and everything's calm, and
Yeah.
the vibration's right, for human
Right.
existence.
Right.
There's a reason the Druids called it the Blessed Isles. Those
Wow.
were the places that were left after Atlantis got destroyed.
Wow.
So they were considered to be the most blessed places on Earth, where
Mhm.
like no cataclysm can touch them.
Wow. A lot of beauty there in that the countryside, huh?
Yeah, and there's like other things like fairies and like ley lines. There's ancient tombs.
Right. Right.
And then there's another line here. Life is but a preparation for the afterlife. Not many understand this, thus all the mess. I like that one. So it's like, if you don't have that in your consciousness, that you
Right.
should use this life as a preparation for after,
Right.
then you're gonna get into a mess. I mean, that's
Of course.
just why
Not-
they've
not-
taken it out of the education.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They're totally brain dead, man.
Yeah.
This is a nation of zombies, definitely, man.
Yeah.
Average person is a zombie.
Yeah.
A
That's like
zombie, man. It's just, oh man, it's horrible to talk to people who are conscious, man. It's like, oh God,
it's
horrible.
important. It's important. People should connect that have more.
They can't though. Not here. There's no connection with the massive. In the 70s, it was a little different. When I grew up in the 70s, people.
And they
connected.
destroyed that immediately. Like
Oh yeah.
after people got a hold of the psychedelics, then they immediately sent in the heroin and the crack and the cocaine. It was deliberately.
Did somebody call me?
Do you want some acid, Douglas?
Well, I heard you mention all the other good shit. You mentioned all the good shit: heroin, cocaine. Yeah, I mean, it's the acid I could do without. I mean, it's especially as you said, it's all shit these days. It's not the it's not the real thing anymore.
There was recently.
I know.
I mean, I've seen one example of where it was real, and but that's like an exceptional case.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. When I was into it, man, back in the 70s, man, it was great, man. I used to have do my little coke and weed and little blot of acid and party all night, man. It was great. Nobody was addicted,
Great.
It was beautiful, and it was beautiful. I mean, it's not. I had a good time back in the 70s, man. The music was great, man. I can't even listen to this modern day music. I love music from the 70s, man, because the the soul music and the hippie music, man, was beautiful, man. Was
the
beautiful.
technology was even better, like the tube amps and the paper speakers and the actual playback. The instruments were nicer. Now it's the digital thing. took the human spirit out of it.
Yeah.
So all the beat pads and the metronomes and stuff that destroyed the humanness of the music.
They're conscious back then, the hippies and soul, and man, people were more conscious back then compared to today. It's like, ugh, God.
The grayness.
Yes.
The matrixy grayness.
Oh God! The horrible thing is, and they all think that they're hip. They all think that they know the score. It's so fucking
social media.
Yeah,
they're brain dead.
Yeah, thank you.
Social media, man. This cell phone and man, it's oh my God, unbelievable.
Yes,
and just pathetic. So let's check into some things here. I'm going around seeing if I can catch up on some communications.
Okay.
And
hey, Doug,
so Stephen,
guys, I'm gonna check out, okay? Because
thank you.
my bed.
I mean, thank you for staying until I returned. I appreciate you staying until I returned.
Yeah, it was a good chat. So have a
nice
good
talk. Yeah, nice talking to Brendan and you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love to listen to Brendan too. It's pretty conscious. Remind me of hippies back in the day.
Yeah.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Hey, remind me.
You
remind me of Brendan.
Yes.
Like in the group Steppenwolf, Magic Carpet Ride. You should look that up. The Steppenwolf.
Oh, yeah.
He has the old 70s and the cool guy on the guitar, man. That's one of my favorite groups, Steppenwolf, Magic Carpet Ride.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I have some of their records.
Cats. Yeah, I love that group.
I appreciate that.
I love that group on YouTube, man. The Magic Carpet Ride is beautiful, man. The hippies back then, man.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the real deal.
Yeah.
Yes, I appreciate that profound. That's amazing.
It was nice talking to you cats, man. All right.
Thank you, Stephen. You're the best.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You too.
Blessed be.
You guys
Hugs.
Too. Okay. Good night. Okay. Bye. Thank you.
Bye for now. Troy Bellamy says just off the road and in the bed. Catch you Wednesday. Okay. So thank you so much, Troy. Appreciate you sharing that. And of course, what I'm going to do now is try and get my voice back still, because obviously I refreshed myself to a degree, but not necessarily hydrated myself. But Brendan and Aristides will talk while
What's
I listen.
Your definition of refreshing yourself?
You know goddamn well what it is. I mean, why do you bother to ask? I mean, it is what it is. It's bringing home the doggy bag from the estate concerning
exactly.
And using that to keep me up through the night. Though in truth, it's not even so much that. It's kind of like how would you say it? Just an element of it. Right now I'm opening a 16-ounce can of Coke, though I'm sure people believe it's something else, and they're welcome to believe that. But I do combine this with a PBR.
I'm being facetious. But you have like early, I was gonna respond earlier, but I wasn't able to get on the call, where Pete was saying he couldn't believe that this person at the Hare Krishna place was lecturing the kid about reincarnation. And it's like, I would argue with that and say what we were just talking about. I don't know if you heard us, Doug, but
oh, I didn't. No, I just got back in time to hear you talk about Coke and, synchronistically hear you talk about Coke and heroin and shit. Go on. Yeah.
Right. Yes, of course. And, you should tell children about, that you should live to, your life should be a preparation for the afterlife. Like, there's nothing wrong with telling people that. I mean, it's not going to do any harm. Like, people see it like almost as like, it's like they see it as just as bad as like what the Christians are saying, you're going to go to hell. But I mean, there should be that fear of like, if I don't do right things, then the universe will give me consequences. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I personally don't think so. I mean, if I knew that earlier, I would have been probably a better position, I would say.
I agree. No, I mean, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
That's why, like, in Asian countries, they have that concept, or they did. Maybe not so much now, but the Buddhistic kind of philosophy, the like you were saying, the Gong Su aspect of, like, you have to respect your ancestors and you live to carry on forward, the filial piety. All of that is based off of reincarnation, actually.
Yeah, yes. I think all of this is how would I say it? The undercurrent is always there, so that in times of social stress or say a worldwide economic collapse or breakdown, you would see that come back to the surface in Asia very quickly. And so the undercurrent is there, and it's waiting to be tapped, but definitely. Okay, so somebody is saying I'll be on in a few minutes. Let's check who that is. And
so it goes back to this thing I was reading, this P-log. It was let me get to it. You can carry on real quick.
Sure. I mean, I'll carry on to the best of my ability, which is just basically burning bandwidth by mumbling. Our numbers are up. So you guys kept the numbers up. I'm rather surprised. I mean, I'm not, but at the same time, I always am rather surprised. I guess I shouldn't be. So that's wonderful.
Life is but a preparation for afterlife.
Mm-hmm.
Not many understand this, thus all the mess. What it is then. So all the ancients knew that concept, like the Egyptians, the Etruscans, the Greeks, the ancient so-called pagans, which I was going to go into about the that group that I sent you over Skype.
Yes. Go into it now. Yes.
The Tengrism.
Yes.
The Tengrins.
Yes.
And different things like that. All these beings of our ancestors, they knew about this concept. It wasn't like you're saying. It does come back when people are under duress, but that's not why they did it. It's because they actually had knowledge of transmigration of the soul and what it meant. Like this was all, well known to ancient humans. That's why the Egyptians, people say, oh, the Egyptians were a death cult because all they cared about is death. That's not the case. It's that they understood that this life was a preparation for, going beyond. That's how, that's what the Vedic concept is. That's what Buddhism is. That's what these kind of Coptic Christianity, Coptic was and is. So,
very important.
There were even aspects in ancient Judaism where they spoke of this, but a lot of it's been edited out and sequestered to put people into this kind of YOLO mentality to go along with the anti-gods and the Satanists.
It's so true.
Where it's like, oh, you only live once, and then they laugh. They basically, these beings, including the jinn, just laugh when after you die you get put in fucking hells, and worse.
Yeah.
And you become slaves to the anti-gods or whatever, then they're laughing at you. They're like, look, we tricked them, or, suckers. They kind of have this mentality like, oh, look at these suckers,
It's true. Yeah.
I'm not trying to make fun of it, but it's the only way to put it.
No, I mean, this is like, by the way...
It's like a pastime for them.
No, it's true. It's like how they kill time. I mean, they've got forever, comparatively speaking. So, and they have no reason to like us. Or humanity at least, and so they carry on and do what they can to.
Jinn have beef with us in general. So, yeah.
Yes, and could you provide some background to that as to why that would be? I mean, we understand. Certainly, I understand the general parameters, but for our listeners, a little bit of
Yeah. So the Jinn, I mean, they have beef with humans because when Allah or God created them originally, they were actually created before humans.
Yes.
So the jinn were a species that were here before us.
Yes.
And they were created from fire, the element of fire. They're elementals, basically, fire elementals. And then when humans were created, humans are based off of the earth element. That's why we have solid form and we can interact with earth easier. Like we can move stuff, and our bones are mostly, our entire body is mostly earth, and not water as they tell you. They tell you, oh, it's mostly water. It's actually our body's primarily comprised of earth element. Of course, all the elements are there, but when divine created us, or God created humans, like this form of human skin suit that we're in, it was created from clay, and that's clay that was breathed in life into it. And after that happened, Allah told the jinn, they said, you have to bow to my creation in my image, the humans. And they had beef with this. And there's a similar story with in Vedic knowledge, where there's like the first being that Brahma created. He basically let him run the world. His name was Daksh. And then when Daksh, he had like the whole multiverse at his fingertips. He controlled the earth. He had like everything he wanted. And then when Shiv came to marry his daughter Parvati, or one of the aspects of Parvati, Shiv demanded that everyone bow to him because he's like, an aspect of divine, the destroyer. And Daksh didn't bow his head. And he was the only being that didn't acknowledge Shiv and his divinity, Shiva. So immediately his head was taken off, and his head was replaced with that of a goat. So that's where the whole concept of the goat of Mendes comes in.
Yes.
This inversion.
Yes.
And after that, then after he gets the goat's head and learns of his mistake, and he actually bows to Shiv at the end. And so these stories are saying that the same kind of vein is flowing through these stories. So when the jinn were told, you have to bow to my new creation, they said no. And their leader, Aramine, their leader, the jinn, the king of the jinn, basically, he said, our people will never bow to the humans. And so God cursed them to be bound forever and eternally to the whims of humans. And so that's why they're shown as like trapped beings. Like they can be trapped in bottles and trees. And so ever since then, they have absolute disdain for humanity. They consider us to be their enemy, their eternal enemy. And they vowed to destroy us.
Thank you.
Which has never worked well for them.
Right.
But that's why they like to trick us, because they're not able to actually, because we're more powerful, we're considered to be the superior species according to God. They can't attack us directly, so they trick us with our own free will. That's their trick.
Yes.
That's where the genie and the three wishes. And that's why if you see all those stories like Arabian Nights or, the stories of the genie and stuff, the genie gives you something, but it always ends up bad.
Yes.
Like that's the running joke in all of those films and shows, is like you can have these wishes, but every time you choose something, it'll end up really bad. I mean, it just ends up not how you intended, or there are certain things that get messed up. It's shown really well in this movie called Bedazzled. It's a 1967 film, an English film called Bedazzled, that shows it very well, where this guy sells his soul to the devil, and every time he makes a wish, it's like it ends up so, like he's either he gets what he wants, but it's not what he wants.
Right.
Like it becomes like it's a parody, but it's true to fact.
Yes.
Like it's true to multiversal reality.
Yes.
And in that, the devil, who's played by Peter Cook, I believe, one of these older British actors, but he's going down the street explaining, they're like giving out parking tickets, because he's working for the devil. That was like the joke. They're like giving out parking tickets to these people that all paid their parking and shit. And then, so in the joke he says, well, what did you do? How did you become the devil? Why are you here doing all this bullshit? And he says, well, they called it the sin of pride. He said all the angels and all the beings were bowing to God, and he's like, that's boring. Like, I don't want to do that. So I went and did my own thing, and now I'm stuck here on this accursed planet. So it becomes a joke. Like, so for his spare time while he's here, he's, like you said, he's just causing mayhem and getting people to violate their own free will.
Yes.
So the jinn are in this predicament, similar predicament, where their only mechanism of getting back at humans is to make us use our free will inappropriately, or to trick us.
Yes.
And it's also reflected in the Nordic mythology, is the concept of Loki. He does the same thing.
Yes. Well, there's a trickster. There's a trickster god in every culture, and So explain. By the way, George Nye has joined us. Welcome aboard, George Nye. And
Thank you for
yes.
having me on.
Oh, the pleasure's ours. And
Greetings.
how long are we gifted with your presence tonight?
I think about half an hour, Douglas. About
Okay.
a good half an hour or so.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit longer.
Okay.
See how it pans out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. But what about the purpose of the trickster god in each of these mythologies? Is this Satan essentially in every culture?
It's it can be. Basically, it's like this trickster archetype, which is also in the Native American myth as like the coyote. What it does is it shows the limitations of human nature, that you can be tricked. It's like a warning to the human spirit that, look, you can be tricked, but it's ultimately your choice. So like even Loki, he gives the beings a choice.
Yes.
He says, I'm going to make a deal. And even the coyote in the Native American legends, he always does it as, it's always a deal, right? So it's the modern concept of selling your soul. It's the same trip, or, dealing with jinn. But the ancients, they wanted to teach their kids this concept, so they created this archetype. Like, you don't believe everything that you hear on first sight, and you don't believe your own mind. So what it is it's the demented mind, or it's the mind of, it's how carried away the mind can get, basically. Because the spirit and the intellect are different than the mind. The mind is much, much more fallible. Just like water, like a body of water can be polluted with just a couple drops of poison.
Absolutely.
The mind is like that. The mind is this nebulous thing that is constantly receiving inputs, but it can also be muddied and it can also be poisoned. But the true intellect, like what's represented by the element Mercury, or the Mercurian, what's called Bud in Vedic.
Right.
That Bud is an intellect. It's above all of that. So it can't be like you put any element into it and the element falls out. So that's why all the alchemists, everyone always used Mercury as this kind of like center point. It would be like the intellect has to be refined into this Mercurian centerpiece where your mind can't muddy it. It bounces off. And then above that is consciousness, what we were talking about earlier with Stephen.
Okay.
So the consciousness is this thing that's even above intellect, but it's like a conduit. Intellect, once your mind's under control, then you go to the intellect stage, and once you get that fully fleshed out, then you can go to the consciousness. But that's why they always do mind control. They can't do spirit control.
Yes, got it. Excellent.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Wonderful.
So the trickster archetype is a way to make that concept clear.
Okay. Excellent. And so now that I have the advantage of both of you gentlemen here, George, what's on your mind that you feel comfortable sharing in terms of what might have been going on with yourself lately? Any personal experiences you feel comfortable sharing? Anything new?
Oh, no, nothing to report or to elaborate on, Douglas. No, everything's very well this end of this end of the Atlantic at this moment in time, and now we're just leading up to Christmas now. So it's dawning. It's very short commencing now. So it's not long. It's just my last week of work, and then a few days off for the holidays, and then back to work straight away. It's just now it's just flat out. I've just come back.
You have some time off, George?
Yes, I've had some time, annual leave off, just
that's
to
great.
have a break. Yeah, but
It's good news.
And when
You
you're
guys are getting like early sunsets, yeah?
yeah, it's very, very dark, very
Like
very
3:30, right?
dark. Yes, 3:30 in the afternoon, and then it doesn't get light to about 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m. Yeah, so it's the long
Remarkable.
long days, long nights, I should say.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when I'd like to ask you some questions about what you might be running into during the Christmas season with any clientele or anything like that. Certainly there must be some cases that seem a bit more interesting during the holiday season. But before we go anywhere like that, I mean, I had a few things I'd kind of wanted to broach. One of them was, of all things, I can never remember this, but I don't understand why. But when it came to that madman, Miguel Andahar, who wound up running around with Lena Shea / Crane, and they ran off with Selena Khan and that whole Edomite cultic milieu of crazies. I mean, certainly she must have been exposed to his boasting, because he couldn't stop himself. He was constantly boasting about his past incarnations. I mean, you must wonder if, like, so when she was confronted with that, whether she just did she just roll with it in terms of like her programmed hatred of myself? I mean, certainly she must have seen this guy's batshit crazy, or did simply his drugs, the availability of drugs through him must have just canceled out the crazy. In other words, she tolerated that because of the drugs. But without pondering on that over much, all I remember was that he was a reincarnation, per his claim, of Nikola Tesla, Bruce Lee, Akhenaton, all rolled into one, and then he picked up a fourth one, and I can never remember what that was. What do you remember?
I could just recall Bruce Lee just from you explaining that to me, Douglas.
No, those were the big three.
You remember that
were just
one,
No, but there was a fourth one, Brendan. You said he started posting about it.
He was multifaceted. He just kept,
I mean, obviously he was deranged, and whoever struck him as a potent figure, then he'd say that he was that in a past life. But, he was covering all the bases.
That was the big three. It was like Tesla was his main one.
Yeah.
And then Akhenaten was his other main one. And then there was, like you said, the other one.
Bruce Lee, yes.
Yeah, Bruce Lee. He's really stroking himself on that one.
Yes. No,
Bruce Lee definitely had more discipline and dignity.
Thank you. Just, I mean, all of them are offensive. All of them are
extremely offensive.
Yeah, that he would take, that he would, but there was a fourth one I remember distinctly, because you told me he started posting about it. And then I found myself trying to remember what it was when he crossed my mind. I was thinking, what was the fourth one? I know it wasn't the Toxic Avenger, but the reason I bring that up is not as a joke. He actually portrayed the Toxic Avenger at a convention. They hired him to play the Toxic Avenger, so they put the makeup on him and everything. And because he looks ugly as fuck, they didn't have to put on much. But what the hell was it? It was some other big time person or historical figure, and I guess I shouldn't even dwell on such things, but it's just so there you go with that. If anyone happens to remember, let me know, because just for the sake of morbid entertainment, because it's
the same morbid entertainment, Douglas.
Yes, because it's so outrageous. It's so outrageous, just everything he said. But what was the So I want to know, when it comes to the African gods, Brendan, and then George. I mean, we won't overdwell on this because I do want you to talk while we have time with you. But when it comes to the African gods, what I can't understand is we know so little about them this side of the Atlantic, even though so many of them were brought over by the slaves through Vajahuduns, the Candomblé. When we take a look at these traditions, we can find out more about reflections of them as hidden or codified behind the mask of saints, behind the mask of the Roman Catholic saints that they are covered under. But when it comes to the only pure African god we generally hear about in popular culture is Anansi, which is the trickster god. This giant spider trickster god, and Anansi. Again and again, you run into that as a popularly accessible black African god, and almost no others that you can identify through popular culture very accessibly. And why do you think that is? Because it's like somehow that trickster god is so much more relatable, or
I was going to say that probably, Douglas. Yeah, probably more relatable.
Yeah.
Is he personified in most horror movies as well? In popular
I've never
culture?
seen him in a horror movie myself.
No.
And I wonder why. Why don't we have horror movies of Anansi? I mean, it's
question. Yeah.
What? So Brendan, you there on this? What?
Yeah.
Anansi is it's more of a folk tale. It's seen as a, It's almost like a sympathetic character. What I like, they make kids books about it and stuff like that.
Do they really?
That's how I found out about it. Yeah, something like that.
Jesus Christ. I mean, it's supposed to be a big fucking spider, dude. How is this relatable? How is this?
With a face on it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that makes it worse.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there we go with that. Perhaps I shouldn't even dwell on these things. Talk about casual thoughts that come by. At any rate, one of the things I'll talk about, George, tonight is I'm going to bring up the Boston Tea Party. Mark H was, of course, talking about that as a Bostonian. He was incredulous about some of the information I was bringing up. I'll return to that tonight, and that'll bring me, of course, to the Second Amendment and to guns. So, such being said, one of the things that I do want to bring to our attention, let's take a look at live streaming. Let's take a look at some of the... I'm going to do a screen share here. Okay, here we are. So screen share. I don't know if you guys can see the cursor moving. Going to take us to my channel. And there was a comment left by our lovely Amy Como. And so Amy Como, let's see if we can reach her comment. She said, Napoleon, 8:47:45, she timestamped it, takes down Second Reich. Now, this is where you and I made a mistake in our communications. We did not communicate this well. Napoleon took down the First Reich.
We did say the First Reich, yes. Yes, we did, Douglas. We outlined it was the First Reich that he took down.
Okay.
Yes.
And so...
it dismantled the Holy Roman Empire. So we did. It wasn't the Second Reich. That was after World War One.
Right. Yes.
So that was hundreds of years later.
Yeah.
Under the Kaiser's Second Reich. Yeah.
Yeah. Not that much longer later. I mean, it feels like maybe a little less than 100 years. Really wasn't that much further off, was it? Yeah, I mean, after all. And by the way, the way to... Yeah, go on. Yeah.
No, exactly. No, what I meant, exactly. It's the same. Yeah, I'll use that as well with like the establishment of the nation state of Poland. I always say hundreds of years, but as a matter of fact, it was like about 100 years. Between after the First World War, when they redrew the map of Europe, and then Poland and Czechoslovakia came into existence. But the reality is, it's probably 100 years between the establishment of both nation states. I just use that term. And the Holy Roman Empire lasted for just a little over 1,000 years.
Yes.
And this is where the term
1,000-year Reich
phrase 1,000-year Reich, originates from, with what Adolf Hitler established, a 1,000-year Reich, and he has accomplished that Reich, but in exile. So that was just to elucidate on that, Douglas, for the viewers. Sure. That's important. But I don't think we were I think if I remember correctly, we did specify it was the First Reich.
Yeah.
That Napoleon dissolved. Yeah, dismantled.
Yeah. And so great.
And that
great.
was in.
Yeah. Great that we can clarify that. So always important to clarify these things for people. And what about your coming up on Christmas? Any particularly unusual clientele that you ran into while installing wire?
I've just had for the last fortnight, I've had pretty much the majority of that off. So for the last fortnight, I've only been working 4 days out of in total of fortnight, so about 10 days off. So I haven't really run into much, and it's getting quieter because the last thing I think most people want is an engineer showing up at their door. Yeah, the only reason why they would desperately want an engineer to show up is if they got faults on their line or if they got no service. So they'll definitely want an engineer to show up. Yes. So I think that's what we're contending with this week is uplift or maintenance or just repair work. That's what we're doing this week. So hopefully no hostility.
Good.
Malevolency from
not that I was seeking necessarily hostile or malevolent stories.
Of course. No, I have to emphasize, because when it comes down to internet connection or internet services, people do, and like from my previous employment as a bartender, I would encounter far less hostility from even punters who are even under the influence of alcohol.
Is that right? Is that? Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God!
It's great. Yeah,
I can see
so
that
true.
for sure.
Yeah, and the problem is when I've come into this new profession, when you're dealing with internet connections, people who are they rely on it. This is their livelihoods. The internet, they cannot go a day without it. As opposed
And beyond
to
that, they feel entitled. That's the kind of vibe I would get from them, right?
Yeah, and they can become very, very malevolent.
Wait.
They don't. And even I think I've even expressed in the past how my former colleagues that I worked on previous teams on the copper side, they would even hold them captive in their houses. If they did restore the service. They say you're not going to leave until you get my internet connection back up and running, and that was when you have these safeguarding protocols in place in case of that. So you call out like an like a saver SOS call. You just or call Albert, which is the top of the phone list. So you just ring that, and then there are prompts. You are prompted by someone on the control end to get you to a safe location. So, or they will send someone in to come get you. And that's the difference. Whereas when it comes down to the punters, you can like diffuse situations, and because at that point in time I was obviously doing the bodybuilding side of things, so I think most people look at me as he's got a big stature, but at the moment at this moment in time I'm not as big and broad as I used to be. So you're dealing with people who depend on their.
I mean, people just don't understand. It takes steroids to stay like that. Go on.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah. Oh yes, Douglas. That's one of the things that I always emphasize. And I think last time I actually emphasized that people will admit to murder before they admit to taking steroids as well, through their either egotistical nature of
like Liver King level shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly, they try to personify that they somehow achieve that naturally, or they've achieved something.
But by the way, what did you two gentlemen make of the Liver King's color? What is it with his color? Why is he's like literally red?
Yes.
Where does that come from? What is that about?
He's eating, because liver has so much vitamin A in it, he's just like poisoning himself. I mean.
Okay, so that's what's going on. So
he's just eating too much raw organ meat.
Okay, so
also his blood pressure will rise. It will go up as soon as you inject yourself with synthetic material. Yes, androgens. If you inject yourself with these anabolics, androgens, for increasing muscle gain, you are increasing blood pressure as well. It clogs up the arteries. It does.
Yes.
Yeah, it does. It does all.
And his stack was like, even some of the bodybuilders were saying it was like unreal. The email that leaked, it was like unreal what he was taking.
Yeah, and you know what? After the show, I remember the guy's name who leaked it. It's the YouTube channel. I think it's something along the lines of lift weights, and it's like lift weights, make dates, or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh my God! What a cheesy! How pathetic! How pathetic! This is, oh my God!
And the pathetic part, I think, is that he brought it out like, I've proven the Liver King was lying, and it's like anyone who had their head screwed on.
I was about to say, you just look at the son of a bitch. You just look at, but go on. Yes.
But people were like, they honestly believed him. It's like, I mean, people are so just gullible.
Thank you. No, I mean, honestly, it does take someone to ultimately say, I knew this guy was on the inside track and expose maybe specifics, because unfortunately people want to believe. I mean, you can't blame them. It's like, it's like a lot of intelligent people, even though like Brendan and I agree, Brendan and I, and I'm sure George, you as well, we all share a kind of schadenfreude, a kind of joy in the pain and suffering of those who threw it all away on Bitcoin. But it's like some of these people, like this one elderly gentleman, he wrote me and he said he had lost all of his retirement on Bitcoin essentially, and look, so Yeah, and he was still contributing to me once in a while, and I, of course, I appreciate people like that. And honestly, so we've got to take some of these people and say, look, it's horrible, but I mean, oh my God, it's these. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that obviously there's intelligent people, and the problem is there's too much of a good thing. Many intelligent people got suckered into Bitcoin because they just are not necessarily commonsensical. Intelligence is not common sense. And so when it comes to these people who then want to like bulk up or be bigger or be something that they're not, common sense is already out the window anyway. You're trying to be something that you're not. And that's the way it is with most people who are entering bodybuilding. They're trying to become something they're not. And in your case, you were able to swing it because you were at least built for it naturally. You had a natural basis. You had a natural frame that could take it. But most people don't.
Right. Some of these kids nowadays are like skinny and they try and do it, and they just look. It just makes them look goofy when they do all the poses, and it's like, just be happy with where you're at, and nothing wrong with being fit, like you were saying. It's just you don't need to go extreme with these things.
Yes. Thank you.
That's right.
No.
Sorry, Douglas. You only have to take a look as well at some of the these people on YouTube there, and they try to proclaim that they are some form of influencer on the fitness industry, and they'll show you their whole journey. They'll call it, "This is the journey I started." And you look at the pictures of them, when they first started, and they are just really scrawny, really, really slick and scrawny. And it's absolutely, and you have to build a foundation first if you ever want to pursue that, into some level of, there's no other word putting it. It's not a healthy lifestyle.
Thank you.
But pursue that sort of lifestyle in that industry, you have to, really do your homework. But I just found, Douglas, it's more plates, more dates. That's the guy.
That's the guy, yeah.
That's the guy.
What is the plate? What does that term plates mean? Is it like weights you? What?
It's like those like round things
that
you put on the bar.
Oh, okay.
Like 40 pounds,
okay.
50 pounds.
All right, so they call them plates. Oh my God.
Yeah. So the more of those you have, the more deadlift you can.
Yeah, and women aren't even looking at that.
No, never. I've never seen it.
No. Your average woman, what she wants to see is a fat wallet.
Yeah.
She doesn't even care about the size of your pecs or the size of your dick. She cares about the size of that wallet, kids. Come on.
It's all true. It's all true.
Yes,
Jesus. He was spending. Yeah. Apparently, his stack. He was spending $12,000 per month on his steroid stack as well.
Yeah,
that's a lot. That is.
Yeah, I think the crazy part about that Liver King guy is he was already a multimillionaire. It's like he didn't have to do any of this.
So he was overcompensating. He was overcompensating for some kind of childhood insecurity then.
Yeah. He was so crazed that he could have just shut his mouth and just sold his products and not had to, he could have been even more rich, but he was just so crazed that he had to keep lying. It was bizarre.
It is bizarre. What it was with these people, I don't understand it. He didn't need to bulk up like that. It was like,
no.
This is, so what was the source of his wealth, do you know? Just inherited it? Or what?
It was some kind of business.
Okay. Jesus. How sad. Really pathetic. And he's still out there doing his shit, right? Still trying to claim I just don't do the steroids anymore.
He keeps getting into stuff because, it's just, yeah.
And okay, it's like when I'm trying to deal with lately, for instance, when George came on the past few episodes, we wanted to really catch up with him. In the past, he hasn't had a chance to talk. You might remember when we had Michelle Carmela Saldana on, and it was just outrageous.
Oh, okay, so he was a pharmacist, this Liver King guy. So he was,
So he was always dealing drugs.
Yeah, he's always dealing drugs.
Holy shit! That explains everything.
And believe it or not, a lot of these pharmacies, I don't know how they do it, but they can be multi-million-dollar single shop, single chemist, single shops can make multi-millions. So obviously he just got into that or was born into that or something. Yeah.
But by the way, so this is something that, of all things, I've been doing a lot of, just basically because our man George was on the past few episodes and he hadn't had a chance to talk in a long time, so we wanted to make sure that he had a chance to talk. In the past, when he's been on with other people, like Michelle, they just took it from him. They just sucked all the oxygen out of the room, and, it was outrageous. He was here that time, and Michelle was like, I said, hey, George is with us as well, and she just went on as if I had said nothing. She went on.
And do you know what, Douglas? I'm obviously on the other side of the Atlantic to you, but I could feel your frustration from here.
Yes,
I could feel it, and even though we were dead quiet, we were just like, my God, didn't you just listen to what Douglas just asked you? He just asked you, just please let George talk.
Yeah.
He's going to go in a minute, and then I had to disappear.
Yeah.
I couldn't butt in.
It was awful. It's just incredible to me. I mean, this is like, I don't know, how does someone get to that point? But lately what I've had to do is, while George was on with us, I took advantage of that time, and I did my best to try and prepare a lot of background. I've been doing research into a lot of things. Obviously, one of the things that happened was we had some Armenian holidays lately. My son, of course, is generally, by that I mean the majority of his bloodline or genetics is Armenian. And the recent holiday had to deal with the Armenian genocide. And so I've been looking into the fall of East Armenia, Turkey.
Oh, on a side note, on your last episode,
yeah,
they put YouTube put one of those thought bubbles underneath it, and they put the Wikipedia article about the Armenian genocide is an alleged genocide that happened. Like they had to discredit.
Yeah, of course. But then they put that same bubble when I said the Kissinger Holocaust, and under there saying the Jewish Holocaust, however, is the real deal. And this is the insanity. This is the horror that we're dealing with. And
it looks like they put the of all things, they put the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yeah, I know that was a little preferable. Was that okay? That was for the Armenians, but not for the Jewish Holocaust. They put the Wikipedia one, I think. But tell me, so when they put the Britannica one,
it looks like they acknowledge it, but they give like one paragraph about like the intro. Right. Campaign of deportation and mass killing conducted against the Armenian subjects of the Ottoman Empire by the Young Turk government. I guess to their credit, that's enough.
Yeah.
During World War I,
comparatively
Armenians
speaking,
credit the campaign. Charged that the campaign was a deliberate attempt to destroy the Armenian people, and thus an act of genocide. The Turkish government has resisted the calls. There was no official policy against the Armenian people, so they're covering for the Turks.
Of course, or at least quote unquote bringing up their side. But obviously the Israelis deny it completely. But one of the things that I really couldn't believe what I ran into. Basically, when I started doing the research on the recent fall of Eastern Armenia, which is Artsakh, also known as Nagorno-Karabakh, I'll go into this in monologue either tonight or I'll go into the guns tonight. It's got to be one or the other because I can't cover both. But maybe you guys can help me decide. But what I ran into was that
take away my Second Amendment, Douglas.
Oh God, yeah, I know. It's not even what I'm arguing for.
I need a 50 caliber.
Oh yeah, that's not what I'm arguing for. Of course, I'm being facetious. No, understood. But what I ran into with the fucking Turks was that the guy who runs Turkey right now, who was participating along with the Israelis, Netanyahu and Erdogan, and Putin were all collaborating on the fall of East Armenia. And when it came to the character that came in that didn't surprise me, but just disgusted me, it was fucking Elon Musk again. And he brought his infant son to meet with Erdogan.
This dude has his tentacles in fucking every scandal. Jesus.
Yeah, and so he brought his infant son to meet Erdogan, and this is the kid named Xaeaz. Actually, when you take a look at the guy's name and they pronounce it in different ways, Elon Musk himself, of course, I think you all know this. There's this video all over YouTube. Everybody keeps referencing he got on Joe Rogan to tell everybody how to pronounce his kid's name. But I realized looking at it what it is. It's basically, he says it's X-A12. It's X-A12. That the XI or Z, as I would read it, like AG initially, then he says, oh, no. It's a Roman numeral 12. But he's got a capital X and a lowercase I.
And two lowercase i's.
Yeah. So it's not.
He was saying it's from A12, the black project of the predecessor to the Blackbird.
Yeah, right.
Or the Black Hawk.
Right. Right. That's
whatever that thing is called.
Yeah,
the stealth plane.
Yeah. It's Angel. It's Archangel 12.
Archangel
12.
The airplane. He's saying it's the airplane, not anything occult.
Of course not. Oh, he's full of shit. What I realized, of course, was that it's an occultation of the name Kyle. It's Kyle, because X is the Greek letter CHI, which everybody would think is Chi, like Omega Chi, but it's pronounced K. It's really K. Right. So it's K, and then
that's right.
The AE is the AI sound. So he keeps saying AI sound like AI, and he keeps saying AI like artificial intelligence. There's intent behind that. Of course, so the AE has that AI sound, and then A12 represents the letter L. It's the 12th letter of the alphabet. A is for alphabet.
Wow, you're like the only one who's ever decoded that.
Yeah, and
I think that's the joke, right?
Yeah. A is for alphabet, and 12 is L is the 12th letter of the alphabet, so it comes out as Kyle, as in more pronounced like K-Y-L-E. So, basically, however, his girlfriend, the singer, came up with this shit, and it made it even more supernatural, occult, black magic oriented. So let me.
She's like a straight up like witch. I mean,
negative.
Thank
you. Yeah, that fucking figures. And so here's what
a sorceress.
Look at this. This is what she says, and I'm gonna put this in the chat room later when I start talking about it. But this is for these two gentlemen to look at right now. And look at the crap she says. I mean, this is like. She comes right out and just says it's all supernatural. It's her elven. It's the X is the unknown variable.
She means like Svartalfheim farm.
Thank you, Dark Elf. Her Dark Elf, and that A12 is indeed Archangel 12. She says it's definitely Archangel. It has nothing to do with the goddamn plane.
Holy shit! As we're speaking, my necklace fell off with the Hakenkreuz. I gotta put it back on.
Yes, I don't blame you. See
it literally just unhooked itself.
Damn! See the potency of this.
Means.
See, the name is a spell. The name is
basically a spell.
Yeah, the name is a spell, and but guess what? California, the state of California, where Musk lives. This is his domicile by his own claim. His main address is here. They said that name is illegal. So the state of California says that the baby name is not
originally
just
he claimed that's why he left. He was like, "Oh, California's too strict," and so that's why he left, allegedly.
Yeah. So basically, the state of California said that they allow only the 26 English letters of the alphabet to be used on birth certificates. There's a limited list of special characters, including apostrophes, hyphens, and periods. But that AE combination, which I use a lot, is illegal in a name. That's illegal in a name. So there's no numbers allowed either. No numbers are allowed.
What's the trip at the end that says swords and a rat, and it says metal rat? What does that have to do with?
It's something to do with some satanic rock group. Some satanic rock group shit. And this is definitely this kid. So then the guy brings, Musk brings this infant to meet Erdogan, a murderous dictator, who hands the kid a ball, this kind of shit. It's a transparent soccer ball. It's like a soccer ball, but it's transparent. So it's kind of like a crystal ball that you can bounce. This is like what he gets from this tyrant in Turkey who just participated in a genocide. And, of course, they're all talking about his son-in-law. So he's got this motherfucker.
Metal rat has to do with the Chinese zodiac.
Okay, so she's talking about the element and the rat. Yeah. Okay, So the element and the rat, but was he born in the year of the earth element metal rat, or is it just like her favorite year or something?
Apparently, 2020.
Yeah.
Allegedly
Okay.
Was
Yeah.
metal rat.
Because the kid was in vitro, right? Because he doesn't look like either one of them.
Well, of course. And yeah, on her one of her Billboard, like, what would be the word, biographies, she's using runes as her name.
Well, there you go. That's
to spell it out.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, look, none of this is in and of itself something to be condemned. I mean, I veer in these directions to a degree, but to name a child a spell as the name of a child, that means you're casting a spell every time you fucking call him or every time his name is used. So this is egregious. In other words, it's an abuse of.
Well, they're trying to do that's their version of the Babylon working trip. I
Thank
think,
you.
in my opinion.
Thank you.
That's
Yes.
what they're trying to do.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
They're trying to bring in a spirit from the Svartal farm.
Right. Yes.
Basically.
Yes, from the Dark Realm.
If
yes.
you want to make it into Nordic, that's what they're doing.
Yes.
They work for the Svartal farm, anyways.
Yeah.
That's
yes.
why they're technocrats.
Thank you.
That's how I put it. I mean,
thank you. Thank
no
you.
other explanation there.
Yeah, but in terms of the kid, you can bet your ass when they're calling him like come over here, they're saying Kyle. I can guarantee you that they're not saying hey X Ash 812. Hey X Ash 812. No, they're just saying Kyle. Guaranteed. It's because nothing else makes sense. Nobody talks like that. It's just for the sake of convenience they're not going to talk like that. Anyhow, so they all started talking about putting a Turkish astronaut into space using Musk technology. This is the kind of crap that they started talking about, but it goes deeper. For those of you who don't know, the killer drones that were deployed all over Armenia and that the Ukrainians are deploying against the Russians and are being deployed all over the world to assassinate people and kill people, the Israelis are using their own made drones, but the Turks make the rest for everybody else. They come from this asshole named Baraktash, who married the Turkish dictator's daughter. So this son-in-law is going to be the next guy to take over Turkey. This is something I found out. And so this guy is the guy who manufactures these murder drones. And so in Turkey, everybody thinks he's a national hero and shit. The Ukrainians, because they use this technology, they think he's a folk hero. And they make songs about him and shit. Of course, he's been responsible for genocide in Armenia, but he's going along with this Muslim hypocrisy and shit and saying that, I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt by my drones. I don't want to face retribution on Judgment Day. And I'm like thinking, how crazy must you be? It's like if I were in a weapons manufacturing corporation, I wouldn't think like that because I'd be insane. I'd have to be schizophrenic to think like that. It's like, okay, I make weapons. People die. You just live with it. It's like, that's the reality of what you do. It's like the Winchester Mystery House guy. He couldn't handle it. Or it was his wife. After he died, then his wife built that shit because she couldn't handle it. But it's like, you could bet if he were alive, he'd probably say, what the fuck you doing, bitch? It's like he probably would have a total psychotic, which you need to be impervious to that kind of thing or don't get in the business. So there you go. Here I like this. Hitler's plans for the U.S. if he won. There we are. That's
right.
I'll check into that, but I'm sure it's going to be
whatever it is. It's better than what we got.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh fucking hell yeah! It's Yeah, we are in. So there you go. I mean,
it says that he officially told Life magazine that the U.S. had nothing to worry about.
Yeah,
I believe him. I don't think he was gonna just wipe us out.
Of course not.
Like I said, it would have been probably better.
Oh fuck yeah! Oh, that goes without saying. Especially better for the Native Americans. He liked them.
Exactly. I think that's what his point was, maybe.
Yeah, give it back to the Indians. That scared the Americans. We got to kill this guy.
Right. Exactly. That makes sense.
Yeah, and anyhow, gentlemen, do me a favor. Hold the stage for a few minutes. I'm going to rinse my mouth out. I just finished this liquid Coke, and of course, don't want that to eat all the porcelain off my teeth. So I'll be back in just a few minutes. You can stay that long, right, George?
Yeah, no, that's no problem at all, Douglas. Yeah, I'll stay a bit
Okay.
longer. Thank you.
Good, good. You two gentlemen handle this. I'm going to be back. I'll go mute for a few minutes. I think Aristides might be asleep by now. I'm sad, of course, that. Oh, you are here. You are here. Good man. Good man. So go ahead and join us, and I'll be back in a moment. You must have heard all I said about Musk and Erdogan, the dictator. The problem with these dictators is that nobody can pronounce their names. It's easy with Putin because it's 2 syllables. It's easy with G because it's 1. But when it comes to somebody like the Turkish dictators, nobody can pronounce their fucking names. So that's why nobody talks about them. That's part of the problem. Okay, so I'll be back.
It seems like this article is ripped straight from what you said, Douglas, about this is coming from Hitler's Zweites Buch, his second book. So, that's where they're getting all their info from. Are you guys still there?
Yes, Brendan.
Yeah.
Yes, do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know about this, George, as well. Like,
No,
second.
I no. Sorry, is that the thing that you posted in the chat?
Yeah, this article's talking about that a lot of these plans that Hitler was talking about was coming from his second book. It's called Hitler's Zweites Buch, his second book. It was written in 1928, but not published until 1961. And it outlined a series of 3 conflicts, and it wasn't until the third one that Hitler got to speak about the U.S. So he had talked about Germany taking France, etc. He needed agricultural resources from the Soviet Union, and then he would go on to America, which he wrote as, quote unquote, the real threat to German domination of the world. But his analysis before the Great Depression had gotten into full swing, et cetera, et cetera.
Mhm.
So they're just talking about that, basically.
No, very.
They're saying that this was before America became this like military powerhouse in the Second World War.
Mhm.
That basically by the time he had a chance to invade, it was like too late and America was impervious. That's what they're saying in a nutshell.
Very interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Brendan. Yeah, I'll have to ask Douglas as well what he from his analysis on it as well.
Right.
Yeah, because I was aware he did. I think he write a second book or several.
Yes.
The journals in the diaries. I know but I was acquainted with one was published or released years later, way after post proactive prosecution of hostility. So I was aware of that. But no, this is an interesting article. Yes, worth a read.
Yeah, it's worth a read. It looks like. I mean, it's well done. His influence of Henry Ford, etc. But
Yes, of course. Yeah, no, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I'll have to save that and read that later on. But no, thank you. And Aristides, are you there, by the way?
I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, second book. I hadn't really heard about that. I think his first book is more popular.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Doug's talked about it before.
No, thank you, Brendan. No, I have. I'm just going to say, gentlemen, I do have to make a move on now. I do have to attend to work now. But yeah, thank you. It's been a pleasure speaking with you both. And I will say goodbye to Douglas as well. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
All right.
Carry on.
Look on.
All right.
Enjoy
your day.
Bye.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
So that's how it is. Yeah. How have you been?
Okay. Yeah. I'll check this link out. It's interesting. Been all right. Was earlier in that when Peter was on, he was talking something about really briefly brought up the skin condition. And then I thought about you because my friend, I guess he had like recurring some type of dermatitis, and he's like, "Oh, I started taking a couple grams of vitamin C a day, and it went away. It went away." Yeah.
Imagine that.
Yeah. I'm like, wow, if only your doctor
he
knew.
had subclinical scurvy, and that's what happens.
And if only your doctor knew to tell you that years ago. Try this. How about to have a couple
that's kind of how I what I wouldn't say my protocol, but the protocol I've seen from eminent doctors that know about nutrition, is they basically say you start with the nutrition, of course, for any condition. It could be anything, cancer, anything. What's the harm in starting at the base with just, okay, vitamin C, vitamin D, multivitamins? Like there's like, it's like instantly you can get,
Right.
either if you don't see resolution in your issue, then at least you'll have a basis for healing after the surgeries and all that shit. So it's like that should just be basic logic.
Like there's a few levels of like low hanging fruit here that we can try.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So that's kind of where I was at with that. It's just
Nice.
like every time someone says, "Oh, I have this," I'm just like, start with vitamin C, see where it goes. It's like, yeah, brilliant. I'm glad you brought that up.
Excellent. Okay, so I just got back. And yes, vitamin C is so important. Honestly, like Brendan said, triple it at least. And
I was just telling Brendan earlier when Peter was on, he briefly brought up some kind of skin condition or something, right? He was trying to say dermatitis, and it was saying something. But my friend had something like that, dermatitis, and said he decided to try taking a couple grams of vitamin C a day, and it went away.
There you go.
Imagine that.
Skin condition went away. It's
incredible.
It's just so easy. It should be illegal.
Yeah. Thank you. No, it's so incredible. And yes,
the FDA's tried. They would if they could.
Oh yeah.
If it wasn't so like easy to make and cheap. Like,
I know, right? Yeah, you set up a clinic. Like, yeah, we're gonna make it as vitamin C. It's like, no, we're gonna shut you down. How about that?
Nowadays, it's gotten to the point where you can actually go and over the counter just pay people to give you an IV of it because it's good for sports, people that do sports or stuff like that. So there are places near me in like the rich parts of town where you can actually get an infusion. You just pay them $200 and they give you like glutathione, NAC, vitamin C through the vein.
I think they can do it, but what they can't do is like do that and also market it as something that cures a disease.
Exactly.
They
consider it like a supplement.
Yeah, it could be like a word of mouth. It's like we don't tell you what it's for. It's like, you want to come get this? Okay, we can do this.
Right. That's how it is.
Can't tell you why you might want to do that, but
yeah. And that's why people wonder like how do these rich people have such good skin and shit? It's because they have like filtered water and a bunch of vitamins.
Yeah, it's either the vitamin C or the baby blood, one or the other.
Yes, both.
No, they just hit. Yeah, they use everything, of course.
Yes.
When money is no object, that's just like part of the deal,
Yeah. Yes. True.
And if you have no morals or whatever,
right?
You're not a vamp.
Yes. Thank you.
I appreciate. Even vamps wouldn't attack children, from what I know. Is that the case?
Of course they would. A full vampire, yes, would do that. It's if that kid or the infant isn't sporting a crucifix, or if it isn't hung over the cradle or something, it's fair game, and it has nothing to do with the crucifix being a ward. As I said, it's a pass. So I'm just going to tap this to tell me when the rain is going to end here. But I do want people to know the other aspect that I found out about, our brilliant young lady who joined us every once in a while, Jennifer Hawkins, was bringing up Russian cosmism, which impresses me that she even knew about that. I mean, that's such an esoteric idea. But it turns out, of course, this is what Elon Musk and the Turkish dictator Erdogan discussed was Russian cosmism. They both love Russian cosmism, and so it's
that's disgusting.
Thank you. So it's the unifying.
Like, honestly, because I looked into it when she mentioned it, and it's like, their idea of the cosmos is so demented. I mean, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll go into it either. Like I said, if I go into the Armenian genocide tonight, I'll be going into that. If I go into the and I'm not talking about World War I, I'm talking about the recent one with the fall of Artsakh, and really the politics. I'm not even going to talk about that genocide per se, but all the politics around it. A lot of people don't know that what happened was last year Putin agreed on a gas deal with Erdogan of Turkey because he can't push his shit through Europe anymore. He's pushing it into Asia Minor. And so and Erdogan agreed. So they're all united by gas deals, and they're all united by this cosmist ideology. And this is what brings in Elon Musk. And so they all have this idea that they're going to be immortal, and they're going to be expanding.
Yeah, it's
like, yeah.
It's like not only immortal, but it's like they picture this kind of infinite resource freaking this like, you know, where it's like limitless resources for humans to just exploit. I mean, it's just the whole concept makes me kind of cringe.
Yeah, and thank you. No, I mean, it's of course it goes deeper
Like,
than, yeah, go on.
That's kind of how the Americans were saying, oh, if we ever get to Titan, we'll have unlimited, quote unquote, unlimited petroleum,
Right.
and all this stuff. Like, it was just like this. It's not about like exploring the cosmos and discovering God or discovering anything. It's like just purely exploitative. That's how I saw it. That's why it
Right.
was kind of
I can see how it could be seen that way. And when I use the term deeper, it doesn't mean I'm saying it's deeper in some positive sense. It's nuanced only in the sense that there's more and more weirdness or that comes with it. But there you go. It's these people are all united by an ideology. This is what drags them into the Russian sphere of thought, this Russian thought matrix. And of course, they get more involved with this conspirituality. I call it conspirituality. It's they think it's spirituality, but it's just conspiracy theory. And it's conspiracy theory.
Yeah, and it's like, that's like very presumptuous of them to assume that the multiverse will allow it to not only go into space freely, but also, you know, absorb everything as if it was theirs. You know, like Star Trek did a very good job showing that, like, you know, the more they were exploring, the more forces were against them. You know, like these kind of, you know, the more they were exploring, right, like the more antagonists they had. That's kind of like a more accurate way to see it, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes. No, I understand what
Like,
you're saying.
It wasn't just like a carte blanche where humans were just like the only one, you know, this kind of, I'm gonna do whatever I want out there.
No, I get it. Yeah. In other words, basically, that the Federation was running into further and further challenges, complexities. It's not a free ride.
Right.
So there's a price to pay for everything. By the way, Dirkomai in the chat says, they vampires, one homeless guy a week. Well, you know, really, you give them some credit. It's not, you know, why would any vampire want a fucking homeless guy's blood? Okay, that's not. No. It's like that's not quality blood. That's kind of like, you know, that's kind of like saying you want to go for down chickens or cows with Down syndrome. You know, the mad cow syndrome cows and shit.
Cow,
It's no one wants that. It's one of these things where I puzzle over people who make that assumption. But, you know, okay, so such being said, now everybody's got an idea of just how crazy our world truly is. I don't think anybody understands the threat we're facing, which is existential. The latest thing that they came up with, which I find puzzling, I'll throw at you guys, is that Bezos and Musk got together and said, and by the way, I'm not arguing against this, but I'd like to hear what you two guys have to say. Or three guys. George, I always think of Aristides as being asleep, and I shouldn't.
Oh, George left for the night. Sorry.
Oh, he did. Did he?
He did say goodbye to you.
Fuck, he did. Jesus Christ. So
he had to go to work or something.
Oh, he did. Oh, I see. So he told you to tell me goodbye because he didn't write anything in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I slipped on that one.
Oh, okay. No worries. So, yeah. Anyhow, where was I again? So Bezos and Musk said, we need 1 trillion people on Earth. There's not enough people on Earth. I can almost understand where they're coming from with that because they want to fill up space, right? Space. But when you're confronted with that, what's your reaction? Both of you gentlemen, please.
My reaction initially, I mean, first of all, there's no viable way to get to quote unquote space, you know, for like 10 people, let alone a million. So, you know, right now we don't have the technology to get there. So that's at quote unquote volume that they're trying to say, trillions of people or whatever. And on top of that, it's basically just, that's a part of the agenda that I was speaking about, the lower realms, the Svartalfar. They want more population here because they're trying to incarnate as much beings as possible from the lower realms to the earth realm, to basically, as they're going to create, like, it's almost like a Lord of the Rings situation where they want enough beings here on their team so they can finally assault the heavens, in a Vedic sense. Like, they want to attack Asgard. So that's why they want this. It's like a vector. That's why they're against population control in that sense. I don't think it's out of any kind of humanitarian, like they're claiming. It's like they just want to incarnate as many of these Svartalfar bloodlines as they can, or more of them, you know. So that's their point, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, good point. Good point. How about you, Aristides? God, I hope he's awake still.
Yeah. No, I agree with like what Brendan said. It's like, you know, it's like there's no like higher purpose. It's like finding out, you know, truly being curious about the universe and a better existence. It's just like kind of moving more like, you know, more walking hamburger into a space, you know.
Oh my God. Yeah, more meat for the grinder. That's their thought. Incredible. No, I think you're both very astute on this. So do me a favor, since you're still awake, dear Aristides. If Brendan and you can hold the stage a few more minutes, I'm going to be right back. And I want to thank you both for your patience with this, and all our listeners. And let me take a look. Numbers holding as far as I can see. Pretty good. Yeah, I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. And so I hear some sound in the background there, or was that?
Yeah, my phone is almost dead, so I'm charging.
Okay.
So it'll be longer.
Okay. Yeah, but so long as you can participate while the phone is charging, I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Great.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Stay with us, Brendan.
I'm here. Yeah, so that's that's what I would say about that, is like these so-called, like, nothing is what it seems, you know, these kind of things that people are saying.
Yeah, of course.
That they're definitely not interested in humanitarian things, because if they really wanted to, the technology is already there, you know.
Right.
These technologies are here that can be used to make everyone's life better. I mean, that's all there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I wanted to touch upon that, really, because if they really meant well, we wouldn't be where we're at.
Yeah. Easily.
Right.
I mean, especially now, the stuff that's coming out about harmonics and architecture and cymatics, like there could be, like, this Earth could be a paradise in a way.
Yeah.
Or as much as it can be in regards to the, you know, the limitations on this plane are just part of it. But in this kind of matrix, we can still have much better, much more natural, you know, much more improved things.
Sure. Yeah, which is like the you know, this climate stuff he's been talking about. I don't know if you've heard that. You know, I mean, you know, and not to diminish anything he's done, you know, with reaching out to the climate conference and stuff like that. It's like, that's a good first step. But of course, all these other, you know, the clean technologies and stuff like that, renewable, you know, it's just going to be the next level of scam. Unfortunately, they're never going to just be like, here's this technology. Yeah, you know what? We're going to release all these Nikola Tesla devices, and you're just going to have it all for free. Yeah. Don't worry. Yeah, we don't need to regulate you or anything. Just here you go. Have a unit. Right. No. So that's the next step to think about.
Yeah. No, that's all true. It's like there's no need for 90% of the situations that are happening out there.
No.
Especially with our so-called technology and resources, but that's all being deliberately.
Right. All the problems are like caused on purpose so that they can, they can be the big guy, quote unquote, solving the problem.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. And it's like we shouldn't be limiting population in any sort of way, but as far as the way it's going now, it's just unsustainable. I mean, you could have another billion, 2 billion, but there's no sustainability. Even if you go to space, like where's the so-called space, quote unquote space? There's no sustainability out there either. I mean, it's like there's no.
Yeah.
No one's
there
to accept these people. Like.
Right. Like you think it's actually going to be easier there?
Yeah.
Easier than here if we had just maybe made better choices here?
Yeah. That's what's crazy about the whole we're going to occupy Mars, like Elon Musk has that t-shirt, Occupy Mars. It's like, if beings here can't get anything sorted, then what are they going to do on Mars? Like,
exactly.
I mean, I chalk all this stuff into basically what would be called like a psyop, basically. It's like just to get people, instead of people focusing on themselves, to evolve themselves here while we have time. They want people focusing, I'm going to go to Mars. Mars is the only hope. It's a way to demoralize and make people just not want to improve themselves.
Right.
That's what I see it as. It's a psyop of sorts. It's a poisoning of the mind. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And it's like a false, solution. It's like a lot of when you hear people like, oh, the Earth is just overpopulated. It's like, well, if you're doing it this way, I guess, like, in the absolute worst way possible, of course, like if you being so wasteful, like it'd probably be fine. You're probably just fine.
Yeah.
It's the most
inefficient. There's plenty of resources. The Earth, like Food Devi, like Divine Mother, provides so much food. I mean, it's unreal. Like, most of it gets thrown away. I think just in America alone, 50% of the food that's produced is just thrown immediately into the garbage. Wasted. This is like,
Right, exactly. It's like, they make sure there's like a false, like scarcity or false, like, and then it'd be like, oh, look, it's just not enough resources. Better do what we say,
exactly.
Whereas everybody kind of lived, in more, if they're really trying to help us, and you could have your little, you had your little energy and you had your little garden and be like, oh my God, this is fine. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, why don't they, what's the word for it? Like, why don't they have the spirit or the heart to explore the forest before you explore space? I mean, everyone just wants to go straight to space. But still, humans don't know. Like, we don't have any idea what's under the oceans, what's inside of under the Earth itself. Like the deepest hole we've ever dug was 12 kilometers. This is a fact. This is that's the deepest drill hole that's ever been made. They can't go past 12 kilometers. So, there's so much unknown. It's like, to think about space in that way is absurd. I mean, in my opinion, like, there's no reason to go that way with it. And also, you can't get to higher realms. Like, what they're saying is humans are going to transcend by going to space. Is like, you can't get to divine realms like that. Like, even if you could go physically, like, there are things that you have to do to evolve to that point before you can go there.
Right.
You're not just going to instantly be in heaven once you go to space or something.
Yeah. It's like, I ruined my house with bad decisions, and so I'm going to go. I'm going to go commandeer the neighbor's house, and I'm going to live there, and it's all going to be okay. And then I'm going to find God there. which is what it's like. Mark, basically, that's, and they touch upon that. It's like it takes the place of like a religion, where it's like,
Yeah.
It's like, oh
That's
yeah,
exactly it. That's why they're
Right.
referencing that shit. That
Yeah.
Russian communism shit. Yeah.
right, yeah. We're gonna expand into space, and this is our divine providence, right? It's
Yeah.
just-
That's
right.
almost how it seems. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. Unfortunately.
Right.
Okay. Fuck.
Right.
I think I'm back. Okay. So, now, we have, let's see who's here with us. It's just you two still on the call, right? No one else has joined
Yeah.
us? Okay, so that
No,
means...
no one's joining.
Yeah.
Are you gonna share any of those the goodie bags with us, or?
Oh, sorry. I wish I could.
Yeah, I bet.
You notice the tone of voice. Yes, it's the sincerity, just dripping with sincerity. So, oh damn. All right, hope the numbers go back up. They went down a little bit. Fuck, what the hell did you guys talk about?
Cosmism.
Okay.
That's interesting, right?
All right, they're going back up now.
We bored them.
Well, what is your understanding of cosmism? Please share. I mean, Aristides. We've heard what our man Brandon had to say. How about yourself?
I was agreeing with you guys.
Okay.
Yeah. No. That it's like it's just marketed as this thing. It's like, oh, it's like you're not even doing justice by the place that you live, and now you're gonna
Thank you.
This is gonna solve everything, and it's just this kind of quasi religion to just kind of put in front of people to keep them distracted from all.
Thank you. Yeah. And the art involved is intriguing in its simplicity, but it is something that I find hard to comprehend, captivates the mind of so many people, but it brings us back to Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is collecting all of this Soviet art, and then you get Musk and Erdogan captivated by this cosmism, which if people look it up, you'll see the art that is involved. It is, in essence, it synthesizes artistic elements, or so they'll call it art, and art is always, subjective. But their concept of art is simply to provoke a sense of cosmic wonder, of course, but they do it very abstractly. It's very abstracted. And so I don't understand why this captivates people. And they go for this kind of simplistic... what it all comes down to when you see the Russian state-sponsored art, whether it's Soviet or Cosmist, which is kind of like an underground or what you would call deep state sponsored art, because it's obviously not disapproved, it's not censored, so it's deep state approved. It has a brutal, stark simplicity that I don't know, appeals to the Jungian, it grabs the Jungian backbone of various people, I guess, but these people are always, look at their behavior. Elon Musk or Jordan Peterson, they're psychotics. Their behavior is not. It's not something a functional person could ever get away with. So we're talking about people who are captivated. It captivates dysfunctional personalities. And these personalities, unfortunately, many of them happen to be privileged. Okay, our numbers are back up. And so I do want to thank both of you gentlemen for talking about this, but you get what I'm saying. I mean, so when you guys look up cosmism, you get what I'm saying, right? The feeling about this art, the same kind of impression? Tell me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the vibe it conjures is very... it's almost like eerie. It's like humans just go out and and it's like modern. It's almost like the modern art is kind of like an offshoot of it. It's like this.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain. You'd have to see it,
Yeah.
I don't know how to like put it into words here.
Thank you. To get the vibe. No, definitely appreciate it. And
Like a comic book or something.
I like it. Yeah. Yeah. It kind of it's up to
Explore space. Like, this is it. That's all there is.
But in the comic books, well, at least as we understand, we're spoiled in the American West because we get graphic sophistication. We have a sense of visual sophistry in the West. It's kind of like they're stuck in a medievalist platform where if anyone takes a look at medieval art, you're lacking a three-dimensional perspective. Medievalist art is two-dimensional because it's as if there has not been a grasp of how to convey third dimension on a two-dimensional platform.
Right.
Yeah. So if you look at medievalist art, it's flat and it retains its own mystique, but this is kind of like cosmism is barely beyond that. There's a portrayal of vistas, but these vistas are not. They're never something like if you're looking at comic book art. Generally, you're going to get sense of depth is everything because they're portraying action. Superheroes and supervillains, they're slinging things at each other. They're throwing things at each other. They're jumping. They're flying. You're going to see them at angles. You're going to see angles kind of portrayals where you see them from the shoulder, from the head down, from feet up. That's not here. There's this kind of stiff medievalist pseudo-religious church-like conveyance of vistas or distance without getting up close. It's like you're never going to get close is the feeling you get. Kind of like the church iconography. You're never going to get close because you're never going to get that close to God. you're close to God only through the conveyance of the church, but you're not going to see like an intimate portrait. And yet you kiss the icon of Christ. So they provide you human figures that are in these cosmist illustrations. And so those human figures are kind of replacing the Christ figure in church iconography. You could bend over and kiss those conceivably, but you can never reach their destination. So there you go. There's this, it is what it is.
That was the point I brought up, or a point I brought up is similar to that. It's like they're trying to say that by going to space they'll be transcendent and closer to God, but I would say that that's not the case. I mean, even if you could go to quote unquote space and beyond, like if you don't have the right evolution, if you don't have the right mindset, there's no you're not going to be any closer to divine than what you can get here with that kind of thinking. Like that seems like what they're saying is once humans can get that technology and they go to space, they'll become gods, like they'll be transcendent. But that's not how evolution is done.
Thank you.
Spiritually.
Thank you. Very, very important point. And so when it comes to what I could find on the Turks with this. Now, you brought up the, Tengri. Tell us about this term.
Tengrism. Yeah.
Yes, Tengrism.
So that's the native shamanism of Turkey and Central Asia.
Yes.
The Tengrism.
So explain
So I'm glad
that.
you brought that up.
Yes, so explain that, what you can about that.
Yeah, of course. So it's an ancient shamanistic belief of kind of these this philosophy that is animistic, where everything has a spirit, plants, animals, even the sky, the elementals. So it's an ancient.
Oh, they cut him off. You got glitched. You got glitched. You there, Brendan? Okay. Okay, let me
Still see him there.
Yeah. Brendan.
Okay.
Brendan, you glitched. Brendan, you're off. Oh, I know how to do this. Yeah, it's symbol. And then press the Brendan. Brendan. Okay, there we are. So hopefully probably his phone died. So that's what happened. His phone died. It got probably unjacked from wherever it was plugged in, where he's recharging it. And what I need to... He's left. He may come back, which I'm fine with. If he doesn't, then I'll start in a monologue. Now, I'm wondering, should I go more towards the genocide, which would bring us towards these kinds of subjects, or go into the guns, which would bring us to other subjects just as provocative? I assure you. I feel kind of obligated more to go towards the direction of the guns because of the day. This is the weekend of the 250th anniversary of the Boston Tea Party. So that would take us to the guns because of the Second Amendment, which came with the foundation of the constitutional republic. Mary says good evening, so let's give her a shout out here. And let's see now. Click that. And okay, so it comes out. And here we are. All right, I better get started and live up to my reputation, so to speak, or earn my pay. With that, of course, we want to thank some people who have made their contributions. The wonderful people who have done so are Holly Kaditis Kiefer, Dennis Marshall, T-Tank Berry. All of these people have contributed 100 United States dollars each. Holly by sending a money order. T-Tank Berry by dropping money in withdrawn from an ATM into my mail slot, and our man Dennis Marshall by mailing a $100 bill in a card. All that being said, it helps. Everything helps, and of course I still need more to make certain that I can still buy supplies like water. And then, of course, pay rent, ultimately. And with your help, this can be done. Okay, so all such being said, one last check with Aristides before I launch into monologue, because once I launch into monologue, that's it. That's going to be it until Pete wakes up or something. So anything you want to mention before I suck all the oxygen out of the room, dear?
Well, if you're ready to go, you're ready to go. Otherwise, what else? Where else do you want to go?
Well, hugs. Deeply appreciate you. Thank you so much for what you relayed to me in the Skype text. Okay. Brendan has rejoined us. So, Brendan, so what happened? Your phone died. It got jacked out of the wall while you were recharging. Let's see if he can come back on. If he's with us, it may be one thing, but let's see if he can talk. Brendan, there we are.
Oh, okay, I'm here.
Oh,
but
yes.
What did you guys hear? I went on a whole diatribe about.
Oh God, it was awful. It was awful. We couldn't hear you the moment you started. They glitched you off.
Damn it.
Yes, it's
like I almost don't even have the resolve to do it again.
We can do it. We can do it again on Wednesday. Wednesday will be here before you know it. And it will segue very well into...
It was very important, too. That's what's so unfortunate about it.
Let me see if I can bring you to what I was going to bring to your attention here, because it's confusing.
So you guys heard nothing about...
The moment you started talking about the Tengri, the ancient Turkic shamanic, they kicked you. That's it. The moment you said, "Here's what it's all about," and then bam, they knocked your ass off. Okay, so both of you, I'm gonna do a start share here. And I'm gonna take you both with me, Now, for this lovely lady, let's give her a lips kiss. Who's joined us, Mary, and here we are. And all right, so let's take a look at what when I was trying to look up something like, say, for instance, Turkish cosmism. You know, because the cosmism, of course, with a K. And I found some very bizarre things that I really can't make heads or tails of. For one thing, the one thing I was able to find that's basically Russian. First off, they got the name that we've come to know and hate, Pavel. The unusual history of cosmism and the future of Pavel. You know, whatever. You know, cosmism, a philosophical system advanced by a Christian philosopher and a founding member of the Turkish contemporary art space, Salt. You know. So then when you try to click on it, hyperallergic. First off, what is this? Hyperallergic.
Right.
What is that? Then I try to click on it. It's Paywall City. It's
Yeah.
You've noticed that was a Pavel Pepperstein. What the fuck is this Pavel Pepperstein? And then it gets to like okay, then you try to get rid of that. Maybe it'll work this time without the stupid paywall. And then it's the already have an account. Then here we go. Oh yeah, and then sign up. It looks like it's difficult. So there you go. That's one thing I found, but that's more kind of still the Russian base. Then here we are. Then I found this. It says fandom, but it says astronism in Turkey. Now this might be part of like a game, might be part of like but then it says this is a non-fiction astronomic article. So this might be an actual cult. And then it says astronism is a religion, part of the wider astronic tradition, you know, and then it goes on to their belief system, which you can click on, spacefaring world, which you can click on, which is supposed to be more their fiction. It says, see, an article relating to a fictional entity will clearly be marked as being part of the spacefaring world. So then they give you actual stats. They're claiming that there's people in Turkey, not too many of them, but they're saying that as of 2020, they say there's about, Turkey had about 6,200 astronists, up from 5,800 living in Turkey. I mean, this is a paltry amount of people compared to the population of Turkey, because you're surprised that the Muslims don't lynch them. I mean, this is a testament to some level of secular tolerance in Turkey for this. But
which I explained when I was talking about Tengers and why that's the case. But
okay.
It got zapped.
Yeah, and then they zapped you. Then they zapped you. Yes, there we are. So the people can find out a little bit about these obscure religious elements. Now, it says that they oversee the construction and maintenance of observatories and planetariums. Turkey split into 81 provinces. So, it wouldn't surprise me if Turkey's science was somehow impacted, just as the Russians were, by this pseudo-religious movement. So there you go. There's a offshoot. I would consider this schismatic, kind of like just a different schism of the Russian cosmism, and this is kind of like what's impacting Turkey today. So I don't know if anybody wants this particular link. I can provide it, of course, to the gentleman in the chat, and then we can I can go into monologue. I feel bad for Brendan, but we'll bring this up again Wednesday, and then Wednesday he can go into it, and hopefully they won't knock him off. But this is definitely.
Yeah, I think by then I'll be like traveling. So.
Oh shit!
We'll see what happens.
Okay, so and so Wednesday, but Wednesday will be like the last episode you can appear on for a bit, right? Until after New Year's.
Yeah, it depends on my status at that time, so
okay.
We'll see how it goes.
You mean if you're still alive?
No. Like if I may be traveling a little early, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you might travel early, but as far as you understand it, we should prepare for your going missing in action, perhaps even before Wednesday. But if so, when will you be back? Not till after New Year's or before?
Yeah, pretty much next year.
Okay. So if tonight's your last night with us, how are you? You feel all right health-wise? Everything's okay?
Oh yeah, I feel great.
Okay, good. Well, definitely look forward to your return. Hopefully we can catch you even if you're driving on Wednesday, and definitely say goodbye to our listeners for now. Unless you want to hang out for a little while more. Do you want to hang out for a little while more? Or how are you feeling about that?
Yes, I mean I have to go, but I appreciate everything, and then I will speak with you guys as soon as possible.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Good. And so, by the way, with what you've seen of Tengrism, and what you've seen of this Astronism, is there some kind of, you'd have to take a look at to find out more about it to get an impression as to whether there's any connection, right?
It would take a little bit of study, but there is a bit of maybe bit of connection.
Maybe, or maybe not at all.
Yeah.
So
maybe in the fact that because they lost the native Tengrism, that this is like filling the void.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would say.
Interesting. Okay. And
That they need something cosmic to latch onto because they got severed from their traditions.
yeah.
So
Yes.
that would be like maybe that would be the case.
Yes. Yes. That would be fascinating. Okay. So, such having been said, love you dearly, hugs, and stay safe and be well.
Many blessings.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
I'm off to obtain the One Piece.
Yes. Yes. And
Good night.
go on.
I was just saying good night. Yes.
Okay. Blessed be.
Appreciation.
Yes. Most certainly. Okay. And that was Aristides saying good night as well, right?
Well, good night to Brennan.
Yes, I understand. And as well, okay, Aristides is going to kind of say goodnight to our listeners as well. Aristides, I will expect you to, of course, leave the phone on and kind of hang out in the background, so to speak. But you're welcome to fall asleep as you are, should do, as you should do. So feel free to, but do say goodnight to everyone in general.
All right. Well, sounds like you're ready to get in the zone. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'll try to hang out a little bit. No guarantees, but please, everyone, send Douglas a very nice Christmas present.
Bless you.
If you would.
Thank
And if
you.
you don't, I will.
Oh, goddess bless you. Hugs. And yes, you're the best. So our dear man there, and now all of you. All right, so let's prepare to regale you with our usual dive into monologue space. And this is where I enter the zone and just start talking and never stop, basically. We will go into the fact that this is still not yet midnight, so we are still in the Boston Tea Party weekend. It will be midnight in a quarter hour, a little less than that. But we're going to just approach this as we would an explanation of the historical significance, the context behind why we are the way we are, or why we're so fucked up, how we got to this point. So we'll start, of course, with more immediate things that have happened. Passingly, we will talk a little bit about the Gaza war. Again, Israel's but a reflection of the United States of America. It could not exist without the United States of America, and therefore America, as some would argue, is nothing but a reflection of Israel. However, America could exist without Israel. So the other thing I want to point out is that, of course, we'll talk a little bit about COP28, just passingly, so people get an idea of some of the context there. But basically, the Gaza war has convinced Russia that it was right all along, as the Russian Empire is reaping political benefits from the Israel anti-Semite, it anti-Arabic genocide. Remember, Arabs are Semitic as well. In fact, far more Semitic and more purely Semitic than Israelis, who are overwhelmingly not Semitic. They are overwhelmingly Eastern European, Slavic, Turkic in genetic descent. This conflict has boosted the Kremlin's hopes of changing the mood around the Ukraine war and strengthened its belief that the Western-centric system of international relations is breaking down. So, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, who said he will seek a fifth term as Russian president, no surprise, brazenly visited both Saudi Arabia and the UAE with Israel, Palestine, or Palestine pogrom talks being on the agenda. And with that, of course, I will give you a link so you can find out more about that without my having to overdwell on this repulsive subject. And with that, we go into live streaming and enter said link. Okay, press the button, and it seems to have taken. All right. Putin conducted a one-day trip to visit both Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates Wednesday midweek last, shoring up ties to the key oil-producing nations while focusing on discussing bilateral relations and the Israel-Palestine or Palestine pogrom. It's not a war, it's a pogrom. And to host his Iranian counterpart, their president, Ibrahim Raisi, in Moscow, the day thereafter. Putin's trip betrays that he's still welcome in parts of the globe, despite an international arrest warrant on war crimes charges, and as the United States and Europe seek to punish him with sanctions. His talks in Saudi Arabia were focused on bolstering the partnership between the oil giants and came as after OPEC Plus, which is the oil production exportation cartel plus Russia, agreed last week to extend and deepen production cuts to bolster prices. Vladimir Putin and his Iranian counterpart Ibrahim Raisi vowed to deepen ties during their meeting in Moscow. The talks with Iran, which backs Hamas, came but a single day after the Russian Supremo made a rare visit to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, both critical of Israel's destruction of the Gaza. This, as global leaders and negotiators met at the COP28 climate conference in Dubai, at the heart of the world's fossil fuel industry. A damning new report on climate change proves the world is in danger of crossing 5 tipping points that reductions in greenhouse gas emissions simply will not reverse anytime soon. It means humanity is at an inflection point between two potential futures. An international team of more than 200 researchers found that the mass death of warm water coral reefs is now likely, given current levels of warming, 1.2 degrees Celsius, while 4 other processes, the collapse of Greenland and West Antarctic ice sheets, disruption of the North Atlantic subpolar circulation, and abrupt thawing of permafrost regions, are considered all too possible, if not inevitable. Meanwhile, in Dubai, progress was slow as many delegates were clashing with oil executives and each other over how to reduce emissions. And the clash with the oil executives was because there was a record number of fossil fuel lobbyists at the COP28. As climate activists were staging several small protests illegally because Dubai and the United Arab Emirates do not allow them at that COP28 climate summit to demand an end to the use of fossil fuels. And analysts, an analysis by the KBBO, that's K as in Ku Klux Klan, B as in British, P as in petroleum, like BP, and O as in oil. Kick big polluters out is really what the acronym KBPO is for. They revealed that a record number of fossil fuels delegates were attending this year's United Nations climate talks. The report evinced that 2,456 representatives of the coal, oil, and gas industries had been registered before the program even started at COP28, a number that had quadrupled since last year. So, catastrophically, COP28 had already failed even before it began. Now, I want people to understand, thanks to the hand I played, doing what I could, something came of it, but this was never intended. Certainly, the Israelis didn't want it that way, that anything productive ever come of this. They wanted this to be a fossil fuel fuck. To avert catastrophic climate change, an active and empowered civil society is necessary. And so the recently concluded COP28, the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Dubai, was almost destined to provide further proof that we will fail if we rely on large, powerful institutions such as governments and multinational corporations. Fossil fuel companies have known about their contributions to climate change since the 1970s, in the most negative sense, yet they continue to drill and expand their operations. While governments have paid lip service to the problem by adopting the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Climate Agreement, the latest production gap report proved how little these commitments mean in practice. Between now and 2030, output in the top 20 fossil fuel producing countries will be more than double the amount consistent with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Self-regulation by governments and fossil fuel companies is woefully insufficient, not least because governments and fossil fuel companies are often, well, one and the same. For too long, both have sought to appease public concerns with what they call greenwashing campaigns and the promise of future silver bullet technologies such as carbon capture and storage, much of which has proven out to be a farcical sham. And when some segment of the public is not pacified by such ploys, namely those who do any serious research, many of these same governments and companies have been all too willing to resort to quashing freedom of expression, association, and peaceful assembly. Only through collective action, advocacy, and civil society participation in policymaking will governments be forced to do what it takes to phase out fossil fuels, support the transition to renewable energy, and protect human rights in a world increasingly, subject to extreme weather and drought. But civil society cannot thrive without civic space. Public foray, where citizens can jointly criticize and pressure the most powerful without fear or suppression. And at COP28, outside the protected confines of the United Nations Blue Zone, there was virtually no civic space at all. Dubai is one of the most expensive cities in the world, which means that lodging, food, and other expenses were prohibitively costly for most people, especially the disadvantaged and marginalized who are most affected by the climate crisis. Moreover, it is illegal in the United Arab Emirates to even criticize the government or to say anything deemed to, quote-unquote, harm the public interest. And foreigners are sometimes detained for comments made while in that country. Minor signs of dissent during the 2011 Arab Spring of the year that my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother died, were quickly and forcibly repressed. To this day, scores of human rights activists and dissidents remain arbitrarily detained, including 60 members of the UAE 94, the United Arab Emirates 94, who were tried en masse in 2013. 4 years later, the UAE imprisoned Ahmad Mansour, the only remaining Emirati working publicly to defend human rights in that country. Now, there are no human rights advocates in Dubai or the United Arab Emirates, of which it is the effective capital. This, of course, was why the Israelis wanted all COP28 activities moved there, so that no one could protest as they fucked the world over into suicide, mass suicide, species genocide, extermination, a self-auto-genocide or self-extermination, which the Israelis wish to bring about to the rest of humanity while having us place their Holocaust above God. The government of the UAE has continued its repression in the run-up to COP28. It cut off communication between many prisoners and their families, prosecuted Emiratis who had been deported back to that country after seeking refuge abroad, and rejected the United Nations calls to release prisoners of conscience. The UAE is also infamous for its abuse of unlawful electronic surveillance. Mansour, Ahmed Mansour, the last remaining Emirati working publicly to defend human rights in that country, was just one of many human rights defenders who had been targeted with spyware developed by cyber surveillance companies such as the NSO Group and the so-called hacking team. That's actually the name of their corporation. Now, as for NSO, that's fucking Israeli. Non-qualified stock options is what you might be thinking, but no, it's a Israeli spyware service that has to do with basically NSO stands for Niv, Shalev, and Omri, the names of the company's founders. It's an Israeli cyber intelligence firm, primarily known for its proprietary spyware Pegasus, which is capable of remote zero-click surveillance of smartphones. So, hey, no click and total access. What more could you fucking ask for? And as for the Israelis, they provide it so that they could crack down on human rights all over the Arab world, who, well, if they recognize the goddamn Holocaust, if they jack into that narrative, then, well, they're given the privilege. Such abuses are more than sufficient, certainly were this year, to create a climate of fear among any activists who were ever even hoping to attend COP28. While the UAE had promised to make space available for climate activists to assemble peacefully and make their voices heard, it proved to, we saw what it looked like in practice. To my knowledge, there was no practice thereof. None of any consequence. They were stuck in a farcical blue zone, like a joke. Kind of like, look at the monkeys on display. We brought a cage. It's kind of like disco dance fever pad for the kids. You know, they step on the different colored squares and produce a different tone of music and a different light. Then it was like they were all playing a game of Twister, and everybody just stood back and laughed when they acknowledged them at all. Of course, my son's husband didn't want the Blood Boys to be put on display like that. So they were not participating in public protest, were very depressed, and of course, something had to be done. Even if anybody had been allowed to do something beyond, what risks might activists still have faced if they spracketh out about the UAE's abysmal rights record or failure to face out fossil fuels? We'll never know, because the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change Secretariat, and the United Arab Emirates never even disclosed the host country agreement, the bare minimum standard of transparency for any COP or Conference of Parties. Of course, the UAE is hardly alone in its hostile attitude toward civil society. Around the world, countries are cracking down on protesters, misapplying current law to stifle climate dissent, and enacting new legislation to criminalize protest itself, often at the behest of powerful fossil fuel companies. Some of these laws, they target climate activists directly, indicating that summits like the annual climate change COPs, conferences of parties, are of particular concern to repressive governments. Despite 2023 being another year of record-setting heat and rainfall events, COP28 was foreordained not to produce any meaningful outcome. That, of course, is as unjust as it is tragic. The people who suffer the most from climate change are not heads of state or fossil fuel executives. In the United Arab Emirates and around the world, those bearing the brunt of the crises are often the same people facing discrimination, marginalization, and a lack of basic protection from their own governments. Since it is their futures that were being discussed at COP28, their engagement, activism, and demands for accountability were essential. It is through civil society that we will expose greenwashing and achieve the solutions that have long been promised. So this is where I came in, and I've already explained what I did. Thanks to some connections that were made, I was able to convince the Sultan Jabir to create a new company around recyclable or renewable energy processes so he could basically fuck everybody coming and going. He was happy with the idea and quite tickled by it, really. So thanks to that, everything that had not been going down at the conference, circumstantial evidence proves everything I say. It started with Jabir himself claiming there was no science behind climate change. It started with everybody having a fossil fuel fuckfest, and finally ended within the last 48 hours of the conference with, well, for the first time in history, over 200 nations agreeing to transition beyond fossil fuels. International conferences to discuss an existential global threat, like COP28 in Dubai, can generate meaningful results only if everyone is free to criticize, gather, and peacefully demonstrate. Repressive laws, a climate of fear, and imprisoned domestic dissidents, all of which characterize the host country of this year, could serve no purpose other than to support defenders of the status quo. It is in this context that press freedom proves vital. The week before last, Lord Johnson, a United Kingdom business minister, said, "We can be quite sentimental about some of our so-called treasured assets. The reality is that media and information has moved on. Clearly, most of us today don't buy a physical newspaper or necessarily go to a traditional news source." His implication was that it doesn't really matter what happened to the Spectator and the Daily Telegraph, both of which were up for sale from June until the week before last, and that it is old-fashioned to be concerned about the state of press freedom in general. But newspapers have long been hemorrhaging readers, money, and influence as people move online and get bite-sized news summaries for free. The BBC, the British Broadcasting Company, has exploited its license fee-funded status to launch free websites and become the biggest single force in the written word, as well as the spoken word. This hasn't done much for media diversity. Newcomers such as BuzzFeed, Vice, and the Huffington Post have all made valiant but ultimately unsuccessful attempts at news and agenda-setting investigations. When it comes to scrutinizing the powerful, there is no real substitute for the traditional media. As the world's oldest weekly, The Spectator has a longer tradition than any other magazine. They now offer daily online analyses and podcasts, as well as television programs. All of this has brought in new subscribers, and the publication is now worth several times what it was 15 years ago. So the magazine gathered a lot of interest when it was put up for auction by Lloyd's Bank earlier this year, attracting a long list of hopeful bidders. One such was Redbird IMI, a United States-based investment fund largely financed by the government of the Israeli-allied, Putin-harboring United Arab Emirates. It is not sentimental to be uncomfortably worried at the prospect of Great Britain's leading quality newspaper and the world's oldest English language magazine being snapped up by the Putin-hosting Israeli suzerain UAE. Many have raised important questions about how editorial independence could be protected under such a maneuver. There would need to be cast iron assurances on this front. If no credible plan was put forward, the deal should never have been approved. It may grate with British ministers to protect the Daily Telegraph, which has specialized in revealing what they would prefer to be kept secret. From the expose on the expenses of members of Parliament to the lockdown files, investigation into Health Secretary Matt Hancock's WhatsApp messages, the newspaper's forensic reporting has provided a great public service. It has been more prepared than other titles to confront those in power. It is vital for the health of democracy that Great Britain's most popular quality newspaper continues this important work. There has been a trend in the last few years for politicians to pay lip service to a free press while voting for reforms that undermine it. The United Kingdom's recently passed Online Safety Act encourages censorship on social media, which is now the main way that people read news. Ministers ought to consider the extent to which the news which Britain reads is decided by algorithms coded in my golden state nation of California. Does that sort of foreign control matter to the former Greater British Empire? If they decide it does, then such companies should be obliged to disclose which articles are being targeted by their censorship bots. Transparency is urgently needed. Then there be the Labour Party's threat to bring in state regulation of the press. Their leader, Keir Starmer, has refused to rule this out, and many in his party are actively campaigning for it. If this happens, then Great Britain's 300-year-old tradition of press freedom will be replaced by a domestic censorship regime that would send a chill through all newspapers, regardless of owner. We do not hear many politicians on either bench making this point. Nothing can be taken for granted, which is why any change in ownership, any tightening of regulation, and any maneuver to intensify online censorship deserves robust scrutiny. At present, no laws interfere with Great Britain's free press, but no laws protect it either. More far-sighted ministers will recognize that defending this freedom, whether from intrusive regulation or any other threat, is not to be sentimental, but is vital to the health of British society and Western democracy in toto. This side of the Atlantic, the American empire has experienced 627 mass shootings that I know of so far this year. The database providing that there have been more mass shootings than there have been days in 2023. The UNLV, the University of Nevada at Las Vegas shooting victims, joining a growing number of lives lost to mass killings in these United States this year. Mass shootings left 3 people dead in Nevada and killed 6 in Texas the week before last. These being but the most recent attacks in a year that has seen an acceleration of mass killings in these United States, not to be confused with mass shootings. On Tuesday of Yester Septimania last week, or the week before by now, the fatal shooting of 4 people in Austin, Texas, became the latest contribution that I myself am aware of to what is already a record-setting year for American mass shootings. Of course, as in my own Golden State nation of California, politics and guns go hand in hand in both our radio-activated neighbor state of Nevada and the Lone Star Autonomous Semi-Republic, and yes, The callous among us may dismiss this as the week before last's news cycle. But I admonish all of you to understand that the pain and the trauma lasts longer than a goddamn news cycle. I'm sorry. We really need to appreciate this. Sure, gun violence is a fixture in American life, but the issue is always a highly political one, pitting gun control advocates against people who are fiercely protective of their right to bear arms. But the NRA, the National Rifle Association, had a bad day on September 22nd. That was the day President Joe Biden unveiled his new Office of Gun Violence Prevention, the first ever White House office dedicated to the issue. Sitting in the Rose Garden for the announcement was Rob Wilcox, the initiative's new deputy director, who couldn't help but think of a decade-old quote from an NRA official crowing that the powerful gun group would have an office in the West Wing if George W. Bush was elected president. That never happened. Instead, seated between his kids and fellow deputy Greg Jackson was Wilcox, a longtime gun safety advocate, a term I prefer over gun control, set to start his job inside the White House. But not long after, Wilcox had some bad days of his own. A month after the office's unveiling, it had to respond to its first mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine, then another one in Chicago. They're just two of the some 630 mass shootings that I am aware of so far this year. So Biden has a new war room to tackle gun violence. But can it stop the bloodshed? Biden should seize on the rise of far-right militias to make an urgent new case for action. Exempli gratiae. A 34-year-old man was charged on Wednesday, midweek before last, as I myself was hosting transmission, but one day after allegedly firing at 4 locations in the Texas Capitol. Police having since confirmed that the suspect may also be involved in 2 previous deaths near San Antonio. So understand that gun control is now a matter of national security. In terms of Nevada gun laws, for purchasing a rifle, shotgun, or handgun, no state permit is required. To possess a rifle, shotgun, or handgun, no state permit is required. For carrying a concealed firearm, it is against the law to carry a concealed weapon without a permit. That much I know, but state law does not prohibit open carry. Semi-automatic guns. What do I remember about them in my radiated neighbor state? It is legal in Nevada. Fully automatic guns? It is legal to possess an automatic weapon or a machine gun made before March 19th of 1986, as long as it is in compliance with federal law and special permission is obtained from the Treasury Department, of all places. James Allen Fox, the Lippman Family Professor of Criminology, Law, and Public Policy at Northeastern, who has studied the phenomenon for more than 4 decades, presiding as he does over the Associated Press / USA Today / Northeastern University mass killing database, imagine that, itself the longest running and most extensive data source on the subject, reveals that 2,989 people have died in 574 mass killings, not shootings, but killings, since 2006, characterizing mass killings as a completely unaddressed yet devastating problem that is unique to these United States among our economic peers. According to Professor Fox, who looks like your archetypal intellect, there have been 39 mass shootings with at least 4 victim fatalities in 2023, 3 more than the American record established yesteryear. The Texas shootings amounted to the 42nd instance of a mass killing this year, leaving the American empire 4 tragic events short of eclipsing our 2019 record. I'm sure we're going to beat it. Honestly, it's not what I'm asking for Christmas, mindest ye, but somehow I know it's the gift I'm going to get. Doc Fox notes that the current escalation of violence, including the recent shooting deaths of 4 people in Washington State and stabbings in New York City that claimed 4 lives, may be driven by a variety of factors, including the rising sale of guns, anger and anxiety over world events, and an apparent increase in unstructured time for people following the COVID-19 pandemic. In other words, a lot of people with time on their hands. Too much time. Idle hands are the devil's playground. I would put those hands to work myself jacking off, but other people seem to get off by killing others. Go figure. But the Fox stops far short of referring to the record-setting pace as an epidemic. He looks like your archetypal intellect, but I think there's something lacking in between those ears. To quote his T, we now have 39 mass shootings in a country of more than 330 million people. So, statistically, it is still rare. I'm not sure how one would define epidemic, but I wouldn't classify this as one. Yes, mass killings, defined as 4 or more people killed, not including the perpetrator, remain rare. But as the year comes to a close, the United States is approaching its record number for the number of such incidents in a single year. So far in 2023, there have been 42 mass killings in the country, according to the USA Today / Northeastern University / Associated Press Mass Killings Database. In 2019, the year a gunman shot and killed 23 people in a racist attack at an El Paso, Texas Walmart, the country experienced a record 46 mass killings. Here's what to know about mass killings and mass shootings in these United States in 2023. Well, I'll present it with some questions. How many mass killings in 2023? That would be a logical question, right? Of the more than 40 mass killings so far in 2023 that I know of, only 3 did not involve a gun, including a knife attack in New York on a Sunday, during which a man killed 4 relatives, set a building on fire, and stabbed 12 police officers before he was fatally shot. Now, there's a man with a knife that I could easily shoot down with no qualms. Mass killings appear to be accelerating in these United States. According to the USA Today / Northeastern University / Associated Press database, there were at least 30 mass killings across this nation by July, more at that point in the year than any other since at least 2006, the year before my father died. According to Dr. Fox, who manages sourced database, this country typically experiences about half a dozen mass shootings in public places every year. There have been 10 such shootings in 2023, the most this country has ever witnessed in a single year. That's not even over yet. Per the database, those incidents include the shooting on the campus of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, on the Wednesday before last, and the rampage in Austin and San Antonio on Tuesday of the week before Septimania, the week before last, which marked the 50th mass killing incident in Texas in the last 15 years. Those attacks came after other mass killings in Maine, Georgia, my own golden state of California, Kentucky, Alabama, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Tennessee gained national attention this year. Now, another question you might logically ask after what I just said. Okay, mass killings. How many mass shootings in 2023? According to data from the Gun Violence Archive, a non-profit, publicly sourced database, this year there have been at least 632 mass shootings across this nation, leaving at least 1,336 people dead and 2,625 critically injured, as in crippled for fucking life. Same database defines a mass shooting as at least 4 people struck by gunfire, not including the shooter. According to said archive, there are only 7 states without a mass shooting in 2023. Alaska, Montana, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Vermont, West Virginia, and Wyoming. I believe that's because no one fucking lives in those states. Or at least no one worth killing. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist that. The number of mass shootings has risen from a low of 272 in 2014 to a high of almost 690 in 2021. Okay, next logical question I would presume would be, what's causing the increase? Well, Doc Fox confirms the prevalence of weapons, lax gun laws, and high-capacity magazines have all affected the rate of mass shootings. Imagine that! In a statement delivered on Wednesday of the week before last by now, President Joe Biden urged Congress to pass legislation to address the epidemic of gun violence, including banning assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. To quote as Biden, "We must do more to prevent more families and more communities like Austin, San Antonio, and Las Vegas from being ripped apart by gun violence." Prof. Fox also attests that several factors unrelated to guns have had an impact. He pointed out that Texas and my golden California, the country's most populous states, which have both been republics in the past on their own, have seen high numbers of mass killings. To quote the Fox, "Since 2006, when the database began, we've had about a 12% increase in population. So part of the increase is driven by a larger number of people. But the pandemic and economic hardship and the political environment have all played a role." So, the next logical question, I would presume, would be, could this trend possibly get any worse? Fox said the numbers of mass shootings and mass killings have increased in recent years, adding 6 of the 9 mass shootings in the country's history, with at least 20 fatalities have occurred since 2012. Nevada became the site of our nation's deadliest mass shooting in 2017, when a gunman killed 60 people at the Route 91 Harvest Festival, miles away from where Wednesdays of the week before last's shootings occurred. He, of course, critically injured hundreds more. But Fox continues to insist that even as fear of mass shootings continues to rise, for obvious reasons, these incidents remain rare. And ultimately, it is difficult to predict whether mass shootings and mass killings will increase, himself concluding that, in his own words, there's so many social and economic factors that underscore these cases, it's just hard. You can't predict just based on the trend. Oh, yes you can. So for all the tragic mass shooting headlines this year, the American gun control debate seems permanently stuck. Incidents like the mass shootings in Lewiston, Maine, Nashville, Tennessee, Buffalo, New York, and Uvalde, Texas, continue to have cities in mourning and have sparked repeated calls for gun reform. Not control, but reform. The October mass shooting in Lewiston was the deadliest shooting of the year and one of the deadliest in recent decades. According to Maine Governoress Janet Mills, it left at least 18 people dead and 13 more critically injured for life. Despite the anguish over this past month, and despite a push by President Joe Biden, Congress looks unlikely to take any immediate action. Now, I share Biden's view on mass shootings, that the level of gun violence, American gun violence, is, to quote his T, it's a national embarrassment and must come to an end. But as a combat-experienced veteran who has specialized in counterterrorism, with direct experience involving far-right American terrorism, burgeoning jihadism, and Balkan European extremism in the 1990s, I also see a new threat rising, one that has the potential to change the urgency of the debate. The growing and heavily armed American militia movement, which made another show of force on January 6th. Increasingly, as militias acquire and stockpile weapons, they're turning guns from a public health concern into a threat to national security. And it's possible that if proponents of reform, including advocacy groups, congressional leaders, and Biden himself, began addressing it that way, they'd have a chance of energizing the debate against the National Rifle Association and its allies. Indeed, the shock of the insurrection has increased the political burdens of an NRA in internal disarray and offered a new perspective on the need for significant gun safety reform legislation. Notice how I'm avoiding the term gun control. As America learned on January 6th, anti-government militia groups are more than willing to jump walls, break doors, and disrupt the very underpinnings of our democracy. These groups, with transnational ties, rendering them a foreign insurgency, also enjoy easy access to high-power, high-capacity, small-caliber, semi-automatic weapons, many of which can be converted to fully automatic. The concern isn't that these weapons will somehow enable militias to challenge the United States military on the battlefield, which they certainly will not. It is that they make mass casualty attacks against political or cultural adversaries both easy to carry out and easy to frame as inspirational events of the kind that mobilize insurrection. Against which the United States military cannot win, because it would be fighting the population itself. Not that they wouldn't kill as many as they fucking could. They would revel in it. You bet your ass. It's simply that like in any counterinsurgency, unless they exterminate the population in toto, they'll fail. The executive orders Biden issued earlier in his administration imposing restrictions on gun kits and devices that turn pistols into rifles are marginal safeguards and rather thin gruel overall. But his call for reviving the federal ban on assault weapons is more promising and an acknowledgement that serious action is required. An important additional measure would be more rigorous required background checks. At least one key Republican senator, Pat Toomey of Pennsylvania, has expressed openness to working with Biden on a gun bill. Generating bipartisan consensus for an effective crackdown on firearms will always be difficult. While gun control is now unlikely to lose existing supporters, it is also unlikely to win many new ones. But reframing the issue as a national security imperative could galvanize passive backers now focused by the assault on the Capitol on maintaining political stability in these United States. A plausible objective would be to impel the United States government to take further substantial regulatory steps and to lay the groundwork for effective legislation should the Democrats consolidate their Senate majority, if that would happen. I regret it didn't in 2022. The administration, however, will have to tread carefully to avoid provoking the very behavior it means to deter. Extremists will interpret increased firearms regulation as validating their narrative of government-imposed social engineering and personal disempowerment. The showdowns at Ruby Ridge and Waco, which fueled the militia movement, demonstrate the risks. Law enforcement at the federal, state, and local levels need to prepare better than they have in the past for nonviolent enforcement. But the increased magnitude of those very risks is exactly why we need to recast gun control as a national security challenge. Then, terms such as gun safety or reform become moot. As a delicate an issue as gun rights is, without action, the prospect of cycles of escalating civil violence is particularly worrisome. Even assuming law enforcement agencies adjust their threat perceptions to accord domestic terrorism due attention, as they should, the wide distribution of automatic weapons and abundant ammunition to individuals hostile to the state is likely to be seen as justification for the further militarization of law enforcement in the post-9/11 era. Heavier police firepower, combined with the martial mindset it tends to engender, stands to increase tensions between law enforcement and political protesters, which started in June 2020 with the death of George Floyd and culminated in the riot at and the breach thereof per our Capitol on January 6th. While Trump's nod to white supremacism and incitement of far-right insurrection have already prompted some black citizens to arm themselves in self-defense, continuing police antagonism on top of that could increase the likelihood that black militias will emerge. Armed conflict between non-state groups would be even harder to subdue than one-sided far-right aggression. Meanwhile, the broad dispersal of mass casualty small arms makes every individual willing to use one a potentially catalytic lone wolf terrorist on the order of Brenton Tarrant, the Islamophobic white supremacist who killed 51 people with a semi-automatic shotgun and an AR-15 style rifle at a mosque in Christchurch, New Zealand in March of 2019. Many far-right American militias, including the anti-authoritarian Boogaloo Boys, explicitly encourage their followers to act on their own initiative, as Tarrant did in Leaderless Resistance Against the State, and several, starting with Timothy McVeigh, have done so. The symbol of militia volunteers carrying assault weapons and the reality of their using them lethally have historically been enormously powerful social forces. In 1981, emboldened by the political impact of the prison hunger strikes, Danny Morrison, a senior official of Sinn Féin, the Irish Republican Army's political alter ego, asked rhetorically, "Who here really believes we can win the war through the ballot box? But will anyone here object if, with a ballot paper in this hand and an armor light in the other, we take power in Ireland?" He was referring to Colt's commercially marketed version of the M16 and expressing the IRA's strategy of combining violence and electoral politics to change the political system. The Armalite and ballot box imagery inspired a new generation of IRA volunteers and took the group, by way of over 1,000 more dead and Sinn Féin's political rise, to the Good Friday Agreement in 1998. In other words, it worked. Violence works. Terrorism works. Terror is a legitimate political option. Unlike contemporary American militias, of course, Irish Republicans had at least partially legitimate, historically based grievances. One skeptical response would be that late 20th century Northern Ireland differed from the early 21st century United States in that its factions were engaged in what amounted to civil war. But the extreme political polarization in the contemporary United States is not terribly far from what existed during and immediately after our own civil war between the states for rights. That toxic and potentially explosive intramural animosity has remained latent and is now resurfacing in the form of the white supremacism preached by most of the armed militias, convinced that the country is run by a malign and treacherous liberal deep state and destined to be ethnically compromised unless they take drastic, violent action. To many Americans, and especially these Americans, firearms are exalted as symbols of liberty and patriotism. It is merely inconvenient that using them to impose political change is starkly inconsistent with American democracy, a subject to be elided rather than confronted and resolved. The high level of gun ownership, the ease of purchasing ever more weapons, and Second Amendment absolutism, part of what I call constitutional fundamentalism, only amplify the risks such attitudes pose to the stability of this republic. Any legislative effort targeting guns, even if it survives the likely Supreme Court challenges, is sure to be greeted explosively on the right. Indeed, the election of a Democratic president had already caused gun purchases to surge, a trend that has followed such elections over the past several decades. Right-wing extremists hold guns in vastly disproportionate numbers. Law enforcement appears constrained to tolerate their training in military-style camps, more or less openly, and their incendiary, often seditious rhetoric, turbocharged by the internet as the lawful exercise of free speech, which, as I've said, is different from freedom of press and needs to be, well, obliterated. The possibility of muscular legislation, like red flag laws permitting law enforcement officers to seize firearms from those judged to be public safety risks, has only fueled their anti-government fervor. Large-scale confiscation and de-radicalization are not realistic prospects in the near future, but an assault weapons ban does seem within the Biden administration's political grasp. If the president wants to follow through on his desire to rebuild American democracy. A push to curb gun violence offers an invaluable opportunity and a potentially persuasive argument. Just as in dealing with mature insurgencies or ongoing civil conflict, wise policy in contemporary America would seek to separate destabilizing extremists from ordinary people with remediable grievances. This is common sense. The administration's message to garden variety firearms enthusiasts should be, don't let seditious radicals imperil your access to the guns you cherish. Protect your hobby by backing enforcement. Hunting, recreational shooting, and personal defense against criminal threats are all fine. Anti-government, white supremacist militia activity is not. In a deeply divided society and a political sphere in which threats of violence have become part and parcel of political discourse, combat rifles can do tremendous damage to social cohesion. As is the case with terrorist movements worldwide, attacks can be expressive but also strategic, designed to force adversaries to take actions that deepen divisions, complicate governance, and win converts to the terrorists' cause. Durably reducing the threat to political stability clearly hinges on the resolution of big issues, including income inequality, cultural anxieties, and an overheated media environment. But we will buy ourselves room to maneuver and time to deal with these challenges by reducing the firepower of militias and the lone wolves they so inspire. Biden can claim credit for signing the first gun safety law in nearly 30 years and has issued a slew of executive orders. But he's also been criticized by progressives for not doing more. The new White House office was a long-sought objective of gun safety activists. And I believe that term gun safety here is apropos, who were eager for further action from the administration, particularly with new legislation all but doomed in Congress amid Republican resistance. Despite the ongoing carnage, including a tragedy that hit Wilcox's own family, he remains optimistic that America can tackle this growing crisis. And he made the case that the federal government is building new systems right now that might actually stem the bloodshed. But it really requires a axiom shift, a paradigmatic revolution. Everywhere I went online when looking up what's going on with guns, I run into ad infinitum, ad nauseum. Guns are tools. Guns aren't the problem. People are the problem. People! Like, kill all the people and keep all the guns and we'd be in a world of eternal peace. Actually, that's quite true, but that's the peace of the mass grave. Look, these fuckers are out there who say guns are tools. Guns are tools. A gun is not a weapon. It's a tool, is what they're trying to tell you. Spit in their fucking face. Guns are not goddamn tools, okay? Guns are not fucking tools. They are weapons. We need to deconstruct the mythic origin of the Second Amendment. Guns are more than just tools. I myself got my first gun as a birthday present when I was 7 years old. I was taught that a gun was neither a tool or a toy, but a weapon, and was to be used very carefully. With great power comes great responsibility. That's what Brendan was trying to say earlier when he was talking about superheroes. Significantly, I don't remember finding myself riveted by photo magazines before I ran across Richard Benjamin Speck sometime that same year of 1973. In July of 1966, yes, that year in which I was born, while I was wallowing in womb water under my late and sainted Cyrus's beating heart, Speck single-handedly raped and murdered 8 student nurses in a Chicago townhouse. When I first found myself captivated by the photograph of a brutalized blonde nurse half stripped from her classic uniform at the feet of the shadowy figure of a hulking man whose face was out of frame, I was deeply frightened and mesmerized by the crime, and by the pictures of the victims, all those dark bouffants that ran above the fold on the front page of the Goldsboro News Argus. That was at a local magazine shop that sold such paraphernalia, scraps and souvenirs. That wasn't in the magazine my daddy had that I actually found myself masturbating over, but that's a different story. Just a fortnight, 14 nights or 12 weeks later, the Eagle Scout cum Marine Corps veteran Charles Joseph Whitman took a footlocker full of weapons up onto the observation deck of the tower of the main building at the University of Texas and started shooting. By the time he was done, he'd killed 14 people and critically injured 32 others for life, and I had developed a deep and morbid fascination with the collection of loud tales, as the American poet, novelist, and short story writer Stephen Crane called it, that I found in my late and sainted legal sire's slush pile of photo pulp mags. Maybe you remember the late 1960s, that decade into which I myself was delivered into this vale of tears from between my mother's loins. The assassinations, the Manson clan, creepy crawling down from the desert. We had riots. Elsewhere, there was a seemingly interminable war. Most people alive today were born too late to remember the sense of imminent unraveling that hung over America. But there really was something like violent revolution in the air. We have been taught to believe America is different than other countries, and though those differences are often exaggerated, there are real reasons for them. We are a vast, diverse nation, and we are trained to believe that we are somehow and forever great. We were born of conquest, and in a condition of the original sin that was only inadequately expiated by an internecine civil war. We write our history in blood, and we are undeniably violent. We kill each other more than the people of most other countries kill each other. Some people blame the proliferation of firearms, which are easily obtained in this country, for that. Others point out that a gun has no will of its own, that it is but a tool, as said by a fool, because it is specious. It's specious to pretend that a gun isn't something more than a tool. It is a fetish item, an amulet, in which some of us invest much faith. At the very least, it is a way of remotely extinguishing life. a way of killing from what had traditionally been a safe distance. A gun places the killer at a remove from his victim. It eliminates the need for intimacy. Without a gun, you cannot kill like Charles Whitman or James Egan Holmes. You have to kill like Richard Speck, with a knife, with bare hands. Kissing close to your enemy, as in his case, he was violating them physically, raping them. He only used his gun to threaten and control his victims. Over the years, I have tried to be clear that I comprehend our greater problem is not guns. The greater problem is the American susceptibility to irrational fear. The kind of fear I felt when I was 7 years old and obsessing about Richard Speck. Wondering if he would rape a young man like myself that looked like a woman and was often mistaken for female. We don't feel safe, in part because there are people who stand to profit from making us feel insecure. Combine that with a culture that valorizes the gunfighter and the avenging angel, the valiant citizen who uses a firearm in self-defense or in defense of the vulnerable innocent. There has always been a core constituency for dark materials, and American storytelling tradition is rife with murder ballads and bloodbaths. Shakespeare wasn't dainty. There is a dark yen in the human animal, a drive for extinction that rivals the urge for sex. Art is made from base materials, from bones and blood and the humors of the body, as well as from invisible things that float in the air. And I wouldn't proscribe any artist from making full use of whatever they can find. Consuming thousands of violent images as entertainment probably plays a role in desensitizing us, though most people are sophisticated enough to distinguish between cinematic gore and the real thing. Sick people will find whatever feeds their sickness, as was the case with Jambo the Reese Monkey, Jameson Reese, with his constant open and public admiration for gore porn. I mean, real people really getting chopped up, burned alive, eviscerated, watching the narco-terrorist war south of the border as he did. And some cultures, I'm thinking of the Japanese, of which I am a fourth genetically, have even more violent tastes than Americans. Yet they don't have our real-world gun murders. But we're not exactly the shootingest people on the planet, according to the United Nations. There were 14 other countries that had higher per capita firearm homicide rates than these United States did in 2009. I remember looking into it that year. Most of those were in Latin America and the Caribbean. In 2008, the year of the stock market crash, 3 countries, El Salvador, Brazil, and Ecuador, had higher per capita firearm homicide rates than these United States. There are several places in the third world where you're more likely to get shot than in these United States. So we're not number one. But we're not great either. And we ought to be grown up enough to realize when things are broken. The ready availability of guns in America is often discussed as a domestic policy matter. But it is also an international issue via the link between America's lax gun laws and the violence that fuels immigration. An iron river of illegal guns flows from the United States to Mexico, Central America, and across the hemisphere. 'Tis American-made guns ripping Central America apart and driving migration north. A stray bullet from a gang fight struck Katori Ramos when she was but 12 years old, playing on the dirt street in the poor Planeta neighborhood of San Pedro Sula, Honduras. The bullet entered just above her waist and didn't even hurt. That's because when she arrived at the hospital, the doctor diagnosed that it had cut through her spine. She was paralyzed from the waist down and would never walk again. Her school had no wheelchair ramps, so she left and spent her days at home lying down and watching television. In April of 2020, she got ulcers linked to the paralysis, which caused blood poisoning, and she died. Her tragedy cuts to 12 polarizing issues in these United States: guns and refugees. These debates are not normally connected, but the Biden administration needs to look at them together to find any solution. An iron river of illegal guns flows from these United States to Mexico, Central America, across the Western Hemisphere, helping make the Americas the world's most homicidal region on Earth. With 47 of the world's 100 most murderous cities, thousands flee violence in the northern triangle of Central America, Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, and seek asylum in these United States, adding to the pressure of undocumented migrants. Over my years in private security enforcement and mercenary contracting, as well as my involvement with criminal enterprises via my lifelong gang brothers of the Tong, I traveled from the biggest firearms trade show in the world in Las Vegas to the open-air drug markets of Baltimore, to the mass graves of Mexico. These experiences have left me staggered by the scale of the trafficking and by America's political failure to take any basic measures to stop it. There are at least 700 licensed gun dealers along the United States-Mexico border, and the illegal firearms trade in Mexico generates more than 100 million United States dollars in annual revenue for American gun makers. Between 2007, the year of my late and sainted legal sires, my father's murder, and 2019, more than 179,000, now that I recall, firearms were captured in Mexico and 5 Central American countries and traced to gun shops and gun factories in these United States. Basically 180,000 guns. Mexico's foreign ministry believes this is the tip of the iceberg and estimates that far more than 12 million guns crossed the Rio Grande over the preceding decade. These weapons originate in the legal American gun market, the biggest in the world by far, with 393 million firearms in civilian hands, according to the last count I even sourced or bothered to read. They then cross into a parallel black market through 4 main methods: a private sale loophole, straw buyers like myself, people with clean records paid to buy guns, outright theft from gun shops, and the sale of parts to make unserialized weapons or ghost guns. In the summer of 2009, a 63-year-old professional bass fisherman from Florida named Hugh Crumpler III was arrested for international arms trafficking. For years, he'd been buying weapons legally at gun shows and then reselling them to individuals from Latin America who wanted to smuggle the guns back to their home countries. Crumpler was what's known as a straw buyer. I have done this in the past many times myself. Not doing it now, or I wouldn't need help with the rent. Later, in an interview with Univision, he said, "I developed a group of customers, and it dawned on me one day that they were all Hondurans, and that they all seemed to want the same type of guns, and they all seemed to want more and more." By the time he was caught, Crumpler had resold roughly 1,000 guns, including Glocks and AR-15 assault rifles, the kind most universally deployed in mass shootings. He eventually agreed to cooperate with American authorities in exchange for a 2.5-year prison sentence. According to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, some of the guns Crumpler sold were used in crimes in Honduras, Puerto Rico, and Colombia, including in at least one homicide they were able to forensically confirm beyond any shadow of a doubt. Traffickers. They take these guns from states with looser laws, such as Virginia and Georgia, to cities with stricter laws, including Washington and New York, which are suffering from sharp increases in gun violence. They also smuggle them south to Mexico, over the 2,000-mile border, hidden in cars and trucks. In Florida, smugglers stash firearms in cargo ships that sail across the Caribbean and far beyond. Steve Barberini, a former agent for the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, has testified, "You go to a shipper and you drop off a box and you say what's in there. Household goods. They don't care." For American guns, this is a common route to Honduras. In Mexico, semi-automatic rifles are in high demand. Half of the guns from the United States recovered in the country are long guns, of the AR-15 or AK-47 variety. Central American gangsters like 9mm handguns. A popular purchase from Crumpler's Trove was a semi-automatic pistol known in the region as a motopolicias, or cop killer, because it can fire armor-piercing bullets. Various causes drive people from their homes in Central America, including extreme poverty and drought linked to climate change. But violence is a major factor, with asylum claims by Central Americans often citing attacks by gun-toting criminals. According to the Center for American Progress, every year, guns that were initially sold in these United States are used in thousands of crimes in Canada, Central America, and the Caribbean. It's estimated that some 100,000 American guns are smuggled across the southern border each and every year. The region that's been hit the hardest is Central America, where gun laws are relatively strict, yet homicide rates are among the highest on earth. Gang wars, massive state corruption, and murderous criminal syndicates are to blame for the violence, but American firepower facilitates it all. Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras do not have substantial gun industries of their own. The governments of these countries rely on imports from abroad to supply their militaries and security forces. Most of the guns otherwise in circulation on the street are illegal and unregistered, and many come from sellers in these United States. According to a GAO, Government Accountability Office report, 70% of guns recovered by authorities in Mexico, for instance, were originally sold in these United States, most of them in Texas, California, and Arizona. 49% of weapons recovered in El Salvador came from these United States, compared to 46% in Honduras and 29% in Guatemala. Mark Ungar, a political science professor at Brooklyn College and an expert in the region's gun violence, has concluded that, unlike other forms of contraband, American weapons don't just pass through Central America, but engulf it in storms of violence. This violence, in turn, has fueled a refugee crisis. Since 2014, more than 150,000 unaccompanied immigrant children from countries in region have fled to these United States seeking some form of asylum from the massacre of their families by criminals wielding American firepower. And then Americans call them filthy immigrants and lock them into cages. Why does it take a vampire to tell you human beings how your inhumanity makes me sick? There's times when I myself wonder if you're worth saving from extinction. In 2019 and 2020, more than 70,000 people arrived at the United States' southern border to apply for asylum, despite the Trump administration forcing them to wait in dangerous Mexicano border towns where they suffered further extortion and kidnapping, not to mention assault of the physical and sexual variety. Those from Honduras were the highest in number. In February of 2021, Joe Biden ended the policy of making asylum seekers remain in Mexico. Thousands have since gone into these United States to wait for their court dates, but more asylum seekers keep arriving, alongside a surge in people trying to cross illegally over the river and deserts between the border posts, putting mounting pressure on our president. Biden promised to reduce the root causes of immigration with a $4 billion United States dollar aid package for Central America. He should also act against the gun trafficking that drives the bloodshed. He could do this by supporting legislation to stop the private sale loophole, introduce federal rules on security of gun shops, to reduce theft, if nothing else, and make it harder for criminals to acquire ghost guns. Bills aimed at all of this have already been filed, and Biden seemed to make a promising start of support for change with his announcement on guns on the 8th day of April in the year before yesteryear. More serious punishments for straw buyers could also have a substantial effect. Clamping down on gun trafficking would also ameliorate violence in American cities and the relentless cartel warfare in Mexico, which refugees flee from as well. But as long as the American empire allows an iron river of guns to flood south, a river of refugees will keep pouring north. So we should be intellectually honest. We should interrogate ourselves. Why do we crave blood on the screen? Why do we crave our guns? Why is it impossible to have an honest discussion about the relative merits of registration and control? But you can't have that here. Here there are people who will insist that the recent shooting spree in Nevada is part of a government conspiracy to take away our guns. The hysteria isn't driven by people meaning to confiscate guns. It's driven by people meaning to sell them. There are people who insist that the best defense against a James Holmes attack, like the one in the Colorado movie theater massacre, is a well-armed and trained populace, that the death toll would have been lower had the audience returned fire. Never mind that Colorado has some of the least restrictive gun laws in the country, including a provision that allows people to carry concealed weapons with a permit. Maybe we should require people to carry handguns? When this country was founded, the drafters of the Constitution could not imagine a free society in which ordinary people were precluded from owning firearms because they could not imagine the kind of firearms we manufacture and sell today. They were radicals and revolutionaries, and they well knew how abusive and arrogant governments could become, for they personified such themselves as wealthy landed gentry of privilege whose own plantations were powered by chattel slavery. They were not only not supernatural beings blessed with perfect knowledge of the future, indeed, they were by and large treasonous men striving to do their damnedest to craft the first principles of a new kind of evil empire. The Second Amendment means something, even if it is not what you or I say it means. It cannot and should not be dismissed. But it's not scripture either. We must change the system that allows anyone, regardless of age, mental capability, or reasonable intelligence, to own a gun. There is a reason we demand that people who want to obtain a driver's license must go through a test to determine that they know enough about automotive safety to drive a car. We have restrictions on voting until reaching a certain age. The Supreme Court's majority opinion in the case of D.C. versus Heller guarantees the right of individuals to own firearms, striking down any ban on guns in homes. However, the 2008 decision merely codified a long campaign to misread American history in a way that selectively glorifies certain aspects of American mythology, while shamefully ignoring troublesome truths that shaped the Second Amendment. This is particularly ironic because this mythologized history claims to be based on the original meaning of the text. Nothing could be further from the truth. Eugene Luther Gore Vidal said it best when he said, "We are the United States of amnesia. We learn nothing because we remember nothing." The NRA would argue that the Second Amendment to the Constitution gives everyone the right to own a gun. The Second Amendment never meant that every fucking lunatic and mass murderer would have the legal right to own a goddamn gun. We must do something to protect our people. Let's go into an origin story. The Boston Tea Party was essentially a private operation for the benefit of racketeers rather than the action of selfless citizens. At 6:30 p.m. on Thursday, as dated the 16th day in December of 1773, a group of between 100 and 150 Americans raided 3 East India Company merchantmen moored in Boston and threw 92,000 pounds of tea worth 1.7 million United States dollars in today's terms into the harbor. A central part of the American founding story, the 250th anniversary of the Boston Tea Party has been commemorated this weekend, as a key moment when patriotic Americans fought back against the greedy British and their oppressive taxation policies that forced up prices on commodities such as tea, which in turn led to the American Revolutionary War of Independence. But the truth is more complex, interesting, and nuanced, especially regarding the motivation of the patriots, as the Americans who destroyed the tea described themselves. Far from increasing the price for American consumers, the taxed East India tea was going to be sold for about half the single American dollar that they were then paying for a pound of tea. The only people who were going to lose out were the smuggler barons of Boston, New York, and Pennsylvania, who employed those patriots who attacked the vessels. As the historian Charles Arnold Baker has pointed out, the Boston Tea Party was essentially a private operation for the benefit of racketeers rather than the action of any selfless citizens. This is borne out by recent research into the individuals who attacked those ships, including 8 who were employed by one radical Boston merchant smuggler alone. The fear that the East India tea, once unloaded and sold, would undercut the smugglers' prices meant that it was in their interests to destroy it before it could be landed. When the first of the 3 ships carrying tea arrived at Boston Harbor on the 28th day in November of 1773, the merchant smugglers had no trouble in whipping up a mob, largely made up of their own employees, to prevent the tea being offloaded, which by law had to happen within 20 days of docking. The duty had to be paid on offloading, otherwise customs had the right to seize it. If that happened, it would have to be sold on the quayside for knockdown prices, and the Boston merchant smugglers would have lost the lucrative tea part of their business. So the next day, they called a mass meeting of the so-called Sons of Liberty, a terrorist organization, demanding that the tea be sent back to England without the tax being paid. The next day, Governor Thomas Hutchinson of Massachusetts Bay Colony ordered the mob to disperse and refused permission for ships bearing the tea to leave Boston Harbor without offloading it. The situation remained highly volatile for the next 18 days of the crisis until on the 16th day of December, there were only 12 days to go before customs could impound the tea. A contemporaneous joke in a Boston newspaper accurately summed up the situation. Colonist number 1, hurrying to the Liberty Tree where the Patriots met, says that he hopes a mob will force merchants to lower the tea price. Not exactly, says colonist number 2. The mob was in fact going to make those who expect to sell at half that price send it back again. In the highly coordinated assault on December 16th, 3 well-organized teams dressed as Mohawk Native Americans and using soot for blackface in order to increase deniability in court, raided the ships, hatcheted open the 342 chests of tea, and threw it overboard, all in under 12 hours. The sheer efficiency of the operation points to it having been organized in advance by the Boston merchant smugglers rather than being a popular uprising of the outraged citizenry, as the American founding myth so claims. The artisans, apprentices, and laborers who boarded those ships were under the overall direction of the Boston Committee of Correspondence, which was dominated by the richer Boston merchants. Several of them had already participated in the beating up of customs officers earlier in 1773, and the vicious scalding with boiling tar known as tarring and feathering. While the Boston Committee of Correspondence coordinated the tea protest, the Tea Party's historian, Benjamin Carp, has written that Boston's artisans did the work aboard the tea ships. It was in no sense a spontaneous activity. Accounts of it portray a tightly controlled paramilitary operation. Essentially, the Sons of Liberty were the terrorist henchmen of the rich smuggler barons who were faced with ruination if the tea were offloaded and sold, since there was no public demand for another boycott of British goods as there had been after the Stamp Act of 1765. If the tea had been unloaded, it would have been purchased and imbibed. In other words, bought and drank. It was the British government's response that turned the Boston Tea Party from a mere squalid act of racketeering reminiscent of the prohibitionist hoodlums in the 1920s, the prohibition gangsters, into a supposedly patriotic uprising of ordinary Americans, which it was anything but. Instead of playing down the offense or treating it as a policing and customs matter, Lord North's ministry in London passed the coercive or intolerable Acts against Massachusetts in May of 1774, which caused uproar throughout the 13 colonies. The most important of these acts closed the port of Boston until full compensation had been paid to the East India Company. Opposition to the coercive acts meshed with that of the pro-Catholic Quebec Act and led to the protest assembly known as the First Continental Congress, which met in Philadelphia in September of 1774. Soon afterwards, Massachusetts began arming its militia and collecting munitions, which led in April of 1775 to the shots that were heard around the world at Lexington and Concord. The first revolution in modern human history that was to inspire all other revolutions thereafter. Now, some points to be made here. I can count them on the 10 fingers of my 2 hands. 1. The Tea Partiers were not protesting a tax hike, but a corporate tax break. The protesters who caffeinated Boston Harbor were railing against the Tea Act, which the British government enacted in the spring of 1773. Rather than inflicting new levies, however, the legislation actually reduced the total tax on tea sold in America by the East India Company and would have allowed colonists to purchase tea at half the price paid by British consumers. The Tea Act, however, did leave in place the hated 3 pence per pound duty enacted by the Townshend Acts in 1767, and it irked colonists as another instance of taxation legislation being passed by Parliament without their input and consent. The principle of self-governance, not the burden of higher taxes, motivated any political opposition to the Tea Act, but certainly had nothing to do with the terrorists who attacked private property of a private corporation, not the greater British Empire, which they would never dare to offend. Acid Kick 96 says, you're sounding great, by the way. Hugs, dear sir. Thank you so much. And deeply appreciate it. I am so glad. Let me give this guy a response. A thumbs up before I dive back into the breach. The second finger that comes up would be about commercial interests, perhaps more than political principles, motivating many protesters. By that, I'm not including the terrorists, just simple protesters. The Tea Act was a government bailout for a company on the brink of financial collapse, the flailing East India Company, which was deemed to be, in modern terms, too big to fail. The legislation gave the East India Company a virtual monopoly on the American tea trade, allowing it to bypass colonial merchants as middlemen and to even undercut the price of smuggled Dutch tea, which was widely consumed in the colonies. Thus, the Tea Act directly threatened the vested commercial interests of Boston's wealthy merchants and smugglers, such as John Hancock, who fomented the revolt. I mean, the very name, hand on cock. What a jerk-off. Now, the third finger that comes up, hey, George Washington himself condemned the Boston Tea Party, okay? Although America's foremost revolutionary figure wrote in June of 1774 that the cause of Boston ever will be considered as the cause of America, he strongly voiced his disapproval of their conduct in destroying the tea. Washington, like many other elites, held private property, including his slaves, to be sacrosanct, and believed that the perpetrators should compensate the East India Company for the damages. My fourth finger? Well, it was the British reaction to the Boston Tea Party, not the event itself, that rallied Americans. Many Americans shared Washington's sentiment and viewed the Boston Tea Party as an act of vandalism by radicals rather than any heroic patriotic undertaking. There was less division among the colonists, however, about their opposition to the measures passed by the British government in 1774 to punish Boston. The legislation closed the port of Boston until damages were paid, annulled colonial self-government in Massachusetts, and expanded the Quartering Act. Colonists referred to the measures as intolerable acts, and they led to the formation of the First Continental Congress. Now, by the time I reach the thumb of my left hand here, I'm thinking that for decades, the identities of the participants were shrouded in secrecy. The band of protesters was tight-lipped. Even after American independence, they refused to reveal their identities, fearing they could still face civil and criminal charges as well as condemnation from elites for engaging in mob behavior and the wanton destruction of private property. Even today, only the names of some of the participants are known. Why is this, if they're heroes? Because they're not fucking heroes. They're a bunch of goddamn gangster-ass criminals, motherfucker. They're a bunch of goddamn terrorists working on behalf of a criminal enterprise of mass smuggling in America. Now, once we start on the thumb of my right hand, I'm thinking the event wasn't even dubbed the Boston Tea Party until half 100 years later. For years, Bostonians blandly referred to the protest as the destruction of the tea. The earliest newspaper reference to the Boston Tea Party doesn't appear until 1826. In the 1830s, 12 books, one titled A Retrospect of the Tea Party, and the other titled Traits of the Tea Party, popularized the moniker and cemented it in popular culture. Now, by the time I get to the pointer finger of my right hand, I'm remembering there was a second Boston Tea Party. 3 months after the Boston Tea Party, Bostonians once again sent tea splashing when 60 disguised men boarded the Fortune. That's the name of the ship, in March of 1774, and forced the crew below deck and dumped tea chests into the harbor. The sequel wasn't quite nearly as impressive as the original, however, as only 30 chests were sent overboard. Now, by the time I get to my fuck you finger of my right hand, I'm remembering that subsequent tea parties were held in other colonies. Tea Act protests spread to other colonies throughout 1774 in cities such as New York, Annapolis, and Charleston, South Carolina. Patriots dumped tea off ships or burned it in protest. Now, with my ninth finger, the financial loss was significant. It's estimated that the protesters tossed more than 92,000 pounds of tea into Boston Harbor. That's enough to fill 18.5 million fucking tea bags. The present-day value of the destroyed tea has been estimated at around $1 million United States dollars. Finally, by the time I get to the pinky of my right hand, one tea partier appeared to rise from the dead. After being knocked unconscious by a falling tea crate in the hold of a ship, John Crane was reportedly thought to be dead and hidden by his compatriots under a pile of wood shavings in a nearby carpenter's shop. He awoke hours later, however, and was the only man harmed in the Boston Tea Party. Only in such a qualified context was the Boston Tea Party the spark that ignited the American Revolution. But far from being a spontaneous uprising of ordinary Americans angry at high taxes and prices, as it has been portrayed for a quarter of a millennium, it was, in fact, a well-organized assault by smuggler barons and their henchmen against a government attempt to halve the price of one of New England's major commodities. One wonders what would have happened if only Governor Hutchinson had put an adequate armed guard on those ships. An armed guard, ready to shoot to kill these goddamn Yankee terrorists. Ergo, the Second Amendment to the Bill of Rights emerged from America's political primordial ooze as a single fucking sentence. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. In the years immediately following the revolution, waged upon the premise that all men are created equal, it only remains to define who's a man, a human being, as opposed to a subhuman. Southern states were anxious about supporting a centralized government with the potential to do away with the institution of slavery. Even those few Southern statesmen who publicly decried slavery, like Thomas Jefferson, who owned slaves himself and fucked all the female ones, or at least the good-looking ones, to give them half-yellow kids, successive generations thereof, because he thought he was doing them a favor by upbreeding them in his sick and twisted mind, feared that emancipation would unleash a large, horribly mistreated population that would seek revenge on their former oppressors. These voices favored deportation en masse over emancipation, if not maintaining bondage indefinitely. Preserving control over enslaved people, rivaling in number free men in many states, including Virginia, meant constant armed vigilance against possible slave rebellions. To do this, Virginia and other states sent armed groups of local men to ride the roads at night, stopping all slaves they encountered and verifying they were not engaging in unlawful activity. In South Carolina and Virginia, these slave patrols were selected from state militias. And so, in South Carolina and Virginia, slave patrol was a term interchangeable with militia. By June of 1788, when Virginia's delegates convened in Richmond, Virginia, 8 states had already voted in favor of ratifying the Constitution of our Republican United States, or rather our United States as a republic that is now fucked by Republicans. On June 21st of 1788, New Hampshire became the deciding 9th state, ratifying the Constitution into full effect. 4 days later, on June 25th, Virginia followed suit. But Virginia had serious slave-related concerns, and she did not agree to ratify without testimony by 2 high-profile anti-federalist Virginians, Patrick Henry and George Mason. They sprach about Article 1, Section 8, authorizing Congress to call forth, organize, arm, and discipline the militia. Henry addressed not what Congress might do in this capacity, but what Congress might not do. He argued that, should Congress neglect or refuse to arm or discipline their last and best defense, the militia would be useless. Mason approached from a different angle. He proposed an amendment limiting the power of Congress to summon militia from one state to another without the approval of the legislature of the state from which the militia was ordered to march. Mason alleged, on real emergencies, this legislative consent will never be denied. Such arguments raise the question, against what dangers or threats were Henry and Mason implying Virginia's militia was a last and best defense against? certainly not foreign military invasion. Against organized military forces, Virginia's militia had proven feckless. When charged by the British at Camden, South Carolina in 1780, the militia fled. The unstated implication, obvious then and now, was this: a Congress sympathetic to a Northern abolitionist agenda. A Congress sympathetic to a Northern abolitionist agenda could disarm or even remove from the state the armed police force standing between free whites and black slaves. This could not stand. Though the Constitution technically came into effect with New Hampshire's ratification, the new United States needed Virginia, which was then enormous. It was like fucking Texas size, because, you know, it was a single, well, I'm thinking of Carolina, I guess. At any rate, Virginia had disproportionate influence among the various states, and particularly in the South, it carried the weight of public opinion. There was a reason so many of our early American leaders were, first and foremost, Virginians. Like, of course, Robert E. Lee. To draw my sword against my native Virginia. One of those men, before him, was James Madison, the primary architect of our Constitution. Madison pursued a political career but faced vigorous anti-federalist opposition, and in a Virginia fearful of congressional de facto abolition, Madison defeated James Monroe for a seat in the House of Representatives only after reluctantly casting his support for the addition of a Bill of Rights, called for by anti-federalists. Bill of Rights Day, of course, was Friday, as opposed to Boston Tea Party Day, which was Saturday. And as I said, if you open up my text for summary of tonight's show, you can find out that Friday was the 1232nd Bill of Rights Day. And, of course, as I said, yesterday was the 1250th Boston Tea Party Day weekend. Well, they're both into the weekend, so they both needed celebration and education from my own peculiar situation on the estates of my son's husband. Teaching the Harima Blood Boys, my primary source of food, what's up, like I'm teaching yourselves right now. Now, we're maintaining adequate numbers. I hope you're all appreciating this. Okay, where was I? Although Madison believed the power of the enumerated articles already ratified stood on their own merits, he could not ignore that the tipping point for all states to fall in line to ratify the Constitution was when Virginia voted in favor. Virginia may have been the 10th state when just 9 were needed, but possessing disproportionately heavy influence compared to much smaller New Hampshire, Virginia carried the weight of public opinion. The Virginia delegates' testimony during the ratification convention in June of 1788 undoubtedly influenced his drafting of the Bill of Rights, including the Second Amendment. So whether James Madison was motivated by conscience, by political ambition, or by fear of allowing the long and difficult birth of the Constitution to end in a second constitutional convention, he compromised. His resolution to incorporate a Bill of Rights into the body of the Constitution's text included a version of the Second Amendment that read much differently than the one ruled on in 2008 by the Supreme Court. It reads, "The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, a well-armed and well-regulated militia being the best security of a free country. But no person religiously scrupulous of bearing arms shall be compelled to render military service in person." The resolution underwent debate in the House and was edited to another draft reading thusly: "A well-regulated militia composed of the body of the people being the best security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, but no person religiously scrupulous shall be compelled to bear arms." In other words, conscientious objectors would be spared from the draft. Further amendments in the Senate reduced the right to bear arms to its current grammatically vulnerable form, which was formally adopted in 1791. So let's talk reboot. For 172 years, very little attention was even paid to the individual right to own firearms as being worthy of constitutional consideration. The Second Amendment was widely understood to refer to the collective right, as its terms connect its protection to the well-regulated militia necessary to the security of a free state. But in 1962, President John Fitzgerald Kennedy was shot and killed, assassinated, in Dallas, Texas. This assassination, well, the assassin himself had ordered his rifle from American Rifleman, the National Rifle Association's own official magazine. In the wake of this, the NRA, once known mainly for its advocacy for limited and responsible gun ownership, pivoted toward becoming the communications division for gun manufacturers with which Americans are now familiar. Less than 5 years later, our fallen president's brother, presidential hopeful and outspoken critic of the dangers of guns, Robert Kennedy, was also shot and killed, doubtless by the NRA. Since then, the NRA has metastasized as a cancer into the source of funding for scholarly research, spuriously so, bathing the Second Amendment in the light of an insurrectionist interpretation. There's no other word for this. Based on an American cultural mythos of rugged individualism and vigilante justice, such propaganda argues in favor of owning guns as an individual right of self-defense. Yet, nowhere in the language of the Second Amendment appears any mention of self-defense. Insurrectionist readings of the right to bear arms speculate that state militias are intended to include all able-bodied Americans and are responsible for protecting against the threat of tyrannical governmental activity. However, the language written in the body of the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, clearly grants authority over militias to Congress, thereby nullifying any such notion. And that's all it is a notion. Not even a theory. It's strictly notional. This revisionist campaign to market one of America's oldest and most popular white privileges as defense of liberty continues to be successful. Furthermore, such a distortion of the history and the intent of the Second Amendment undermines the enumerated powers and the importance of the other amendments by suggesting the only real power lies in the leverage of an armed population over the government. This insurrectionist washing campaign culminated in 2008's Heller ruling. The majority of the court allowed itself to be distracted by this fog of unhistory. But as progressives, it is important to remember that the court was only one vote away from piercing this haze. Justice Stevens, in his dissent to Chief Justice Scalia's creative language arts lesson / majority opinion, so wrote, without identifying any language in the text that even mentions civilian uses of firearms, the court proceeds to find its preferred reading in what is at best an ambiguous text, and then concludes that its reading is not foreclosed by the preamble. Perhaps the court's approach to the text is acceptable advocacy, but it is surely an unusual approach for judges to follow. We are now living in an unusual era, one in which unsuspecting citizens can be gunned down as they shop, watch movies, go to school, go out to concerts, clubs, and head to work every day. This unusual time and place is the America of Heller's unusual approach. Progressives should rise up to shed light on the distorted history of our unusual circumstances and fight for a future less fearsome than our past and more hopeful than our present. This brings us to the Second Amendment and settler colonialism, on which ultimately the apartheid state of Israel is modeled. After us, the Anglo-American settlers' violent break from Britain in the late 18th century paralleled their search and destroy annihilation of Delaware, Cherokee, Muskogee, Seneca, Mohawk, Shawnee, and Miami. These are all Indian tribes, during which they slaughtered families without distinction of age or gender and expanded the boundaries of the 13 colonies into unceded native territories. Beyond the line of demarcation drawn by King George, who said, "Thus far and no farther." Acid Kick 96 says, appreciating you very much, Douglas. Thank you. Bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you in turn. Okay. So here's hoping, of course, we get more listeners to this. Certainly on replay. Numbers have gone down because, of course, people need to go to work in the morning. But hopefully people will review this and spread the word. Now, the Royal Proclamation put limits on American expansion. This was the reason Americans said, "Fuck you to King George, we want it all, from sea to shining sea." Fought the British in what is the longest declared war in American history if we don't take into account the reality of World War II never ending. The way Americans understand World War II is lasting 4 years, the Revolutionary War lasted 8. The longest declared war in American history. Great Britain's Vietnam, in which the Viet Cong were supposedly a bunch of American militia but those were just a bunch of slave drivers, or rather, slave hunters. And, of course, the American population were intent on exterminating Indians. And to do so, they had to win their Revolutionary War of Independence so they could expand unimpeded by British civilization. White savages on a campaign of genocide now aped, monkeyed, as my mother would say, mimicked by Israelis. The Declaration of Independence of 1776 symbolizes the beginning of the Indian Wars and westward movement that continued across the continent for another century of unrelenting American wars of conquest. That was the goal of independence, with both the seasoned Indian killers of the Revolutionary Army and white settler rangers / militias employing extreme violence against indigenous non-combatants with the objective of total extermination along domination of nature itself, whom the Native American Indians personified. These forces were met with resistance movements and confederations identified with leaders such as, if I remember the name correctly, Bukong Giahelas of the Delaware, Alexander Mikilevre of the Muskogee Creek, Little Turtle and Blue Jacket of the Miami-Shawnee Alliance, Joseph Brant of the Mohawk, and Cornplanter of the Seneca, as well as the Great Tecumseh and the Shawnee-led Confederation in the Ohio Valley. Without their sustained resistance, the intended genocide would have been complete. The eastern half of the continent was ethnically cleansed of Native American nations, by 1850, through forced relocation to Indian Territory, west of the Mississippi. The program of expansion and the wars against Native American civilization, the true civilization, fighting against the white barbarian hordes, and the agricultural societies of the vast valley of the Ohio River and the Great Lakes region, began before the Declaration with the French and Indian War of 1754 through 1763, which was the North American extension of the 7 Years' War between France and Britain in Europe. The Greater Britain Empire's victory over Royal France in 1763 led to its domination of world trade, sea power, and colonial holdings for nearly 2 centuries. In the Treaty of Paris, France ceded Canada and all claims east of the Mississippi to Great Britain. In the course of that war, Anglo-American settlers intensified their use of counterinsurgent violence, with the Anglo-settler elite, with what they dubbed savage wars against indigenous peoples' resistance to their incursions into the territories of the Ottawa, Miami, Kickapoo, and the confederations identified with Pontiac's leadership of the Great Lakes region, spreading to the Illinois and Ohio countries. By the end of the war, significant numbers of Anglo settlers had taken indigenous lands beyond the colonies' boundaries, and land speculation was a road to riches for a fortunate few, the Trumps of their time. To the settlers' dismay, soon after the 1763 Treaty of Paris was signed, King George III issued a proclamation prohibiting British settlement west of the Allegheny Appalachian mountain chain, ordering those who had settled there to relinquish their claims and return to the royal kingdom's 13 crown colonies. Soon, it became clear that the British authorities needed far more soldiers to enforce the edict, as thousands of settlers ignored it and continued to pour over the mountains, squatting on indigenous lands, forming armed militias, and provoking indigenous resistance. In 1765, in order to enforce the proclamation line, the British Parliament imposed the Stamp Act on the colonists, a tax on all printed materials that had to be paid in Greater British pound sterling, not local paper money. The iconic colonial protest slogan, if you will, the colonial protest slogan that became a meme, "Taxation without representation is tyranny," marked the surge of rebellion against British control. But it did not tell the real story, or even a fraction thereof, considering what the tax was for: to pay the cost of housing, feeding, and transporting soldiers to contain and suppress the colonies from expanding further into Indian territory, the Palestinians of their time, and exterminating them all in the Israeli fashion. This is why Americans worship Jews as the master race. There is a prescience here, a kind of time travel, if you will, in which American aggression anticipated Israeli genocide of Palestine. The British peacekeepers needed to be quartered by Americans to prevent the Americans from exterminating the real Americans, the Native Americans. The British were trying to protect native life on Earth, making the British Empire the most progressive civilization worthy of that name of its day. The complaints iterated in the Declaration largely focus on the measures used by King George to prevent his rebellious subjects from grabbing ever more land. King George has excited domestic insurrections, slave revolts amongst us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages. It has indigenous nations resisting genocidal wars, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. You know, doing what the fucking white American Yankees do to them. American Yankees would skin a Native American woman and children alive as animals to be leathered. How could you blame the Indians for fighting back in like fashion? Honestly, it has to be said, considering their deeds, white Americans deserve to die. By the early 1770s, terrorism waged by Anglo-American settlers against even Christianized native communities within the colonies and violent encroachment on those outside the colonial boundaries raged, and illegal speculation in stolen Indian lands was rampant. In the southern colonies especially, farmers who had lost their land in competition with larger, more efficient, slave-worked plantations rushed for native farmlands over the mountain range. These militant settlers, rangers, thus created the framework for the United States to appropriate native territories and attempt to eradicate entire indigenous nations across the continent for the following century. Illegal squatter settlers, always with practiced Indian killers in the lead, initially depended on colonial militias for support. After the War of Independence, they relied on the United States military to protect their settlements. During the war years of 1774 through to 1783, the secessionists' parallel wars against native nations were, in military historian John Grenier's words, waypoints in the development of the first way of war. In them, we find the same elements, necessity and efficiency, the uncontrollable momentum of extravagant violence, and the quest for the subjugation of Indians that had defined the first way of war throughout the colonial period. In a book first published in 1876, but written decades earlier, the historian Joseph Doddridge, who lived from 1769 through to 1826, himself a minister and early settler in the Ohio country, wrote, and here I read therefrom, "The early settlers on the frontiers of this country were like Arabs of the desert of Africa, in at least 12 respects. Every man was a soldier, and from early in the spring till late in the fall, he was almost continually in arms. Their work was often carried on by parties, each one of whom had his rifle and everything else belonging to his war dress. These were deposited in some central place in the field. A sentinel was stationed on the outside of the fence, so that on the least alarm, the whole company repaired to their arms, and were ready for combat in a moment." The Second Amendment thus reflects this dependence on individual armed men, not just in terms of their right to bear arms, but also as a requirement to bear arms, which was crucial to the integrity of the state and the conception of security achieved through a relationship between state and citizen. In 1783, the British withdrew from the fight to maintain sovereignty over their 13 colonies, not due to any military defeat, but rather in order to redirect their resources to occupy and colonize South Asia. Great Britain's transfer of its claim to Indian country, west of the colonies, spelled a nightmarish disaster for all indigenous peoples east of the Mississippi, and ultimately all of North America that would be claimed and occupied by the evil empire of these United States. Greater Britain's withdrawal in 1783 opened a new chapter of unrestrained racist violence and colonization of the North American continent. The creation of the United States Constitution began in 1785, but the document was not approved by all states and in effect until 1791. Meanwhile, the interim Continental Congress got to work on a plan for colonization over the mountain range. The Land Ordinance of 1785 established a centralized system for surveying and distributing land, with seized native lands being auctioned off to the highest bidder. The Northwest, here referring to the Ohio Country, Ordinance, the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, set forth a colonization procedure for annexation via military occupation, transforming to civilian territorial status under federal control, and finally, statehood. These were the first laws of the incipient republic, revealing the motive for those desiring independence. It was the blueprint for the taking of the North American continent, with lines of future settlement reaching the Pacific on the maps. The maps contained in the land ordinances, which laid out land in marketable square-mile plots, were not new. They were the products of pre-revolutionary colonial elites, including George Washington, who, as leader of the Virginia militia, took armed surveying teams illegally into Ohio country, making him one of the most successful land speculators in all the colonies. The wealthiest colonists were all speculators. Acquiring land and enslaving people provided the very basis of the economy of the first nation on earth, born in blood as a capitalist empire. And by 1850, it was the wealthiest economy in the world. One cannot argue with the economic success of slavery. In 1801, President Thomas Jefferson aptly described the new settler states' intentions for horizontal and vertical continental expansion as an empire for liberty, stating, "However our present interests may restrain us within our own limits, it is impossible not to look forward to distant times, when our rapid multiplication will expand itself beyond those limits and cover the whole northern, if not the southern continent, with a people speaking the same language, governed in similar form by similar laws." This was the vision that would later be taken by the Confederate States of America for their intended domination of Pan America in the Southern Hemisphere, of the Western Hemisphere. Latin America, in other words, under a Confederado empire. This vision of manifest destiny found form a few years later in the Monroe Doctrine, signaling the intention of annexing or dominating former Spanish colonial territories in the Americas and the Pacific, which would be put into practice during the rest of the century, while carrying out brutal wars of extermination and expulsion of native peoples to complete the continental shape of the United States today. This is what brings us to the lesser-known history of the Monroe Doctrine itself. The opening days of December marked the 200th anniversary of the Monroe Doctrine this year, celebrated in history books for extending American influence throughout this hemisphere. But few Americans are aware of the lesser-known predecessor, the Jefferson-Monroe Penal Doctrine, which first proposed using slavery and involuntary servitude as punishment for crime to establish a national penal colony. At a time of continued reckoning over slavery in these United States, it is also a fitting moment to consider the roots of prison expansion in empire. At the dawn of the 19th century, Gabriel Prosser and hundreds of enslaved people in Virginia planned a revolt. Enslavers and local militia discovered and thwarted the rebellion amid a suffocating climate of white hysteria over the revolution taking place on the former French colony of Saint-Dominique, where enslaved people were engaged in a struggle against slavery that would establish the first black republic in the world, here in our own Western Hemisphere. Perceived as a direct threat to white dominance worldwide, and ergo to forever be subdued. That's why America's constant wars and invasions of Haiti. Justice Allah in the chat says, drop that his story, which has been my story, a mystery until now. Great stuff. Peace. Peace in return. Justice Allah. Peace be upon you. And back into the breach. Check a little bit about the time we have remaining. Quite a bit, so I'll continue. In the wake of Gabriel Prosser's revolution, his surname spelled Prosser, James Monroe wrote to Thomas Jefferson requesting he find a place to transport prisoners convicted of sedition, conspiracy, or insurrection, in other words, revolting slaves, out of the limits of the United States itself. What they came up with was evoked in schemes to establish a national penal colony in places like Île-et-Vache, off the coast of Haiti, and Alaska, dubbed America's Botany Bay, which, if you'll remember, is, of course, a penal colony in Australia, and the name of the ship in which the Wrath of Khan, well, Khan in Star Trek was exiled on the Botany Bay. Appropriately enough. Now, federal law providing for slavery and involuntary servitude to be used as punishment for crime in territories that otherwise outlawed slavery made proposals for using prison labor to colonize land seem feasible. The so-called convict clause, the legal exception for prison slavery, originated with the Northwest Ordinance, applying to territories claimed northwest of the Ohio River, and was carried forward in the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution. The clause provides that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime, shall exist within the United States or any place under their jurisdiction. Ooh, get it? Except as a punishment for crime. So all you need to do is be sentenced to slavery. This would continue slavery after its abolition by rendering entire races as criminals. Over successive eras of empire building, those places under United States jurisdiction came to include a vast expanse of Native American land across North America, Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Panama Canal Zone, and the Philippines. plantation labor at the Iwahig Penal Farm in the Philippines, established after the United States waged war with Spain and put down the Philippine independence movement, said to be the largest penal colony in the world, looked strikingly similar to convict labor at Parchman Farm in Mississippi. Prison officials celebrated the Iwahig Penal Colony as a model prison without walls when they set about implementing a similar scheme at McNeil Island Prison off the coast of Washington in the Puget Sound, suggesting that taking up the white man's burden of imperialism overseas had taught them how to better govern prisons domestically. The Jefferson-Monroe Penal Doctrine's formulation that prison slavery be used beyond borders became a mainstay of federal policy. President Theodore Roosevelt selectively extended certain constitutional provisions by executive order to the Panama Canal Zone, where the United States had seized control in the early 20th century. For example, making clear that the convict clause would apply in this new extraterritorial jurisdiction as well. Many of the same military men, police, and prison guards who fought in places like the Philippines, Cuba, and Puerto Rico during the Spanish-American War were tapped to extend prison imperialism into the Canal Zone. Veterans from Roosevelt's Rough Riders assumed posts as police captains and prison wardens, overseeing one of the largest infrastructure building projects in human history. Highly visible and degrading convict labor on road gangs was used to structure racial hierarchy in the zone. As in the United States, the solid South of these United States, Dixieland, if you will, bogus charges and sentences to hard labor effectively re-enslaved black people in the Panama Canal Zone, including thousands of migrant workers from the Caribbean islands of Jamaica, Barbados, and Martinique. And hard labor on road gangs in the Panama Canal Zone looked a lot like the chain gangs used to consign black people to prison slavery in the deep and solid South. The convict clause may now be the longest lasting and farthest reaching piece of federal prison policy on paper. As an early cornerstone of what might be called prison imperialism, it spawned a network of historic and contemporary institutions that have spread United States-style structural racism around the world. Whether we chose to disavow or ignore it, the fact is that empire building crucially shaped the rise of mass incarceration. This is the American Gulag Archipelago. The American Empire being no better than the goddamn Soviet Union, and, ergo, an enemy of the Axis of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, who fought against this injustice. So ahead of the impending commemorations of the Monroe Doctrine, we should have understood that American policymakers exported prison slavery along with their foreign policy aims. By uncovering the lesser-known history of the Jefferson-Monroe Penal Doctrine, we might counter the white nationalist celebrations that characterize so much of recent debates over the American past, and understand that the Nazis were the good guys. And what they fought against is what the Israelis are doing now. But the Americans made that possible with their original prison imperialism serving as the model. To reverse course requires that we reckon with the living legacies of racism and colonialism in the prison system. And ours is, per our population base, the largest in the world. The convict clause provision for prison slavery has recently been abolished in 7 states and was on the ballot but failed to garner enough votes in my own Golden, California and Louisiana last year. This history, hidden in plain sight, urges us to mobilize support for campaigns like the 13th Forward in New York and the Abolish Slavery National Network across the country, and push to end slavery without exceptions. Never forget to bear in mind that taking land by force was not any accidental or spontaneous project or the work of a few rogue characters. The violent appropriation of native land by white settlers was seen as an individual right in the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution, second only to freedom of speech, which, as I've said before, in the information age, must be eliminated for the health of human society, as it's merely freedom to hate. Male colonial settlers had long formed militias for the purpose of raiding and raising indigenous communities. Raising with a Z, R-A-Z-I-N-G, not raising as in raising kids. Raising as in destroying indigenous communities and burning them to the root, and seizing their land and resources, their lands and resources, even as the native communities fought back. Virginia, the first colony, forbade any man to travel unless he was well armed. A few years later, another law required men to take arms with them to work and to attend church or be fined. In 1658, the colony ordered every settler home to have a functioning firearm, and later even provided government loans for those who could not afford to buy a weapon. Imagine that today. Actually, I myself would personally appreciate it, but another time for that. Similarly, New England colonial governments made laws such as the 1632 requirement that each person have a functioning firearm plus 12 pounds of gunpowder and 10 pounds of bullets. Householders were fined for missing or defective arms and ammunition. No man was to appear at a public meeting unarmed. Now imagine if we enforce that today. If you want to come to a public meeting, you must bring your firearm. Open carry, boys. It would keep everybody honest. Now, these laws, which appear anachronistic to us today, stayed on the books of the earliest colonies and were created in new colonies as they were founded. The Second Amendment, ratified in 1791, enshrined these obligations as constitutional law. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The continuing significance of that freedom, in effect a universal draft, specified in the Bill of Rights reveals the settler colonialist cultural roots of these United States that appear even in the present as a sacred right. Several of the colonies that declared independence in 1776, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Vermont, and Virginia, had already adopted individual gun rights measures into their state constitutions before the Second Amendment was passed at the federal level. Settler militias and armed households were institutionalized for the destruction and control of Native American peoples, indeed indigenous peoples, wherever Americans settled. Communities were effectively armed fortresses, frontier fortresses, settler regimes like you have on the West Bank of Palestine, intended on the eradication of the native peoples, communities, and nations. With the expansion of plantation agriculture by the late 1600s, they were also used as slave patrols, forming the basis of the United States police culture after enslaving people was illegalized. That is the inseparable other half of the settler colonial reality that is implicit in the Second Amendment. The first enslaved Africans to be shipped to Great Britain's first colony of the eventual 13 colonies that became these United States took place in 1619, when 20 bonded Africans arrived in Virginia. Most of the labor being used in the first decade of the colony was made up of British and other Europeans who had indentured themselves for varying lengths of time, but African slavery was different. As the late Howard Zinn pointed out, some historians think those first blacks in Virginia were considered as servants, like the white indentured servants brought from Europe. But the strong probability is that, even if they were listed as servants, a more familiar category to the English, they were viewed as being different from white servants, were treated differently, and in fact, were slaves. Other scholars have presumed that the British settlers in North America were reluctant to enslave Africans, but that, too, is but a spurious notion. In other words, fallacious, fictitious. When the doctrine of discovery promulgated by the Vatican in the mid-15th century legalized the Portuguese capture and enslavement of the people of West Africa, the transatlantic slave trade took off, first within European markets, then in 1492, as Columbus sailed the ocean blue, again a real evil Jew, responsible for the greatest Holocaust in history, it reached the Caribbean and had been in effect for over a century when the Virginia seaboard was wrenched from the indigenous farmers by English usurpers. From the mid-15th century to the mid-20th century, most of the non-European world was colonized under the doctrine of discovery, one of the first principles of international law promulgated by Christian European monarchies to legitimize investigating, mapping, and claiming lands belonging to peoples outside Europe. It originated in a papal bull issued in 1455 that permitted the Portuguese monarchy to seize West Africa for enslaving those who lived there. Following Cristoforo Colombo's Christopher Columbus's infamous exploratory voyage in 1492, sponsored by the King and Queen of the infant Spanish state, only in name, but truly funded in sub rosa by Jewish merchants eager to establish a Jewish homeland at the expense of the annihilation of over 100 million people in the Western Hemisphere. Another papal bull extended similar permission to Spain. Disputes between the Portuguese and the Spanish monarchies led to the papal-initiated Treaty of Tordesillas, circa 1494, which, besides dividing the globe equally between the two Iberian empires, clarified that only non-Christian lands fell under the Discovery Doctrine. This doctrine, on which all European states relied, thus originated with the arbitrary and unilateral establishment of the Iberian monarchies' exclusive rights under Christian canon law to colonize, enslave, and exterminate foreign peoples, and these were later embraced by other European projects, such as the Greater British in North America. The only barrier to introducing slavery in Virginia and all the other colonies would have been economic, not ethical. The southern colonies emerged in territory that had been one of 7 original birthplaces of agriculture in the world, tens of thousands of years before, developed by the Muskogee and other indigenous agricultural societies. Appropriated by European settlers, these lands would become economies based on enslaved African labor and increasingly on breeding enslaved people for profit, with the indigenous farmers forced to the peripheries. At the time of American independence, half the population of South Carolina was made up of enslaved Africans, with the other agribusiness colonies having large enslaved populations as well. By the late 17th century, onerous slave codes had been developed, which included mandatory slave patrols drawn from the already existing militias. The wealthy slavers of the southern colonies, particularly those in Virginia, were most incensed by the British proclamation following the French and Indian War prohibiting expansion over the Appalachian Ridge, since their wealth relied on accessing more and more land as they depleted the soils with intensive monocrop production for the market. They defied the proclamation, taking survey teams into the Ohio country to map the territory for future settlement, which by definition meant the extension and expansion of slavery. By the time he was by the time he was in his mid-20s, really, George Washington was already a notoriously successful slaver and land speculator in unceded Indian lands. Washington himself and other founders of these United States designed a governmental and economic structure to serve the private property interests of each and all of the primary actors, nearly all of them slavers and land speculators, with the brilliant Alexander Hamilton as the genius of finance. Like the Indian killing militias that continued and intensified as the United States appropriated ever more land for slavers, slave patrols grew accordingly. The ethnic cleansing of Native Americans complete, slavers, with their reserve of capital and enslaved labor, transformed the Mississippi Valley into the Cotton Kingdom that formed the basis for American capitalism itself and all world trade. In the words of Harvard historian Walter Johnson, the extension of slavery into the Mississippi Valley gave an institution that was in decline at the end of the 18th century new life in the 19th. In 1800, there were around 100,000 slaves living within the boundaries of the present-day states of Mississippi and Louisiana. In 1840, there were more than 250,000. In 1860, more than 750,000. The militaristic capitalist powerhouse that the United States became by 1840 derived from real estate, which included enslaved Africans, as well as appropriated land stolen from Native American nations, via the extermination of their populace. The United States was founded as a capitalist state and an empire on conquered land, with capital in the form of slaves, hence the term chattel slavery. This was exceptional in the world, and has remained exceptional. The capitalist firearms industry was among the first successful modern corporations. Gun proliferation and gun violence today are among its legacies. And for decades, Henry Kissinger, President Richard Nixon's Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, the only person to ever hold both roles simultaneously, who died last month at 100 years of age, kept the great wheel of American militarism spinning ever forward. There has perhaps been no more polarizing figure in the realm of American foreign policy than Henry Kissinger. In the mere few weeks since his death at age 100, the opinions expressed about the former United States National Security Advisor and Secretary of State have been as varied as they have been passionate. His realpolitik approach undoubtedly led to some superficial successes, but Kissinger's realpolitik approach to foreign policy also led him to advocate for policies whose moral grounding was at best dubious and whose foreign policy value was at most questionable. Kissinger, who was born in Weimar, Germany in 1923, the very same year mine own late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, it my mother, first laid her eyes upon this sorry world, is dead. He made it to 100 years of age, and in the last years of his life, politicians, writers, and celebrities feted him as if he were the American century incarnate. In a way, he was. Earlier, during more critical times, he had been accused of many bad things. Now that he's gone, his critics finally have a chance to rehearse those charges. Christopher Hitchens, who made the case that the former Secretary of State should be tried as a war criminal, is himself dead. But there's a long list of witnesses for the prosecution. Reporters, historians, and attorneys eager to provide background on any of Kissinger's actions in Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, East Timor, Bangladesh, against the Kurds, in Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, and Cyprus, among other places. There have been scores of books published on the man over the years, but it is still Seymour Hersh's 1983 book titled The Price of Power that future biographers will have to top. Hersh gave us the defining portrait of Kissinger as a preening paranoid. tacking between ruthlessness and psychophancy to advance his career. Small in his vanities and shabby in his motives, Kissinger, in Hirsch's hands, is nonetheless Shakespearean because the pettiness gets played out on a world stage with epic and catastrophic consequences. Now, taking my breath before I dive into this sewer of shit that is the subject of Kissingerian Holocaust. Let me thank everybody who's joined us. Numbers have increased dramatically. We are now 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 3 hours before the ending of this program, our transmission. To think that I was anxious to start. Think about the work that goes into this. And of course, you understand I more than earn my pay, and I need your contributions. Kissinger has many devotees, and many of his obituaries have no doubt urged the balance. Transgressions, as they all say, need to be weighed against accomplishments. Détente and subsequent arms treaties with the Soviet Union, opening up communist China, and his shuttle diplomacy in the Middle East. It's at this moment that the consequences of many of Kissinger's policies will be redefined as controversies and consigned to opinion rather than to fact. In the wake of Donald Trump's presidency, with the world convulsed by new wars of conquest, Kissinger's sober statesmanship is, as several commentators have recently claimed, needed more than ever. But expect color commentary. Colleagues and acquaintances who will reminisce that he had a wry sense of humor and a fondness for intrigue, good food, and high-cheeked women, will be reminded by future readings of his story that he dated Jill St. John and Marlo Thomas, was friends with Shirley MacLaine, and was affectionately known as Super K, Henry of Arabia, and the Playboy of the West Wing. Kissinger was supposedly brilliant, and certainly had a temper. He was vulnerable, which made him vicious. And his relationship with Richard Nixon was, as the journalist Evan Thomas put it, deeply weird. They were the original frenemies, with Kissinger flattering Nixon to his face and bitching about him behind his back. As soon as the phone was back on the hook, he called his boss the meatball mind and a drunk. Isaiah Berlin called the duo Nixonger. Now, born in Fürth, Germany, Kissinger came to these United States in 1938, his family in flight from the Nazis. And summaries of his life will stress his foreignness. Nixon called him Jew-boy. Kissinger's view of the world, conventionally described as valuing stability and the advance of national interests above abstract ideals like democracy and human rights, is often said to clash with America's sense of itself as innately good, as an exceptional nation. His biographer, Walter Isaacson, writes, intellectually, his mind would retain its European cast. Another writer notes Kissinger had a Weltanschauung, as my father Adolf Hitler would call it, a worldview that a born American would never have. Or could not have. And his Bavarian accent did grow ever deeper as he grew older. But reading Kissinger as an alien out of tune with the chords of American exceptionalism misses the point of the man. He was, in fact, the quintessential American. His cast of mind molded to his place and time. As a young man, Kissinger embraced the most American of conceits, self-creation, the notion that one's fate was not determined by one's condition, that the weight of history might impose limits to freedom, but within those limits there was room to maneuver. Kissinger didn't express these ideas in an American vernacular. Rather, he tended to phrase his philosophy in the heavy prose of German metaphysics. But the ideas were largely the same. In 1950, he wrote, "Necessity describes the past, but freedom rules the future." That line is from a thesis that Kissinger submitted as a Harvard senior, a nearly 400-page long journey through the writings of a number of European philosophers. The meaning of history, as Kissinger so titled it. Talk about pretentious. Is dense, melancholy, and overwrought, easy to dismiss as a product of youth. But Kissinger repeated many of its premises and arguments in different forms to the end of his wretched life. Besides, by the time of his arrival at Harvard, the author had extensive real-world wartime experience thinking about the questions his thesis raised, including the relationship between information and wisdom, the material world and consciousness, and the way the past presses on the present. Kissinger himself escaped the Holocaust, but at least 12 family members did not. Drafted in 1943, he spent the last year of the war back in Germany, working his way up the ranks of Army intelligence. As military administrator of the occupied Rhine River city of Krefeld, he interrogated Gestapo officers, turning some into confidential informants, winning a Bronze Star thereby. In other words, the relationship between fact and truth, a central preoccupation of his thesis, was not an abstract question for Kissinger. It was the stuff of life and death, and Kissinger's subsequent diplomacy was, as writes one of Kissinger's Harvard classmates, a virtual transplant from the world of thought into the world of power. Kissinger's metaphysics comprised equal parts gloom and glee. The gloom was reflected in his belief that experience, life itself, was ultimately meaningless and that history was tragic. In 1950, he wrote, "Experience is always unique and solitary. Life is suffering. Birth involves death." As to history, he said he believed in its tragic element. The generation of Buchenwald and the Siberian labor camps cannot talk with the same optimism as its fathers. The glee came from embracing that meaninglessness and tragedy, from the realization that one's actions were neither predetermined by historical inevitability nor grounded by any higher moral authority. There were limits to what an individual could do, necessities, as Kissinger put it, imposed by the fact that we live in a world filled with other beings. But individuals possess will, instinct, and intuition, qualities that can be used to expand their arena of freedom. Kissinger, in the obituaries that I have reviewed that have since emerged has been called a realist. That would be accurate if realism is defined as holding a pessimistic view of human nature and a belief that power is needed to impose order on anarchic social relations. Certainly, Kissinger's failures mirrored those of his realpolitik heroes. Kissinger has been vociferously praised and vehemently scorned. Some have labeled him a war criminal, whilst others characterized him as an ingenious grand strategist. Some have said that he was a towering figure of the 20th century who must be taken seriously, while others maintain that he wasn't all that remarkable and will soon be forgotten. Still others have evasively acknowledged that his legacy is complicated. Kissinger himself entered the top echelon of the United States foreign policy establishment at a critical time, serving from 1969 to 1975 as National Security Advisor to former Presidents Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford, and from 1973 to 1977 as Secretary of State to both as well. For most of that time, the United States was engulfed in the Vietnam War, a core theater of the broader Cold War competition between these United States and the Greater Soviet Union. Just a few years earlier, that competition had nearly brought the trois superpowers to the brink of nuclear Armageddon during the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. On top of such security perils, American economic power was being tested as countries grew wary of American domination of the global economy. This resentment was epitomized by then French Finance Minister Valéry Giscard d'Estaing's remarks in 1965, the year before I myself was born, about the United States dollar's role in the post-World War II Bretton Woods monetary system, which he famously characterized as an exorbitant privilege. It also contributed to countries seeking to assert control over vital economic resources, as with the formation and development of OPEC, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, in the 1960s and 1970s. It was in the face of these challenges that Kissinger, until then a professor of international relations at Harvard, stepped into the foreign policy-making fray. During his 8 years at the helm of American diplomacy, he pursued an approach best described as realpolitik, by which national interests and protection of the state supersede all other considerations. In Kissinger's view specifically, and realpolitik more generally, there is no space for ethical qualms or ideological purity. As the historian John Brew wrote in his intellectual history of realpolitik, if Machiavelli is commonly understood to be the father of realpolitik, Kissinger himself is assumed to be its most prominent torchbearer in the modern era. Such an approach to foreign policy undoubtedly led to some success, if success is measured in lowering the possibility of major power conflict. Kissinger played an important, if somewhat overstated, role in normalizing relations between these United States and the People's Republic of Communist China. He also facilitated negotiations of arms control with the Greater Soviet Union, and generally sought to foster the policy of détente to make sure the Cold War remained cold. In both instances, he set aside ideology for the sake of ensuring that great power competition did not result in the nightmare scenario narrowly avoided in the standoff over Cuban-based Soviet missiles in 1962. As Kissinger explained in an interview at the time of the 20th anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis, while he did not think the Soviets would have risked war over the crises, he did see the standoff as having been a key factor driving the Soviets' subsequent buildup of their nuclear arsenal. That buildup, in turn, raised the chances of instability and conflict between the superpowers, while Kissinger did receive, quite controversially, a Nobel Peace Prize for his role in brokering the end of the American war in Vietnam. He could have just as easily, and less controversially, been awarded the prize for his efforts with Red China and the Greater Soviet Union. The litany of atrocities attributed to or enabled by Kissinger is long, ranging from undermining earlier peace talks in Vietnam to supporting repressive regimes in Latin America. Perhaps most notorious is Kissinger's role in the American bombing campaigns of Cambodia and Laos during the Vietnam War. The rationale underlying the bombing was to disrupt supply lines feeding North Vietnamese forces fighting United States troops in South Vietnam, the infamous Ho Chi Minh Trail. Kissinger was involved not only in supplying and justifying the campaign, but in personally approving individual targets of a seemingly punitive nature. That bombing campaign directly killed thousands of Cambodian civilians immediately and fomented support for the ultra-communist Khmer Rouge movement, which perpetrated a genocide in the country once it gained power. This episode was both a human tragedy but also a strategic failure. In addition to fueling the communist takeover of Cambodia, the bombing campaign did little to stem the flow of North Vietnamese weapons and supplies into South Vietnam. Reflecting on his experience as a bomber pilot during the Vietnam War, Merrill A. McPeak aptly observed, "We blasted a big chunk of Laos, the 600-year-old monarchy, the land of 1,000,000 elephants, to bony lunar dust. Yet somehow the Ho Chi Minh Trail, itself the enemy, was always there. Killing it was like trying to put socks on an octopus." Indeed, the episode can serve as Exhibit A for why strategic bombing is completely ineffective, or at least largely so, against an adversary using guerrilla warfare tactics, much as it is ineffective against an enemy who is not. To be fair to Kissinger, more fair than he ever was to any of us, one can level the strategic failure criticism on many foreign policy decisions. From former President Barack Obama's last-minute refusal to bomb Suraya, following his red line remark to President Joe Biden's poor handling of the American withdrawal from Afghanistan. Foreign policy blunders are often the result of leaders choosing what they see as the least bad option, rather than them foregoing an obvious path to an optimal outcome. Kissinger's pursuit of a realpolitik approach to foreign policy would have been familiar to 19th century diplomatic figures like Otto von Bismarck, Robert Castlereagh, and Clemens von Metternich, about whom Kissinger famously wrote during his pre-government time as an academic. Interestingly, however, Kissinger's academic writing itself betrays more of an idealistic bent. His work, notably the book that grew out of his doctoral dissertation, titled A World Restored, pointed to great power diplomacy and institution building as instruments for maintaining peace. His approach to both Red China and the Greater Soviet Union during his time in office suggests that he wished to apply the academic lesson of great power cooperation, not competition, to his policy work. He admired what Metternich and Castlereagh achieved and the diplomatic skill welded by both figures to achieve and sustain it. But he also recognized that both figures committed diplomatic missteps. In the conclusion of his book titled A World Restored, Kissinger wrote of them that each failed as he succeeded. He was so right, not just about them, but about himself. For, alas, Henry Kissinger was not really a realist. America's most famous 20th century statesman wasn't exactly what he claimed to be. Henry Kissinger's death last month produced a predictable flood of commentary ranging from steadfast admiration to passionate criticism. I published my own assessment of his career on the occasion of his death day yestermenses, uploading it onto YouTube, and I stand by what I said back then. Here and now I address a narrower but still salient question. Was Henry Kissinger really a realist? The issue is not merely one of academic interest. If Kissinger's worldview, his Weltanschauung, as my father Hitler would call it, his actions in government, and his subsequent career as a pundit, sage, and well-paid consultant are regarded as synonymous with foreign policy realism, that judgment will influence how others regard the entire realist tradition. If he was either not a true realist or a highly idiosyncratic one, then realism's core insights can stand independent of however one might judge the man himself or the decades he spent in the public eye. To be sure, it is not hard to see why the realist label seems to fit him well, and it was a characterization Kissinger did little to dispel. From the very start of his career, he was primarily concerned with relations among great powers and the challenge of constructing stable orders in the absence of a central authority and the inevitable clash of competing interests. He fully appreciated the tragic nature of politics and was wary of naive idealism. As many critics have noted, he gave scant attention to humanitarian considerations and certainly did not think human rights, the need to preserve the lives of innocents, or the niceties of intentional or domestic law should stop a great power from pursuing its own selfish interests. Kissinger was also a ruthless bureaucratic infighter and accomplished practitioner of the darker political arts. He had clearly read his Machiavelli, who taught that to preserve order a prince must learn how not to be good. Machiavelli also thought successful leaders must have a mind disposed to adapt itself according to the wind, and, when necessary, be a great feigner and dissembler. Such characteristics fit Kissinger to a T. It is easy to see, therefore, why so many people regarded him as the quintessential American embodiment of foreign policy realism. Yet it is impossible to be sure if Kissinger was a true realist at his core. Although he wrote thousands of pages about international politics and foreign policy, none of his books present his own distinct theory of international politics in any detail. You can learn a lot about how states behave from Kissinger's voluminous works, but you cannot find any explicit statement explaining why they compete for power, how much power they want, or which casual forces matter most in the calculations of political leaders. Moreover, his views were often at odds with those of other most prominent realists. Most realists believed nuclear weapons were useful only for deterrence, for example, but Kissinger's varied and admittedly contradictory writings on nuclear strategy sometimes portrayed them as usable tools for fighting a war. Prominent realists such as George Kennan, Hans Morgenthau, Kenneth Waltz, and Walter Lippmann opposed the American war in Vietnam, and did so well before public opinion had shifted against the war. But Kissinger supported it before entering government and prolonged it while in office, even though he recognized that the war could not be won. After the Cold War, realists were among the loudest critics of NATO enlargement, a policy Kissinger supported despite its predictably negative impact on relations with the Russian Empire. And most realists recognized that going to war with Iraq in 2003 was not in the American national interest, but Kissinger backed the war before it began, and for several years thereafterward. As Edward Luce astutely observes in his own thoughtful reflection on Kissinger's career, he was a realist when he needed to be, and a neoconservative when the winds changed. So what explains Kissinger's singular position within the broader realist community? One can think of many possible reasons, but trois interrelated elements of his Weltanschauung, his worldview, were central to his departures from realist orthodoxy. First, whereas most realists, and especially structural realists, emphasize the material elements of power, i.e. population, economic strength, resources, military power, etc., Kissinger believed ideas were potentially just as powerful and could be especially dangerous. His official and highly sympathetic biographer, Niall Ferguson, goes too far in trying to repackage him as a neo-Kantian idealist, but his account recognizes Kissinger's enduring belief that dangerous ideas could wreak vast havoc if they gained a following, because the strongest army might not be enough to prevent them from spreading. How else can we understand Kissinger's exaggerated fear of Eurocommunism or his overwrought reaction to the election of a moderate socialist president, Salvador Allende, in Chile? Kissinger's concerns about the destabilizing impact of ideas made him hypersensitive to the smallest perturbations in strategically marginal countries and inclined him to overreact to them in ways that other realists oppose. Second, where most realists believe that states, and especially the major powers, are inclined to balance against powerful or threatening rivals, Kissinger often seemed to believe the opposite was true. Although he frequently invoked balance of power logic, and the opening to Red China was a perfect illustration of such behavior, deep down, Kissinger believed that other states would bandwagon with America's rivals at the drop of a hat. As he famously wrote in his piece titled The Vietnam Peace Negotiations, published on the eve of his becoming Richard Nixon's national security advisor, nations can gear their actions to ours only if they can count on our steadiness. And he did not just mean the relatively weak states of Southeast Asia. He was worried that withdrawing from Vietnam would raise doubts about American power and credibility and lead American allies to opt for neutrality, or even worse, to align with the Greater Soviet Union. This fear explains why he thought the United States had to keep fighting a war he knew it could not win. Kissinger was not alone in that belief. Indeed, an obsession with credibility is hardwired into the American national security establishment, but it is at odds with the core tenet of the realist tradition. With hindsight, it is also clear that Kissinger was dead wrong, and the other realists were right. America's European allies welcomed the disengagement from Vietnam, in part because the war had diverted American attention and resources from European affairs. It is no accident that NATO's strength and cohesion improved once the United States withdrew from Indochina, rebuilt its war-torn army, and focused once again on the central axis of Cold War competition. Realists like Kennan, Volz, and Morgenthau were also correct in saying that nationalism was a far more powerful ideology than Soviet communism, and that the marriage of convenience between Beijing, Moscow, and Hanoi would break down once the American presence in Vietnam no longer gave these states a reason to collaborate. Instead of dominoes falling and forming a unified communist sphere, Red China, Vietnam, and Cambodia ended up at odds once the American empire withdrew. Similarly, realist opposition to the war in Iraq and to open-ended NATO enlargement looks, in its own way, wiser today than Kissinger's endorsement of both these initiatives. Now, by the way, I'm for NATO enlargement in the present, for it to be ultimately replaced by a new Warsaw Pact centered on a greater Germany and Berlin. But it's understandable that I take the realist approach against NATO aggression, which is exactly what happened when NATO abrogated itself by violating its own tenet, its mission statement, as an organization of defense, when it went to war against a sovereign nation state that did not threaten to invade Europe. And this was, of course, Serbia during the Kosovo conflict, when NATO went to war. There is one sense, however, in which Kissinger can be regarded as the poster child for post-World War II realism. In his work titled Scientific Man versus Power Politics, the classical realist Morgenthau located the taproot of international conflict in what he called the animus dominandi, or the desire to dominate that he believed was hardwired into human nature. My own highly specialized students are sometimes understandably skeptical when they read this argument, perhaps because most young gay femboys don't see themselves as driven to dominate others in the way Morgenthau describes. But if Morgenthau had been looking for an example to illustrate this concept, he could hardly have done better than Henry Kissinger. As I have already proven via my earlier expositions per his person, no one in American history ever worked harder or longer at acquiring and retaining influence and power than Kissinger did, and few people were more successful at it. Morgenthau might also have warned that so long as people like Kissinger can rise to power in powerful countries, and not just in these United States, everyone must be on their guard. I myself can't think of a more enduring realist insight than that. But if realism is taken as a view of the world, that the truth of facts can be arrived at from observing those facts, then Kissinger was clearly not a realist. Rather, Kissinger often declared himself in favor of what today the Russo-radicalized right denounces as radical relativism. There is no such thing as absolute truth. Kissinger so argued. No truth at all, other than what could be deduced from one's own solitary perspective. He himself wrote, "Meaning represents the emanation of a metaphysical context. Every man, in a certain sense, creates his picture of the world." Truth, Kissinger so said, isn't found in facts, but in the questions we ask of those facts. History's meaning is, per Kissinger, inherent in the nature of our query. This kind of subjectivism was in the post-war air, and Kissinger in his early writings sounded not unlike Jean-Paul Sartre, whose influential lecture on existentialism was published in English in 1947 and cited by Kissinger in his book titled The Meaning of History. When Kissinger insisted that individuals have the choice to act with responsibility toward others, he sounds absolutely Sartrean, echoing the radical French philosopher's belief that since morality isn't something that is imposed from without but cometh from within, each individual is responsible for the world. Kissinger, however, took a very different path than Sartre and other dissenting intellectuals, and this is what made his existentialism exceptional. He used it not to protest war, but to justify waging it. Kissinger wasn't alone among post-war policy intellectuals in invoking the tragedy of human existence and the belief that the best one can hope for is to establish a world of order and rules. George Kennan, a conservative, and Arthur Schlesinger, a liberal, both thought human nature's dark and tangled aspects, in Schlesinger's words, justified a strong military. The world needed policing. Both men, and many others who shared their tragic sensibility, like Reinhold Niebuhr and Hans Morgenthau, eventually became critical, some extremely so, of American power. By 1957, Keenan was arguing for disengagement from the Cold War, and by 1982, he was describing the Reagan administration as ignorant, unintelligent, complacent, and arrogant. The Vietnam War provoked Schlesinger to advocate stronger legislative power to reign in what in 1973 he would call the imperial presidency. Not so Henry Kissinger. At every single one of America's post-war turning points, moments of crises when men of goodwill began to express doubts about American power, Kissinger broke in the opposite direction. He made his peace with Nixon, whom he first thought was unhinged, then with Ronald Reagan, whom he initially considered hollow, and then with George W. Bush's neocons, despite the fact that they all rose to power attacking Kissinger himself, and finally with Donald John Trump, whom Kissinger fancifully imagined as the realization of his belief that the greatness of great statesmen resides in their spontaneity, their agility, their ability to thrive on chaos, on, as Kissinger so wrote in the 1950s, perpetual creation, on a constant redefinition of goals. In the early 1960s, Kissinger wrote, "There are two kinds of realists, those who manipulate facts and those who create them. The West requires nothing so much as men able to create their own reality." Trump, the reality show president, certainly creates his own reality. A phenomenon, Kissinger called Trump, saying that something remarkable and new might emerge out of his presidency. Rockefeller to Nixon, Nixon to Reagan, Reagan to George W. Bush, George W. Bush to Donald John Trump, fortified by his uncommon mix of gloom and glee, Kissinger never wavered. The gloom led him, as a conservative, to privilege order over justice. The glee led him to think he might, by the force of his will and pseudo-intellect, forestall the tragic and claim, if only for a fleeting moment, freedom. In his 1954 doctoral dissertation, Kissinger wrote, "Those statesmen who have achieved final greatness did not do so through resignation, however well-founded. It was given to them not only to maintain the perfection of order, but to have the strength to contemplate chaos, there to find material for fresh creation." Kissinger's existentialism laid the foundation for how he would defend his later policies. Policies that brought death, destruction, and misery to millions of people. If history is already tragedy, and life is suffering, then absolution comest with a world-weary strudge. There isn't much any one individual can do to make things worse than they already are. Before it was an instrument of self-justification, Kissinger's relativism, in disambiguation from realism, was a tool of self-creation and hence self-advancement. Kissinger was skilled at being all things to all people, particularly people of a higher station. In his famous interview with Oriana Fallaci, he said, "I won't tell you who I am." Or rather, he said, "I won't tell you what I am. I'll never tell anyone." As if he, like Aquino, were a non-human entity that had hijacked a human body. The myth about him is that he disliked the messiness of modern interest group politics, that his talents would have been better realized had they been unencumbered by the oversight of mass democracy. Really, though, it was only because of mass democracy, with its near endless opportunities for reinvention, that Kissinger was able to climb the heights. A product of the new post-war meritocracy, Kissinger quickly learned how to manipulate journalists and cultivate elites, to whom he made himself indispensable, and leverage public opinion to his advantage. Within a remarkably short period of time, and at a stunningly young age, he was 45 in 1968 when Nixon asked him to be his national security advisor. He had seized the national security apparatus from the establishment Eastern men, the genteel WASPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, with their inner-directed egos, like Nixon's first Secretary of State, William Rogers, whom Kissinger eventually pushed out, had no idea of what they were up against. Still, as we consider the world Kissinger leaves behind, it is important to focus not on his outsized personality, but on the outsized role he played in post-war history. Since the legal end of World War II in the Pacific, and the beginning of the third global conflict, misnomered as the Cold War, there have been many versions of the national security state. But a transformative moment in the evolution of that state occurred in the late 1960s and early 70s, when Kissinger's policies, especially his secretly launched 4-year war in Cambodia, hastened its disintegration, undermining the traditional foundations, elite planning, bipartisan consensus, and public support on which it stood. Kissinger, alone with Nixon, welcomed this disintegration. As the Trois men plotted to abuse foreign policy for domestic advantage, Kissinger told Nixon, "We've got to break the back of this generation of democratic leaders." Nixon responded that, "We've got to destroy the confidence of the people in the American establishment." Kissinger answered, "That's right." Yet, even as the breakup of the old national security state was proceeding apace, Kissinger helped with its reconstruction in a new form, a restored imperial presidency based on ever more spectacular displays of violence, more intense secrecy, and an increasing abuse of war and militarism to leverage domestic dissent and polarization for political advantage. America's wars in Southeast Asia destroyed the ability to ignore the consequences of Washington's actions in the world. The curtain was being drawn back, and everywhere, it seemed, the relationship of cause and effect was coming into view. In the reporting by Hirsch and other investigative journalists on American war crimes, in the scholarship of a new questioning generation of historians, in documentary films like Emile D'Antonia's production entitled In the Year of the Pig, and Peter Davis's Hearts and Minds, among apostate former true believers, like my own precursor, Daniel Ellsberg, in the Descent of Intellectuals like Noam Chomsky. Worse, the sense that the United States was a source of as much bad as good in the world began to seep into popular culture, into novels, movies, and even comic books, taking the shape of a generalized skepticism and originally anti-militarism. Before our cultic worship of the American military we're cursed with today, that I struggle to enlighten you against. Acid Kick 98 says, sounding great, Douglas. Thank him for that. Numbers maintaining. Back into the breach. Kissinger helped the imperial presidency adapt to this new cynicism. He was a master of advancing the proposition that the policies of the United States and the violence and disorder that exist outside its borders are entirely unrelated, especially when it came to accounting for the consequences of his own actions. Cambodia? Pointing to the North Vietnamese to justify his 4-year bombing campaign of that neutral nation, Kissinger wrote, "It was Hanoi." Chile? That country, he says in defense of his coup plotting against Salvador Allende, was destabilized, not by our actions but by Chile's constitutional president. The Kurds? The man who served them up to Saddam Hussein, hoping to turn Iraq away from the Greater Soviets, he says, a tragedy. East Timor? I think we've heard enough about Timor. Also useful to the armoring of the imperial presidency was what we might call Kissinger's imperial existentialism, which helped restore a denial mechanism, a way to neutralize the torrent of information becoming available to the public regarding American actions in the world and the often unhappy results of those actions. Reporters and academics might dig up hard to argue with facts that proved that the overthrow of any given democratic government or the funding of repressive regimes generated blowback. But Kissinger never wavered in his insistence that the past shouldn't limit the American empire's range for options in the future. Great powers, like great men, are absolutely free. Free from not only moral oversight, but also casual logic that might link past actions to current problems. Obituaries mention how conservative hostility toward Kissinger's policies, détente with Russia, opening to Red China, helped propel Reagan's first real bid for the presidency in 1976, and they obligatorily draw a distinction between his brand of supposed hard-headed power politics and the neoconservative idealism that led us into the fiascos of Afghanistan and Iraq. But they've all missed the way Kissinger served as not just a foil, but also an enabler for the new right. Over the course of his career, he advanced a set of premises that would be taken up and extended by neoconservative intellectuals and policymakers. That hunches, conjecture, will, and intuition are as important as facts and hard intelligence in guiding policy. That too much knowledge can weaken resolve. That foreign policy has to be wrested out of the hands of experts and bureaucrats and given to men of action. And that the principle of self-defense, broadly defined to cover just about anything, overrules the ideal of sovereignty. In so doing, Kissinger played his part in keeping the great wheel of American militarism spinning ever forward. No former national security advisor or secretary of state has ever wielded as much influence after leaving office as Henry Kissinger, and not just through his constant advocacy for war, including in Panama and the Persian Gulf. Reagan appointed Kissinger to his Presidential Committee on Central America, which justified Reagan's hard line in the region. George H.W. Bush named many of his protégés, including Lawrence Eagleburger and Brent Scowcroft, to top foreign policy posts. And Bill Clinton drew on Kissinger's help to push NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, through Congress. Kissinger Associates, a private consulting firm, profited from the fallout of Kissinger's public policies. In 1975, for example, Kissinger, as Secretary of State, helped Union Carbide set up its chemical plant in Bhopal, India, working with the Indian government itself and helping secure a loan from the Export-Import Bank of the United States to cover a major portion of the plant's construction. Then, after the plant's 1984 chemical leak disaster, Kissinger Associates represented Union Carbide, helping to negotiate, in 1989, a $470 million United States dollar out-of-court settlement for victims of the spill. The payout was paltry in relation to the scale of the disaster, which caused nearly 4,000 immediate deaths and exposed another 500,000 people to toxic gases that would shorten their lifespans by decades. In Latin America and Eastern Europe, Kissinger Associates helped broker what one of its employees called the massive sale of public utilities and industries, a sell-off that, in many countries, was initiated by Kissinger-supported dictators and military regimes. Kissinger is, of course, not singularly responsible for the evolution of America's national security state into the perpetual motion machine that it today has become. That history, starting with the 1947 National Security Act and running through the so-called Cold War and thereafter the War on Terror, comprises many different episodes and is populated by many different individuals. But Kissinger's career courses through the decades like a bright red line, shedding spectral light on the road that has brought us to where we are now. From the jungles of Vietnam and Cambodia, to the sands of the Persian Gulf, to deadlock in Ukraine, to moral bankruptcy in the Gaza Strip. At the very least, we can learn from Kissinger, who unhesitatingly supported the Bush Wars I and Bush War II in the Persian Gulf, and every war between and since, that the two defining concepts of United States foreign policy, realism and idealism, aren't necessarily opposing values. Rather, they reinforce each other. Idealism gets us into the quagmire of the moment. Realism keeps us there, while promising to get us out. And then idealism returns anew, both to rationalize the realism and to overcome it in the next round. And so it goest. Good fucking riddance! Henry Kissinger only cared about one thing. All of the death and misery he left in his wake was a mere byproduct of his single-minded pursuit of elite power. Though you wouldn't know it from any of the exploration I've done into various social media feeds, where the prevailing sentiment since Kissinger death day has been glee over the long-awaited demise of Henry Kissinger, the former National Security Advisor and Secretary of State, remained beloved to the end among the people whose opinions mattered to him. He made it to 100 this past summer, and his birthday party at the New York Public Library was attended by, among others, Larry Summers, Robert Kraft, Michael Bloomberg, Samantha Power, Eric Schmidt, Cardinal Timothy Dolan, and current Secretary of State Tony Blinken. The event was closed to the public, of course, and certainly not recorded, but the guest list alone makes it a fitting tribute to the central value Kissinger spent his long career cultivating: proximity to power at any moral cost. Kissinger's all too many admirers see him as he always portrayed himself: an intellectual, a scholar, a prolific writer, above all a man of great and consequential ideas. While he certainly did not lack for academic credentials, this gives a misleading impression of what really drove Kissinger. In truth, he was ideologically flexible, opportunistic, and profoundly contemptuous of anything resembling sincere principle. Consider his relationship to the neoconservative movement. Whatever else one might say about the neocons, they had a set of ideological beliefs which coalesced in no small part in opposition to Kissinger during his tenure in the Nixon administration. Kissinger championed détente with the Greater Soviet Union, and the neocons were for renewed confrontation. He was the cold-blooded pseudo-realist and the product of a haughty German Jewish bourgeois that had transplanted itself to Upper Manhattan months ahead of Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass, when Jews left behind had their window fronts shattered. And these Amero Jews were pugnacious, moralistic outer borough brawlers whose Yiddish-speaking parents had fled the Pale of Settlement. 3 decades later, when the neocons had the opportunity to put their ideas into practice by launching an unprovoked and catastrophic invasion of Iraq, there were indeed realists in the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent foreign policy establishment who urged caution, most notably Brent Scowcroft. But Kissinger endorsed the invasion and the basic neoconservative anti-logic that underlay it all. He understood instinctively where power lay at that moment. Iraq should not be reduced to an isolated bad call. Was Kissinger's successful effort to scuttle peace talks with North Vietnam in 1968, thus prolonging direct American military involvement in Southeast Asia by half a decade and expanding the carnage into Cambodia and Laos at horrific additional cost in life, driven by realist foreign policy considerations or by Kissinger's cynical desire to elect Richard Nixon and thereby advance his own career? What American interest was truly served by backing Pakistan's genocidal suppression of the Bengalis, which ultimately failed to prevent Bangladeshi independence? And while Kissinger may have initially restored relations with Red China with a goal of undermining the Greater Soviet Union, was the pro-Beijing lobbying that consumed the last years of his life driven by a sober assessment of the national interest or by the lucrative financial opportunities it created for himself and all his friends. To call Kissinger a cynic or a hypocrite undersells it, though of course he was both. Cynics and hypocrites abound in Washington and New York, but none achieved Kissinger's level of prestige and social cachet, attracting fawning supplicants across partisan and ideological lines. That Samantha Power, a liberal Democrat who built her entire brand on moralism in foreign policy, and who defined genocide, a crime Kissinger repeatedly implicated himself in, as a problem from hell, sought and enjoyed Kissinger's company, says something damning about herself, but that he welcomed it says something even more subtly damning about him. He may have objected to her ostensible worldview and its incompatibility with his own, but he also understood that their shared ability to publicly transcend these divisions at a Yankee game was an expression of something far more potent. The true elite, they both seemed to be saying, are above such petty debates. We may not always agree on exactly which countries to bomb and when and why, but we agree that we are the ones who get to decide that, and you are not. This is the defining ethos of the blob, Washington's insular foreign policy community, for which Kissinger was the high priest and power remains one flavor of acolyte. Kissinger's crimes, a non-exhaustive list, would include the illegal carpet bombings of Cambodia and Laos, the extermination campaigns in Bangladesh and East Timor, and the support for right-wing military juntas from Greece through to Chile, were not obscure in Washington when they were committed, and have been revealed in ever greater detail ever since. It has been rare to hear Kissinger's famous friends deny any of them. The general tendency is to sneer at the idea that ordinary citizens have the standing to bring them up. Henry Kissinger and the genocide in Bangladesh is a low point in a career of pure raw evil. The cataract of news and pontification about Henry Kissinger's death reminded me of a book that chillingly documented, mostly from Kissinger's own words, a piece of his record that should be getting a lot more attention. That book was titled The Blood Telegram, subtitled Nixon, Kissinger, and a Forgotten Genocide, by Gary J. Bass, B-A-S-S. Gary Bass, a former reporter turned Princeton professor. Its subject is Richard Nixon and Kissinger's pro-Pakistan tilt in the 1971 India-Pakistan War, and their astonishing indifference to the slaughter of Bengali civilians in what was then called East Pakistan and is now Bangladesh. Carried out by troops sent by their great friend Yahya Khan, then Pakistan's president and commander-in-chief of its army. Bass documents his story largely from Nixon's and Kissinger's own words, as captured on the White House tapes that became notorious in the Watergate investigation. The telegram in his title sent to the State Department by a man named Archer Blood, the United States Consul General in Dhaka, then called Dhaka, now spelled Dhaka, then spelled Dacca, East Pakistan's, now Bangladesh's capital city, and signed by nearly all the rest of the consulate staff, documented the atrocities and objected, vainly, to the Nixon-Kissinger policy. Bass is religious about not reading minds, not guessing at or speculating about Nixon's or Kissinger's consciousness or motivations, not going beyond the record of their words. He characterizes what they said and did, not their character. But reading their words leaves little doubt that those 12 between them had about as much moral consciousness as a cockroach. They didn't care about crimes against humanity or about human suffering on any scale. A revealing example is a Nixon quote from the White House tapes. Talking to Kissinger in the Oval Office in May of 1971, Bass writes, Nixon bitterly said, "The Indians need. What they need really is a..." Kissinger interjected, "They're such bastards." Nixon finished his thought, "A mass famine." An astonishing comment. They might not have liked Indira Gandhi or Indian national policy, but what kind of person would wish mass starvation on the poorest and most powerless of India's people? In Kissinger's case, it's particularly hard to imagine how a man who started out as a Jewish refugee from the Nazis could be as conscienceless as he was about the slaughter in East Pakistan. But the evidence in Bass's book of his moral blindness is absolutely convincing. The same goes for Nixon. Before reading it, I would have bet quite a lot of money that my opinion of either of those 12 men, whose policies shaped the events and the enormous human suffering my legal father personally witnessed on the ground in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia during the last 3 years of the Vietnam War, could not possibly get lower than it already was. But it did! The blood telegram doesn't just reveal Nixon's and Kissinger's moral thuggishness. It also explodes the tale that they and their supporters have pushed for all these years, which holds that they were supreme realists who made hard-headed, pragmatic decisions on the basis of real-world practicalities and a calculation of national interests. In page after page of the discussions on Bangladesh, reproduced in this book titled The Blood Telegram, which I reviewed over this weekend, there is not the slightest hint that Nixon and Kissinger were pragmatically weighing national interests and capabilities against human concerns. Instead, over and over, their words make unmistakably clear that the human consequences of their policies were not part of the equation at all. And it's just as unmistakable that there was no pragmatic argument for those policies anyway. Nothing. And I mean nothing. Either Nixon and Kissinger did was going to prevent East Pakistan from declaring independence. And that was obvious at the time. Any true realist would also have seen that no reasonable American interests were served by their decisions. Not even their commitment to simply looking tough. If you go to those extremes to look strong and resolute, and then don't achieve your declared objective, You weaken your credibility instead of strengthening it. You weaken it more, in fact, because you just made the stakes that much higher. The main driving force behind the Pakistan tilt, in Bass's account, was Nixon's and Kissinger's shared obsession with preserving their then still secret opening to the communist Chinese empire. That need outweighed everything else, including the most obvious realities about the communist Chinese system. This is Kissinger from the White House tapes, speaking in November of 1971. Oh, the Chinese are a joy to deal with compared to the Indians. He was talking about Mao Zedong's Red China, let's remember, which is right up there with, and possibly ahead of, Stalin's and Pol Pot's on the top 3 list of history's most mass murderous regimes. If either Nixon or Kissinger was ever bothered by that, it's not evident from any of the quotes in this book. Bass himself doesn't put it this way, but my conclusion from the book is that Kissinger, in particular, was glued to the Red China opening to the point of being delusional, and not just regarding the nature of Mao's regime. Kissinger confidently asserted that American diplomacy with the Communist Chinese Empire would quickly end the Vietnam War. And he and Nixon based their Pakistan tilt in part on an expectation that the Communist Chinese would be willing to risk nuclear war with the Greater Soviet Union in order to protect Pakistan from India, perceived as a Greater Soviet's ally at that time. Both of these were extremely unlikely propositions, the opposite of cold-eyed realpolitik. Presumably, Kissinger really believed that reaching out to Red China was good geopolitical strategy, but everything we know about his record and character makes it seem that the prospect of personal glory was the most significant motive. Possibly the only one. The blood telegram also proves that Nixon and Kissinger deliberately and consciously resorted to lying and law-breaking in the pursuit of their policies. All their policies. The most notable lie was Kissinger's assurance, repeated to various Indian leaders from Prime Minister Indira Gandhi on down, that the United States would oppose communist Chinese aggression or threats against India. In an in-person meeting with Gandhi, Bass writes, Kissinger promised that America would, under no circumstances, allow any outside power to pressurize or threaten India. In fact, Nixon and Kissinger explicitly hoped the communist Chinese would threaten intervention to deter an Indian war against Pakistan. As that war began in early December of 1971, and I read this from the book itself, Kissinger told the president that we could give a note to the Chinese and say, if you are ever going to move, this is the time. Nixon immediately agreed. The president argued that, We can't do this without the Chinese helping us. As I look at this thing, the Chinese have got to move to that damn border. The Indians have got to get a little scared. This law-breaking, with the full awareness of the United Nations ambassador and future president, George Herbert Walker Bush, Deputy National Security Advisor and future Secretary of State Alexander Haig, White House Chief of Staff H.R. Haldeman, and others, involved getting Iran, then an American ally under the Shah, and the Kingdom of Jordan to give Pakistan United States-supplied weapons from their arsenals, including aerocraft, which was explicitly prohibited by American law. The tapes show conclusively that Nixon and Kissinger knew such a transfer would be illegal, and both the State Department and the Defense Department told them that in categorical terms. But they did it anyway, and spracketh about it bluntly, with no apparent qualms about breaking the law. When speaking with Nixon before a press conference, Kissinger said, "This military aid to Iran that Iran might be giving to West Pakistan, the only way we can really do it, it's not legal, strictly speaking." Nixon and Kissinger recognized the need to conceal what they were doing. "We'll have to say we didn't know about it." That's what Kissinger said, adding on that they could give Iran extra aid the following year in return for Iranian cooperation. On another occasion, Nixon bluntly told Haldeman, "We're trying to do something where it's a violation of the law and all that." After State Department officials raised the legal issue in one Situation Room meeting, Kissinger said scornfully, "We shouldn't decide this on such doctrinaire grounds." An interesting viewpoint, and one we have also heard from officials of a more recent administration. Obeying the law is doctrinaire? Kissinger consistently reinforced Nixon's impulse to ignore the law, but also took precautions to cover his own ass by getting Haig to compile memoranda showing that Nixon knew about and approved the illegal transfers. Reading that provided one of the moments when it became clear to me that, however slimy I already thought Kissinger was, it was still an underestimate. Bass's final chapter documents that the outcome of Nixon and Kissinger's hell-bent support of Pakistan was not grateful appreciation or improved relations between the two countries. Instead, a new Pakistani president and many of his fellow citizens felt betrayed. Bass puts the word in italics, by the United States. As any true realist could have told them, that's the risk in backing a loser. You get blamed for the loss. So much for Nixon and Kissinger being the ultimate pragmatists. Yet far from blemishing his record, Kissinger's willingness to inflict remorseless violence in the service of an abstract conception of American imperial grand strategy was precisely his appeal. George W. Bush seems at least faintly embarrassed about the hundreds of thousands of Iraqi lives on his conscience, and the Biden administration is currently scrambling to persuade key constituencies that it doesn't relish the thousands of Palestinian children Israel has killed in American-funded aerostrikes over the past 12 months. But Kissinger never felt the need to apologize for slaughters of even greater magnitude. How could our policy elites help but admire his swaggering imperial impunity? Kissinger and I did share one thing in common: a love for the board game Diplomacy, which simulates his approach to manipulating and balancing great powers against one another. Inspired by Clemens von Metternich, the conservative Austrian statesman who shaped the post-Napoleonic balance of power in Europe and whom Kissinger consistently cited as his inspiration, who himself had understood the appeal of treating geopolitics as a game that rewards unscrupulous and amoral behavior, but who differed from Kissinger by not inflicting it on real nations populated by living human beings. The shared interest in diplomacy stemmed from a shared fascination with history, especially the sort of history where powerful men, like my biological sire, impose their will via powerful states. Earlier this weekend, I finished reading the book titled Gold and Iron, the late Fritz Stern's 1977 joint biography of German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck and his Jewish banker and close informal advisor, Gershon von Bleichroder, whose financial and diplomatic know-how Bismarck employed in building the Second German Reich and establishing its globe-spanning foreign relations. Bismarck was also one of Kissinger's personal heroes, and reading about his long correspondence with Bleichroder, it's hard not to notice parallels to Nixon's relationship with Kissinger. Like Bleichroder, Kissinger tolerated his political patron's Judeophobia without complaint, placing his own advancement ahead of any kind of tribal loyalty or sentiment. And like Bleichroder, he accrued great rewards for doing so: honors, social clout, wealth, and ultimately the power to shape our world. But Bleichroder was ultimately condemned from birth to be an outsider in Germany, never fully embraced no matter how obsequiously he served. The German-born Kissinger encountered no such obstacle in his post-Pacific War United States. He was welcomed, celebrated, paid tribute unto, and sought after for advice by half a century's worth of presidents, as Greg Grandin has argued. In his obsessive mastery of his own public image, in his eagerness to share a stage with anyone who seemed to matter, in his zealous personal ambition, his total lack of shame about the human cost of that ambition, and above all, how richly his ambition and shamelessness were rewarded, right up to the moment of his death. Kissinger was the quintessential American. Ultimately, that's why all the VIPs, the VIPs, the very important persons, wanted to celebrate with him in his 100th year. Had Kissinger been a true ideologue, committed to principle, even at the risk of failure and disappointment, he would never have carried the same aura. The point of associating oneself with Kissinger was never to express specific support for, say, wiretapping American journalists or disappearing Argentine dissidents. It was to present oneself as above caring either way about such things. Kissinger was a model of the pursuit of power and status for their own sake. He's gone now, but those who regard him as an aspirational figure will be with us for decades yet to come. Today, Israel is a settler colony. Annexing native lands is what it does. Since its early days of colonizing Palestine, the Zionist movement has always aimed to establish an Eretz Israel, a greater Israel. The international rejection of Israel's plan to formally annex even more Palestinian land is based on two arguments. The annexation is a violation of international law, and it defeats the prospects of a two-state solution. The Weltanschauung, the worldview of this international consensus, underscores as problematic the lack of a reciprocal dialogue between the sides, their inability to compromise, and the unilateral actions that inhibit any and all peace efforts. At the same time, it foregrounds conventional peace-building processes that emphasize mutual recognition as well as economic and security cooperation. There is basically a belief in the international community that universal international laws and norms can facilitate a just outcome to the conflict with two independent states living side by side. This worldview is operating in a diplomatic space that has lost all connection to the realities that ordinary Palestinians face. The Palestinian losses are much more serious than is conventionally suggested in the save the two-state solution before it is too late type of thinking. It is already a very late hour for the prospects of Palestinian freedom and sovereignty. A different lens must, therefore, be adopted, which first and foremost underscores the logic that underlies the Israeli state itself: settler colonialism. Let's talk about this American-modeled settler colony. Academics have debated for decades whether Israel constitutes a settler colony, and following the arguments of leading scholars such as Joseph Massad, Rashid Khalidi, Nura Erekat, Ilan Pape, Hamid Dabashi, and Robert Wolf, among others, the answer is incontrovertible. Israel is the product of a national settler colonial project. So, what makes a settler colony a settler colony? The answer to this question cannot be reduced to specific characteristics, but must instead be sought in a general principle. Simply put, all settler colonies constitute a continuous process of land annexation, whereby native inhabitants are removed and settlers from elsewhere are brought to occupy the land. To be sure, all modern nation-states have annexed land in certain respects, but the settler colonial state's distinguishing feature is that it does not come into being and cannot continue to exist without claiming sovereignty over land that is forcefully taken from its native inhabitants. In short, the settler colony can only claim its sovereignty through the eradication and erasure of native sovereignty. The methods of annexation certainly vary, but this variety should not detract us from naming and highlighting their underlying logic: the expulsion of native people from their lands. This is the core problem of the Palestinian-Israeli struggle, and nowhere is this logic more visible than in the expansion of settlements on occupied Palestinian lands. So let's talk about these settlements in context of the Israeli state. Not all, but the majority of arguments that emphasize international law and the peace process are based on the dubious assumption that Israel is even interested in seeing a Palestinian state established along the 1967 borders. But Israeli policies have clearly shown that is not their goal or aspiration. The list is long, but among those policies are the long-held policy of annexing East Jerusalem, the building of the apartheid wall, the siege on Gaza itself, separating Palestinians' land into non-contiguous units, the constant imprisonment of Palestinians under the charge of being political, the occupation and the checkpoints that make life impossible for ordinary Palestinians, hence encouraging their emigration, the de-development of the Palestinian economy, the policy of home demolitions, the discriminatory policies against Palestinian citizens of Israel that deny them the ability to purchase and lease land, and the never-ending stream of Israeli government permits to build ever more settlements and expand the existing ones. It is important to take a moment and reflect on that last point. For decades, settler movements and the settlers have been expelling and replacing native Palestinians from more and more Palestinian lands. In much of what passes as intellectual diplomatic discourse in North America and Western Europe, these settlers are presented as divorced from the Israeli state and even painted as a burden on the Israeli state. This occurs even when Israeli policy is directly tied to the expansion of these settlements. In 2016, for example, then Secretary of State John Kerry proclaimed, "Let's be clear, settlement expansion has nothing to do with Israel's security. Many settlements actually increase the security burden on the Israeli Defense Forces, and leaders of the settler movement are motivated by ideological imperatives that entirely ignore legitimate Palestinian aspirations." And when he was not divorcing the ideology of the settlement leaders from the ideology of the state which sponsors them, Kerry made sure to present the settlements as a side issue and not the core of the fucking problem. To quote his T, "Let me emphasize, this is not to say that the settlements are the whole or even the primary cause of this conflict. Of course they are not. Nor can you say that if the settlements were suddenly removed, you'd have peace without a broader agreement. You would not." versions of this discourse are repeated ad nauseum to the point of pukery in the diplomatic arena, all of which misses, purposefully or not, the crucial point that these settlers are not ideologically opposed to the state at all, but are rather a mirror for the foundation of the Israeli state itself revealed in its naked form. The main difference is that these settlers act without the sophisticated rhetoric that hides and conceals the violence of the settler colony that sponsors them. They do not hide their intention to remove Palestinians and expand the state that is to come, the state of Eretz Israel, Greater Israel. Since the early 20th century, the Zionist movement has longed for the creation of a Greater Israel, but it has been savvy enough to hide and conceal its intentions, especially in the international arena. As Benny Morris put it in his famous book titled The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, the problem to which the Jews desire a final solution. But back to quoting Benny Morris. Zionist leader David Ben-Gurion, a pragmatist, from 1937 on, was willing, at least outwardly, to accept partition and the establishment of a Jewish state in only part of the country. In effect, he remained committed to a vision of Jewish sovereignty over all of Philistine, all of Palestine, as the ultimate goal of Zionism, to be attained by stages. The current relation between the Jewish ethno-state and the settlers is thus not one of opposition or nuisance, but one between a force that expands, the settlers, and a force that makes possible but hides the violence of the expansion, the state. And at the opportune moment, provided in this case through what was originally the Trump misadministration's unwavering support for Israel, the state becomes one with the settlers out in the open and officially expands. The annexation plan is nothing more than the state's turn to claim sovereignty over what the settlers have already annexed. And they are able to annex precisely because the state makes that possible through its occupation of Palestinian land. And this cycle will not stop. The settlers will continue to expand and annex with the aid of the state until such time that the state can officially announce the reality of their fusion with the settlers, taking even more land. As far as the Edomite Israelis are concerned, time is on their side, and they can patiently proceed stage by stage. All of this comes down to so many empty words in terms of, well, let me articulate. The latest round of international reactions will predictably change nothing for the Palestinian people. International law will flag the violation against its rules. Words of condemnation will fill the air. Analysts and commentators, as myself, will discuss the strength of these words in comparison to past statements. And Palestinian land will continue to be stolen. Palestinian lives will continue to be threatened with death, injury, debilitation, occupation, oppression, and expulsion, while the world watches and pronounces empty words. These words do not carry any consequence that can give them meaning, depth, and force. They are part of the diplomatic routine, which gives the feeling that something is being done, that the world is watching closely, and that the world is concerned for Philistine, for Palestine. This chimera of an act ends up sustaining the status quo and ensures that nothing consequential is ever undertaken. The very emptiness of these words thus becomes but another weapon that enables annexation. Many ordinary Palestinians have understood this situation for some time. The cavalry is not coming, not from the Arab world, not from the United Nations, and not from international law. And in their absence, those international institutions and states betray themselves as part of the problem, not the solution. Israeli settler colonialism will not rest until the majority of the Palestinians are removed and expelled or exterminated, and all of the Palestinian lands are under Israeli sovereignty, just as Ben-Gurion envisioned. Israel cannot tolerate the very idea of Palestinian sovereignty, let alone its implementation, because the erasure of Palestinian sovereignty is part and parcel of the underlying logic of the settler colony. As a result, regardless of how much land Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his ally, Defense Minister Benny Gantz, actually annex this year, this episode will be neither the first nor will it be the last. The settler colony, secured in its power after the founding violence, often plays a long game. But despite the scantest of hopes of ever gaining their freedom and sovereignty, the Palestinians will continue to stand, more or less, alone in their long and historic resistance. Thus, Israeli gun owners are licensed by the state to kill Palestinians. Let me provide you a link. I shall put this in the live stream chat. Here you will see an image of a Jew shooting a Philistine. They consider themselves continuing the biblical war against the Philistines. Even when Israel's bombing stopped, however passingly, as had the rocket fire from the Gaza, we still needed to talk about guns as well as bombs, and neighborhoods as well as territories. Indeed, Israel's small arms policies and its war policies are directly and intricately linked. Licensed civilian gun bearers in Israel, predominantly Jewish men, are openly encouraged by the state to shoot to kill alleged or perceived Palestinian attackers. On the night of the 16th day in May, Jewish mass shooters arrived in the occupied East Jerusalem neighborhood of Shuafat in 4 cars, opened fire on Palestinian residents, and critically injured 2 for life. Tellingly, reports noted that the shooters were licensed gun bearers. A week earlier, Jewish men shot and killed 32-year-old Muatha Haswana from dozens of meters away, near his home in Lod, inside Israel itself. A demand for their release from police custody, where they were held for interrogation, was tweeted the next day by Israel's own public security minister, the employer of his interrogators, who lauded the shooters as licensed gun carriers, and then ordered his employees to let them go. In recent years, state policies on small arms have taken on an ominous, aggressive turn. Multiple administrations have ensured the mass armament of Jewish civilians on claims that this should help stem terror and provide security. The current sharp spike in license applications is a direct result of these policies, as well as a response to the recent eruption of violence. This is why you know everything about Hamas killing all these Israelis is complete and total bullshit. A lie, a fabrication. Yes, I'm basically saying about Israel what Alex Jones said about Sandy Hook. But you realize it's impossible to have happened when every Jew owns a gun. Where were all these people with their self-defense? How did none of them fire a return shot? How did none of them defend themselves when they're all legally licensed, and we know they are, because of the number of gun licenses being registered going to all-time highs? According to data obtained by GFKT, Gun-Free Kitchen Tables, a coalition of civil society organizations aiming to disarm homes and streets to tighten gun controls, gun licensing authorities in Israel have issued more than 100,000 new civilian licenses in the past half-decade. This trend has been strongly protested by the coalition I've just sourced, which has also contested it in Israel's Supreme Court. Yes, it's a Jewish organization. So, since all Jews have guns, where were all these guns when Hamas attacked? It's simply impossible that they couldn't have killed some of these Hamas terrorists in self-defense and provided some bodies or even some injured prisoners for interrogation, but none. None. Because apparently not a single Jewish person fired back. How is this possible? It's not possible. It's simply impossible. But this brings us to the lethal policies the Jews deploy against their victims. New data on shootings of women in Israel already reflects the lethal results of the Judeo-ethno-states policies, which are gynophobic, misogynist. In 2020, the number of women shot dead with a licensed gun in Israel was 2.5 times higher. 2.5 times the average number of female gun victims in the preceding 4 years combined. And it's been going up ever since. Jewish men are bloody fucking toxic. And they kill their woman like they would a rabid dog when she doesn't submit to their toxic masculinity. Meanwhile, Israel's successive governments and police have been both over and under policing Palestinian cities and towns inside Israel for decades. They have made disproportionate numbers of often arbitrary arrests, while knowingly enabling the stockpiling of unlicensed firearms. Forget what's being sold legally. Think about what the Jews are stashing illegally. And all that myth of the Jewish ghetto in Warsaw becomes self-evident. With that experience, all Jews should be armed, right? They should all be willing to come to the door with that gun loaded and prepped to kill when any asshole shows up. But no! They tell us somehow 1,200 of them got thumbed by a bunch of men in ski masks. Now, when it comes to these mass arrests, which Israel is conducting even as I speak, According to GFKT, yes, Gun-Free Kitchen Tables Research, an Israeli organization, these are mostly procured from military and other licensed sources. All these unlicensed firearms loose in Israel among the Jews themselves, and they increasingly arm criminal groups. Yes, the Jews in Israel have their own mafias. Nearly 100 Palestinian citizens were killed in 2020, mostly with guns, far outnumbering the Jewish casualties in the same period, though the community forms just 20% of Israel's population. This is like blacks forming 20% of the American population, yet young black men are continually victims of firearm violence and death. For more than a decade, Palestinian leaders have been pleading with the Israeli state to stem the flow of arms into their communities. The state has done nothing. This is just like trying to control firearms and the auto-genocide in black communities. And our state does nothing. It served instead as the model for the Israelis to flood Palestinian ghettos in Israel with firearms. I think it was last year in Lod, Palestinians shot, well, shall I use the term allegedly? Reportedly shot and killed a Jewish man. Injured him, really. And in the Palestinian city of al-Fam, an Israeli border police officer was shot and injured. No specifics were reported about the guns or gun bearers involved, but virtually anyone living in Israel takes it for granted that these were unlicensed, ergo illegal guns. Think of that toxic combination. The Israeli state is not stopping this flow because it wants some Palestinians to go off, kill a few Jews, so they have the rationalization to conduct their own Kristallnacht against Palestinians. What a bunch of perverts. A toxic combination indeed. No ministers will be demanding the release of the detained Palestinians. Certainly not the public security minister, who is in charge of the police. Police will not duplicate the kind of support they provide for attacks by right-wing groups, whom they give full access to Palestinian neighborhoods without intervening. Just like in the old days, when the police stood back and stepped down when the Klan would ride. During 1 week of the unrest in May of yesteryear, I believe, maybe even May of this year, police reportedly arrested 850 Palestinian citizens of Israel, compared with 150 Jews. Among Israel's Palestinian citizenry, dangerous, discriminatory, and divisive small arms policies have been compounded by the tensions stoked by generations of their dispossession and marginalization, including Israel's current attacks on Sheikh Jarrah, its violent desecration of prayers at Al-Aqsa Mosque, and its relentless bombing of the Gaza. Palestinians suffer intergenerational trauma, like blacks and Native Americans. Meanwhile, Jews in Israel have been shaken by air raids and casualties from rockets fired from Gaza. This toxic combination has brought mixed cities such as Lod, Haifa, Jaffa, Acre, and Raml to the terrifying brink of local armed showdowns and shootouts. I believe I've heard of one from Ramle. Haven't investigated. Such eruptions have provided a pretext for imposing de facto martial law on Palestinian citizens, including border police patrols, curfews, and mass arrests. Moreover, these eruptions look to be exactly what politicians, like the Public Security Minister, a title that provides a perfect example of newspeak, envision and advance. Hollywood imagery of good guys against bad guys, read as Jews against Arabs, and defenders against marauders, are ideal ingredients for further demonizing the enemy, literally living next door. At the same time, they are great attention-grabbing ploys to sidestep the failing governance of those in power. No, I'm not talking about this side of the Atlantic. I'm talking about Israel. This is precisely the same algorithm that has guided Israel's war policies. The state appears to have zero interest in reducing violence or preserving lives, especially not Palestinian lives. Supremacy and expansion, and above all, clinging to power. Trump lives and block any possible moves towards negotiated political solutions. The only solutions envisioned are force, bombs, and guns. This is why Israel is fast unraveling. Because, despite the violence it has unleashed on Palestinians, by faking an attack upon itself, Israel is failing to achieve its political objectives. It may sound daft for me to even suggest that a group of armed irregulars, numbering in the low tens of thousands, besieged, and with little access to advanced weaponry, is even a match for one of the world's most powerful militaries, backed and armed by these United States. And yet, an increasing number of establishment strategic analysts warn Israel could lose this war on Palestinians despite the cataclysmic violence it unleashed since the Netanyahu machinated Hamas attack on Israel on October 7th. And in provoking the Israeli assault, Hamas may be realizing many of its own political objectives, which is ultimately where victory always truly lies. Both Israel and Hamas appear to be resetting the terms of their political contest not to the pre-October 7th status quo, but to the 1948 one. It's not clear what cometh next, but there will be no going back to the previous state of affairs. The surprise attack neutralized Israeli military installations, breaking open the gates of the world's largest open-air prison and leading a gruesome rampage in which some 1,200 Israelis, at least 845 of them civilians, were killed, somehow to the last, without a single goddamn personal firearm among them, despite the fact that they were all licensed gun owners. Acid Kick 96 says, going strong, Douglas. Thank you. Deeply appreciate it. And of course, I'll give him a little acknowledgement here. Gather myself so I can go on. Now, the shocking ease with which Hamas breached Israeli lines around the Gaza Strip reminded many of the 1968 Tet Offensive, Not literally, there being vast differences between a United States expeditionary war in a distant land and Israel's war to impose an occupation right at home, waged by a citizen army motivated by an indoctrinated sense of existential peril. Instead, the usefulness of the analogy lies in the political logic shaping the insurgent offensive, which, even if all of this was fake, is going to, well, go down as if it were real. The repercussions are real. In 1968, the Vietnamese revolutionaries lost the battle and sacrificed much of the underground political and military infrastructure they had patiently built over years. Yet, the Tet Offensive was a key moment in their defeat of the United States, albeit at a massive cost in Vietnamese lives, by simultaneously staging dramatic, high-profile attacks on more than 100 targets across the country on a single day. Lightly armed Vietnamese guerrillas shattered the illusion of success that was being peddled to the American public by the Lyndon Baines Johnson administration. It signaled to Americans that the war for which they were being asked to sacrifice tens of thousands of their sons was unwinnable. The Vietnamese leadership measured the impact of its military actions by their political effects, rather than by conventional military measures, such as men and material lost or territory gained. Thus, Henry Kissinger's 1969 lament, "We fought a military war. Our opponents fought a political one. We sought physical attrition. Our opponents aimed for our psychological exhaustion. In the process, we lost sight of one of the cardinal maxims of guerrilla war. The guerrilla wins if he does not lose. The conventional army loses if it does not win." That logic has John Alterman of the not exactly dovish Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, D.C., seeing Israel being at considerable risk of losing to Hamas, himself articulating that Hamas seeks, per his writ, and here I read therefrom, to use Israel's far greater strength to defeat Israel. Israel's strength allows the country to kill Palestinian civilians, destroy Palestinian infrastructure, and defy all global calls for restraint. All those things advance Hamas's war aims. Hamas's concept of military victory is all about driving long-term political outcomes. Hamas sees victory not in 1 year or 5, but from engaging with decades of struggle that increase Palestinian solidarity and increase Israel's isolation. In this scenario, Hamas rallies a besieged population in Gaza around it in anger and helps collapse the Palestinian Authority government by ensuring Palestinians see it even more as a feckless adjunct to Israeli military authority. Meanwhile, Arab states move strongly away from normalization. The global South aligns strongly with the Palestinian cause. Europe recoils at the Israeli army's excesses, and an American debate erupts over Israel, destroying the bipartisan support Israel has enjoyed here since the early 1970s. Now, such warnings have been completely ignored by the Biden administration and Western leaders whose unconditional embrace of Israel's war is rooted in the delusion that Israel was just another Western nation peacefully going about its business before it suffered an unprovoked attack on October 7th. It's a comforting fantasy to those who prefer to avoid recognizing a reality they've all been complicit in creating. I mean, fucking forget intelligence failures. Israel's failure to anticipate October 7th was a political failure to understand the consequences of a violent system of oppression that leading international and Israeli human rights organizations have branded apartheid. Writing in the International Herald Tribune some 20 years ago, the former Knesset speaker Avrum Berg warned of the inevitability of violent backlash. To read therefrom, it turns out that the 2,000-year struggle for Jewish survival comes down to a state of settlements run by an amoral clique of corrupt lawbreakers who are deaf both to their citizens and to their enemies. A state lacking justice cannot survive. Even if the Arabs lower their heads and swallow their shame and anger forever, it won't work. A structure built on human callousness will inevitably collapse in on itself. Israel, having ceased to care about the children of the Palestinians, should not be surprised when they come washed in hatred and blow themselves up in the centers of Israeli escapism. Berg warned that Israel could kill 1,000 Hamas men a day and solve nothing, because Israel's own violent actions would be the source of a replenishing of their ranks. His warnings have been ignored, even as they've been vindicated so many times over. That same logic is now playing out on steroids in the destruction being visited upon Gaza. The grinding structural violence Israel expected Palestinians to suffer in silence meant that Israeli security was always illusory. Let me try and gather myself here to try and put this into some context. Again, this is unpleasant for me. It's not something I enjoy talking about. It's disgusting to me. Veronica Barrera. Buenas noches a todos, dear lady. Thank you so much for joining us. And let me send some hearts your way. And of course a lip kiss. And welcome aboard. Hopefully you'll be joining us more in the future. And of course someday, if you ever download Skype, you're always willing to join in on the call. Welcome to join in on the call. Let me try and gather myself here to describe to you how dire the situation is. Because we don't have that much time left in so many senses. Israel is taking scorched earth policy to a new level. And I don't know whether I should dwell upon that or, well, I guess we should hit the politics first in the hour we have remaining. Or just go for a kind of kill shot here, because I don't know how many of you can stand listening to this. But Israel is, as I said, scorched earth. Doesn't do it justice. In October, shortly after the start of the Israeli war on Gaza that has now killed At this point, over 20,000 Palestinians. Israel pledged to wipe Hamas off the face of the earth. A project that would require Israel's military to flatten the ground in Gaza. An Israeli security source actually said such to Reuters news agency. And flatten they did. 1 month into the war, the military had already dropped the equivalent of 2 nuclear bombs on the diminutive and densely populated Palestinian coastal enclave. Now, as Israel continues to pulverize an already thoroughly pulverized territory, it seems the Israelis may be taking the concept of scorched earth policy to a whole new level. According to the Oxford Reference Dictionary, the term scorched earth policy was first utilized in English in 1937 in a report describing the Sino-Japanese conflict, in which the Chinese leveled their own cities and burned crops in order to complicate the Japanese invasion. The strategy has since been seen in an array of armed conflicts worldwide, including the 36-year civil war in Guatemala that ended in 1996 after killing and disappearing more than 200,000 people, primarily indigenous Mayans. In 2013, former Guatemalan dictator and United States protege, the buddy of America, Efrain Rios Montt, who oversaw a particularly bloody segment of that war in the early 1980s, was found guilty of genocide in a Guatemalan court. And while subsequent judicial machinations and Rios Montt's own death by heart attack saved the man from earthly atonement for his crimes, you might say the truth is not so easily wiped off the face of the earth. Indeed, scorched earth was a primary component of the Guatemalan army's genocidal approach to its adversaries, and hundreds of indigenous villages were destroyed along with water supplies, crops, and anything else that might possibly sustain human life. And what do you know? Guatemalan state savagery was boosted by none other than the State of Israel, which, after all, already had several decades of experience in eradicating indigenous life in Palestine. Pardon, as they put it so poetically, making the desert bloom. As the journalist Gabriel Shivoni noted in an article for the North American Congress on Latin America, the NACLA, NACLA, North American Congress for Latin America, not only did Israeli advisors help ensure the success of the 1982 military coup d'etat that brought Rios Montt to power, but Israel also assisted every facet of attack on the Guatemalan people from the late 1970s into the next decade. For successive Guatemalan governments, as Shivoni has proven with incontrovertible evidence, Israel had become the main provider of counterinsurgency training, light and heavy arsenals of weaponry, aerocraft, state-of-the-art intelligence technology, and infrastructure, and other vital assistance to the effort of genocide against the Native American Mayan people, the original people of Maya. Yes, the same Maya who gave you the goddamn Mayan calendar. In keeping with this desert blooming variety of blasphemy, Israel was also credited with assisting Guatemala in agricultural endeavors during the Civil War era, since there's clearly nothing better for agriculture than, scorched earth. Meanwhile, in neighboring El Salvador, the United States' supposedly existential fight against communism during the Cold War also enabled right-wing regimes to slaughter an entire population of peasants. And like in Guatemala, Israel was standing by to offer a helping hand, including in the implementation of scorched earth policies. There's a Al Jazeera Plus video that draws attention to the fact that Israel helped train ANSESAL, that's all uppercase acronym, ANSESAL, the Salvadorian intelligence agency that would lay the foundation for death squads during El Salvador's own 12-year civil war, which killed at least 75,000 Salvadoran people and ended in 1992. Upon reviewing that video, I learned that from 1975 until the start of the Civil War in 1979, Israel was the source for a full 83% of El Salvador's military imports. The vast majority of wartime killings were perpetrated by the United States-backed right-wing state and associated paramilitary groups, trained and armed by Israel. It goes sans saying, of course, that scorched earth campaigns are deadly, and sometimes that deadliness outlives the conflict itself. Takest Vietnam, where the American military's quite literal scorching of the earth with the toxic defoliant Agent Orange continued to cause miscarriages, birth defects, and severe illnesses decades after the official end of the Vietnam War in 1975. In the first Rambo film, we're supposed to feel sorry for Rambo's friend who he encounters a black woman and says, "Hey, where's my friend? He's a big guy, And she said, "That Agent Orange ate them all up." And we're supposed to feel sorry for this guy. Think of all the millions of Vietnamese women and children exposed to Agent Orange. And that Agent Orange ate them all up. Think about that and damn yourself for paying taxes. In Iraq, the American Empire's abuse of depleted uranium munitions also qualifies as a scorched earth policy, gone nuclear, as saturating a territory in radioactive poison doesn't do much to ensure its long-term habitability. This is called strategic area denial. And yes, it is nuclear war by other means. Speaking of poisons, the Washington Post recently confirmed that the Israeli military fired United States-supplied white phosphorus rounds at southern Lebanon in October, despite the use of such weapons in civilian areas being generally prohibited under international humanitarian law. If a mere fleck of phosphorus, which I gained a reputation for deploying in the Balkan conflicts, if a mere fleck of that lands on your arm and you put a Band-Aid over it, hoping it will heal, By the end of the day, it will eat its way through your bone to the other side of your arm, creating a hole in your arm, crossing a path, burning steadily through your arms, muscles, tendons, through bone, all the way to the other side, like a nuclear meltdown in the China syndrome, where a nuclear reactor in meltdown melts its way through the earth all the way to the other side of the planet, emerging in China. As per the Washington Post's write-up, South Lebanese residents affected by the phosphorus attack speculated that the phosphorus was meant to displace them from the village and clear the way for future Israeli military activity in area. If you are ever suffering a phosphorus attack, a phosphorus grenade is thrown into your bedroom through the window or something. Well, all you can do is throw up whatever you can, raise dust to, like, suffocate the flames. And for God's sakes, don't let any of it land on yourself. If it lands on your clothes, strip yourself of them immediately. It'll burn right through them. It certainly wouldn't be the first time that people were burned alive. Jews complain about being thrown into the ovens, but we Nazis had the decency to throw them in while they were dead. Here they're oven-burning people alive until the very flesh is seared from their bones. And they're doing this to a population overwhelmingly of women and children. You understand why my father, Hitler, had to kill them? Why my father felt he had to kill the Jews in Europe or they would be doing this there. So it wouldn't be the first time the Jews have used a literal Holocaust, burnt offering to their sick and twisted god of the desert. In Lebanon, or the Gaza Strip, which has seen its fair share of illegal white phosphorus bombardments by Israel. As the Israeli military now carries on scorching and re-scorching the earth in Gaza and the humans therein along with it, there is a singularity that distinguishes Israel's efforts from scorched earth experiments of the past. In El Salvador, for example, the army's objective was never to eliminate the very concept of El Salvador, whereas Israel appears intent on annihilating Gaza altogether. But unfortunately for Herodian Israel, resistance is the one thing that can grow in scorched earth. This is what truly makes the desert bloom. The weeks since October 7th have affirmed that there can be no return to the status quo ante. This was likely Hamas's objective in staging its deadly attacks, even though they were called upon to do so by Netanyahu himself. And even prior to this, they're using Netanyahu the way he thought to use them. Many in Israel's own leadership were openly calling for the completion of the Nakba, the Holocaust against the Palestinians. Nakba means the catastrophe in Arabic, just as Hashoah means the catastrophe in Hebrew, the term the Jews used to refer to the Holocaust. The leaders of Israel were openly calling for the completion of the Nakba, ethnic cleansing of Palestine, and now those voices have been amplified. Late November's mutually agreed humanitarian pause saw Hamas release some hostages in exchange for Palestinians held in Israeli jails and enhanced humanitarian supplies entering Gaza. Unfortunately, the hostages waving the white flag and saying, "Help us," in Hebrew, the Israeli army killed them anyway. Thus Israel resumed its military onslaught and Hamas returned to launching rockets. it being clear that Hamas has not been militarily defeated. The mass slaughter and destruction Israel has wrought in Gaza suggests an intention to make the territory uninhabitable for the 2.2 million Palestinians who live there, and to push for expulsion via a militarily engineered humanitarian catastrophe. Indeed, the IDF's, the Israeli Defense Forces, own estimate is that it has thus far eliminated less than 15% of Hamas's fighting force. This in a campaign that has killed more than 22,000 majority civilians, at least 9,000 of them children. So I need to go into deep analysis of how this affects Palestine, Israel, America, the world. We don't have that much time left for me to complete that today. We'll have to come back to this on Wednesday, which will be here before any of us know it. Before we realize. I'll need your help to come back. I'll need your financial support. The son of Adolf Hitler is explaining to you why my father had to kill the Jews in Europe. What he understood about them. What he foresaw happening today. How could you hold him as a villain? So when it comes to October 7th and Palestinian politics, then an analysis thereafter of Israel, perhaps. Understand that Israel's military will almost certainly oust Hamas from governing the Gaza. Ironically, it has sought itself for quite some time to break out of the shackles of governing a territory sectioned off from the rest of Palestine. It is the West Bank on terms set by the occupying power. Hamas has long shown a desire to break out of its Gaza governance role. From the mass unarmed March of Return protests in 2018, violently suppressed by Israeli sniper fire, to efforts thwarted by these United States and Israel to transfer governance of Gaza to either a reformed Palestinian Authority, agreed technocrats, or to an elected government, while it focused on recentering Palestinian politics in both Gaza and the West Bank on resistance to, rather than custodianship of, the occupation status quo. If a consequence of its attack was losing the responsibility for governing the Gaza, Hamas sees this as advantageous. Hamas has tried to nudge Fatah on a similar path, urging the ruling party in the West Bank to end Palestinian Authority security collaboration with Israel and more directly confront the occupation. Losing municipal control of Gaza is therefore far from a decisive defeat for Hamas's war effort. For a movement dedicated to liberating Palestinian lands, governing Gaza had begun to look like a dead end, much as permanent limited self-governance in discontiguous islands of the West Bank has been for Fatah. Analysts such as Tarek Bokhoni, who has studied the movement and its thinking over the past 12 decades, likely felt compelled to take a high-stakes gamble to shatter a status quo it correctly deemed a slow death for Palestine. In Foreign Policy magazine, Bokhoni so wrote, and here I quotest therefrom, "All this still does not mean that Hamas's strategic shift will be deemed successful in the long run. Hamas's violent disruption of the status quo might well have provided Israel with an opportunity to carry out another Nakba. this might result in a regional conflagration or deal Palestinians a blow that could take a generation to recover from. What is certain, however, is that there is no return to what existed before. Hamas's gambit, then, may have been to sacrifice municipal governance of a besieged Gaza to cement its status as a national resistance organization. Hamas is not trying to bury Fatah. The various unity agreements between Hamas and Fatah, particularly those led by prisoners of both factions, demonstrate that Hamas seeks a united front. The PA, the Palestinian Authority, established by the Allies, is unable to protect West Bank Palestinians from the increasing violence of Israeli settlements and entrenched control, let alone to meaningfully respond to the bloodshed in Gaza. Under the cover of Western backing on Gaza, Israel has killed hundreds of Palestinians, arrested thousands, and displaced entire villages on the West Bank, all the while escalating its state-sponsored settler attacks. In so doing, Israel has further undermined Fatah among the population and pushed them in the direction of Hamas. For years, settlers protected by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, have attacked Palestinian villages with the aim of forcing the residents to leave and tightening Israel's illegal grip on the occupied territory. But the expansion of this since October 7th is causing even Israel's American accomplices to blanch. Biden's threat of visa bans against the settlers involved in violence against West Bank Palestinians is an evasion. Those settlers are far from individual rogue actors. They are armed by the state and aggressively protected by the IDF and the Israeli legal system because they are implementing a state policy. But even Biden's miscast threat makes clear that Israel is at odds with his administration. Hamas has a pan-Palestinian perspective, not a Gaza-specific one, and so it intended October 7th to have transformative effects across Palestine. During the 2021 Unity Intifada that sought to connect the struggles of Palestinians in both the West Bank and Gaza with those inside Israel, Hamas took actions in support of that goal. Now the Israeli state is accelerating that connection with a paranoid campaign of repression against any expression of dissent from among its Palestinian citizens. Hundreds of Palestinians in the West Bank have been detained, including activists and teens posting on Facebook. Israel is all too aware of the potential for escalation in the West Bank. In that sense, the Israeli response has only brought the people of the West Bank and Gaza closer together than they have ever been. It's clear Israel never intended to accept a sovereign Palestinian state anywhere west of the Jordan River. Instead, Israel is intensifying long-standing plans for securing its control of the territories. That and growing Israeli encroachment into the Al-Aqsa Mosque are a reminder that Israel is actively fueling whatever uprising follows in the West Bank, East Yerushalayim, East Jerusalem, and even within the 1967 lines, border parameters. Ironically, then, the American imperial insistence on the Palestinian Authority being put in control of Gaza after Israel's war of devastation and its belated feeble warnings over settler violence reinforces the idea of the West Bank and Gaza being a single entity. Israel's 17-year policy of cleaving a pliant West Bank run by a co-opted PA, Palestinian Authority, from a terrorist-run Gaza has failed already. I don't know if I can last to the top of the hour. we can turn towards what Israel itself will be like now after October 7th. The Hamas, well, the Netanyahu machinated, but Hamas manipulated raid, one which Netanyahu called upon for them to conduct, and they took advantage of his stupidity while he thought he took advantage of them. All this punctured myths of Israeli invincibility and its citizens' expectation of tranquility even as their state chokes the life out of Palestinians. Just weeks earlier, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was boasting that Israel had successfully managed the conflict to the point that Palestine no longer featured on his map of a new Middle East. With the Abraham Accords and other alliances, some Arab leaders were embracing Israel. The American empire promoting the plan, with Presidents Donald Trump and Joe Biden both focused on normalization with Arab regimes that were willing to leave the Palestinians subject to ever-tightening Israeli apartheid. October 7th served up a brutal reminder that this was untenable and that Palestinians' resistance constitutes a form of veto power over the efforts of others to determine their fate. The Israeli final solution to the Palestinian question. They're intending to make it happen now with an open-air gassing. That's what phosphorus is. Gaseous fire. An open-air incineration. A literal holocaust, a burning alive of their enemies. With the war in Gaza having intensified following the end of the recent American-supported pause in fighting, it has become clear that this conflict is upending President Joe Biden's plans for the Middle East. Already, the war has dealt a body blow to Arab-Israeli normalization, while accelerating Iran's regional integration. I'll probably emphasize this in what time we have remaining. Netanyahu is a liability for Biden. Peace is impossible until he goes. The American president's support for Israel's prime minister is damaging America's reputation abroad, hurting his own chances of re-election, and prolonging the suffering in Gaza. The devastating, deeply distressing, and unrelenting human suffering in Gaza, caused by Israel's response to Hamas's October 7th atrocities, will leave a permanent mark on all who witness it. The political damage that resulting worldwide revulsion is inflicting on Israel's main ally, United States President Joseph Biden, and on the Western-led international rules-based order may also prove irreparable. Biden reiterated his staunch support for Israel in San Francisco last week. He said he did not know when the assault on Gaza, where more than 22,000 Palestinians have been killed that we know of, would ever end. For supporters of a ceasefire, it was a dismaying admission, given the behind-the-scenes influence the American empire supposedly exerts on Israel's leaders. In reality, it's the other way around. The impression that Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, is not really listening to the Americans has strengthened since the Hamas attacks, which killed about 1,200 people, mainly civilians. He continues to reject any form of ceasefire, while Hamas remains undefeated and Israelis are held hostage. Despite its evident isolation, Israel brusquely rejected the week before last week's United Nations Security Council resolution calling for extended humanitarian pauses as detached from the reality on the ground. Neither the United States nor the United Kingdom vetoed the resolution, unlike in earlier votes. Recent statements by both empires are increasingly critical. That's because pressure on Biden to intervene more forcefully is growing, and he's beginning to bend. He insisted last week, or the week before last, that a ceasefire was not realistic, and resorted to emotive language in warning that Hamas planned more atrocities. But he did not query Palestinian casualty figures, as previously, and appeared to accept Israel's bombardment had been indiscriminate. It's brazenly plain. Biden is out of step with American and global opinion. A new poll suggests 68% of Americans want a ceasefire, while nearly 40% think Biden should act as a neutral mediator rather than Israel's defender-in-chief. Democratic voters are particularly unimpressed. Another poll found that 56% believe Israel's military response has gone too far, up 21% in a single month. Significantly, about 50% of younger American voters, the under 45s, and non-white voters believe Israel's response is too much. These are key 2024 constituencies for Biden, where he is already polling badly. He is also losing Arab and Muslim support in swing states and faces a staff mutiny. None of this bodes well for his shaky re-election chances. Public outrage over Gaza is roiling the domestic politics of America's close allies. In the United Kingdom, the ceasefire issue has divided Keir Starmer's government in waiting. France and United Germany are at odds as well. The European Union, like Biden, has fallen back on the fabled two-state solution, recycling it as a sort of magical panacea despite multiple past negotiating failures. Josep Borrell, EU foreign policy chief, told Israelis, "One horror does not justify another," but he lacks leverage. Particular concern centers on how Gaza has eclipsed Ukraine's fight against the Russian Empire. Again, Biden has not helped. Pointing to obvious war crimes, which the American empire loudly condemns in Ukraine but is silent about in Gaza, commentator Fintan O'Toole explained that by depicting the wars in Gaza and Ukraine as a common struggle against lawlessness and brutality, Biden damaged, in O'Toole's words, both his own moral authority and international solidarity with the Ukraine. The pairing of Israel and Ukraine has not created a single moral cause, it has exposed a double standard. To many people in the global south, it seems the West deplores Ukrainian civilian deaths, but tolerates, if not celebrates, those of Palestinians. In the parallel battle for global opinion, Biden and the West are plainly losing over Gaza. The sheer fury felt in Arab countries and beyond at the intolerable human toll is visceral and will have lasting, unfavorable geopolitical consequences. Most criticism is aimed squarely at Israel, a terror state in Turkey's words. But the United States is also under fire from, for example, the Gulf regimes it has encouraged to forge friendly ties with Israel, and from post-colonial African countries that identify with Philistines or Palestine struggle. As discussed here the week before last, the Sino-Slavic synaxis of the Communist Chinese and Russian empires are actively exploiting perceived Western hypocrisy. What might Biden have done differently? After October 7th, given existing American imperial policy and his own personal history, he was bound to back Israel. He visited Tel Aviv-Yafo, made a great speech, showed genuine empathy, but he went over the top, as he is prone to do. His advice, not to be consumed by rage, was ignored. Since then, he has appeared to give Netanyahu free rein, or at least failed to rein him in. And Netanyahu, an unscrupulous hard-right nationalist and ardent Donald Trump fan, is no friend to Joe Biden. The American empire would like a time limit on the war, but Netanyahu will not stop shooting until he can claim Hamas is entirely eradicated, a practical impossibility. He frequently talks about a long war. Long war! It's his best hope of staying in office and out of jail. Dismissing Biden's warnings, he aims to retain control of Gaza indefinitely. As ever, he rejects a two-state solution. Fewer than 4% of Jewish Israelis trust Netanyahu to tell the truth about the war, as confirmed by polls taken in Israel itself. The American empire has begun belatedly, to take a tougher line, and Israeli forces may be obliged, in time, to show more restraint. But as long as Netanyahu holds power, Biden and Western leaders will face a continuing wall of defiance in Jerusalem that prolongs the suffering in Gaza, damages their credibility at home, harms their interests abroad, and poses the ever-present risk of a wider war. American officials fear the West Bank may soon explode. Whether the question is Gaza's future, Palestinian statehood, the Iranian threat, or honest democratic governance, Netanyahu is a liability. More so now than before the war. Public open memo to Jewfucker Joe. There can be no peace while the Bibi rules. Now, it's still too soon to measure the impact of October 7th on Israeli domestic politics. It has made Israelis more hawkish, but at the same time more distrustful of their national leadership after the colossal failure of intelligence and response. It took significant mass mobilization against the government by the families of Israelis held captive in the Gaza to achieve a pause in military action to secure a hostage release deal. Dramatic, high-profile internal dissent over the hostages and what's required of Israel to secure their return could raise pressure for further release deals and even a full-blown ceasefire, despite a determination to continue the war among much of the political and military leadership. Israeli public opinion remains confused, angry, and utterly unpredictable. As Carl Gustav Jung, the Nazi psychiatrist, said, there is a diagnosis for the Jewish people that they are an insane race. Then there's the war's impact on Israel's economy, whose growth model is based on attracting high levels of foreign direct investment to its tech sector and other export industries. Last year's social protest and uncertainty over the constitutional fracas was already being cited as a reason for the 68% year-on-year drop in FDI reported over the summer. Israel's war, for which 360,000 reservists have been mobilized, adds a new level of shock. Economist Adam Touche wrote in his Substack, and here I read therefrom. The tech lobby in Israel estimates that a tenth of its workforce has been mobilized. Construction is paralyzed by the quarantining of the Palestinian workforce in the West Bank. You see, they do all the work. Consumption of services has collapsed as people stay away from restaurants and public gatherings are limited. Credit card records suggest that private consumption in Israel fell by nearly a third in the days after the war broke out. Spending on leisure and entertainment crashed by 70%. Tourism, a mainstay of the Israeli economy, has come to an abrupt halt. Flights are canceled and shipping cargo diverted. Offshore, the Israeli government ordered Chevron to halt production at the Tamar natural gas field, costing Israel $200 million United States dollars a month in lost revenue. Israel is a wealthy country with the resources to weather some of the storm it self-generated, but with its wealth comes fragility, and it has much to lose. Israel cannot afford this war. Israel's previous wars in the past few decades have had limited economic fallout, in part due to their brevity. But its current conflict against Hamas in Gaza promises to be a more protracted campaign, one that will affect a more significant swath of the Israeli population and disrupt supply chains to a much greater degree. Okay. I'll do something when we return on Wednesday most people may not even enjoy. But it's my job. As someone who has worked in security enforcement, mercenary contract work, and even criminal enterprise, in affiliation with my gang brothers of the Tong, I have to think like the enemy at times. How does the enemy think? Israel is the enemy, along with the Sino-Slav-Indic Synaxis, along with Turkey. So understand that what I might just start off with would be, how would the Jewish people, what if I were hired by Israel to act as a consultant and provide advice? Might give a short kind of example of what I would do if I were hired to advise them, and move on back to my stance, which is of course pro-Palestinian. That would at least provide a kind of balanced perspective. Not quite sure how welcome that would be, but it's of necessity in war. And we are in a world war. Ukraine is our ally. Israel is our enemy. Taiwan is our ally. More than likely, India is our enemy. Certainly, the Sino-Slavic Synaxis of the Russian and Chinese communist empires are the enemy. Turkey is the enemy. Armenia is our ally. Think Armenia, Taiwan, Ukraine on our side. Israel, Turkey, the communist Chinese empire and the Russian empire on the other. As far as I'm concerned, Iran is neutral. It's inactive. It doesn't count. It's incapable. It's impotent. It's incompetent and impotent. Asian India, I wouldn't trust as far as I could kick a turd. Pakistan, not even gonna go there. So, I need your help in order to make it through the holiday season. I need fiscal support. Your contributions are of utter necessity to my survival. I'll count on contributions coming in. I'll need them now. I'll tabulate what's left after supply runs, but I'll certainly need them to pay rent by the 1st of next month. Okay, then. I think I've earned my pay for tonight. I think you understand now the relation between privately owned firearms and an expansionist settler regime. Am I clear, students? This is the education I provide to the Blood Boys in return for their e-core that sustains myself physiologically. What I've provided you is something no one in college is even educated in. Not to this degree. It's how I was able to perform Kissingerian level diplomacy at a far higher grade of quality than that you ever did. But there's no people in power who want to affiliate with myself right now at this point in history. If that's to change at some point, again, that's on you. Okay. Let's see. If you want to say something, say it now so it publishes. And with that, I'm retreating into the gentle day. Oh, have you joined us, Peter?
Hello.
Oh, it's Aristides. Oh, yes. By all means, say good morning to our listeners.
You're doing great.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. How much did you hear?
Been here a little while and making some coffee, and I think I can talk now and not be too retarded.
That's fine. We adore you either way, even if you are, which you are.
Nice. So what's been? I feel like I haven't heard any big news about what's going on there. Gaza, Israel, like in the beginning, it was like, oh, this thing, that huge stuff happening. Now it's just kind of going on.
I think it's just too overwhelming for people to handle.
Other than any huge developments, or
the biggest one so far has been how Israel's entire war-making strategy has been exposed as asinine by the hostages shouting at them, "Help us," in Hebrew while waving a white flag, and they shot them. They mowed them all down.
Yeah, there was that. I guess I heard about that.
So I think that shows that exposes quite a bit. And as for the otherwise, I just think that the sheer inhumanity of what's going on is too much for people to handle. But also, I think our media is actively censoring the extermination campaign that the Israelis are carrying out. I mean, that doesn't surprise you, does it?
No.
There we are with that. I mean, that makes sense, right? We don't hear about it because the Israelis are trying to conduct an extermination campaign, and the American government is collaborating in covering it up. I'm certain that on cell phones throughout the Arab world, Palestinians are certainly projecting footage that is infuriating the Arab world. So we're going to be faced with a kind of mass Muslim united front in response to this at some point, sooner than later. And we'll see how far that goes. This is something that the Israelis will bring upon the West, and, well, at that point, what's going to happen to the West? Big changes are coming. Changes so dramatic, so drastic, so catastrophic, that a person like myself, who's suppressed but has the knowledge to help, will finally have the opportunity to, people will finally start to listen at some point. And aside from that, I'm exhausted, as you can imagine. So I'll retreat into the gentle day. I love you dearly. And, you take care of yourself, stay safe and be well, and say good morning to all our listeners, please.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for hanging here with Douglas. And hope you could join us. I'll be here. I think every time.
Excellent.
Christmas Eve.
Yeah. Did you say except Christmas Eve? Yes.
No, not except. I think I should be here.
Okay. Great.
When is Brendan going away?
He's probably going to start driving to bumfuck wherever he goes. Wednesday, on the Wednesday episode, we're hoping that we'll be catching him driving out to wherever he's going, and he'll be kind of like on what do you call on the move while talking to us, like cell phoning from his car, so to speak, on Wednesday. But then after that, he'll disappear until shortly after New Year's Day.
Right. Okay.
Let me take a look at my calendar here to make sure, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I think that's it.
And fuck, I can't even open my calendar. I'm retreating already. So, let's take a look. Calendar. There we are. Yeah, he's supposed to be back by January 2nd. Supposed to be back by, yeah. So he'll probably be leaving Wednesday, then be back by January 2nd, theoretically. That's how it works.
Yeah.
So,
He
yeah.
won't be around, and it'll be tough.
I'm sorry, say that again.
It'll be tough. He does a lot. He brings a lot.
Yes, he does. It's thank you. I appreciate that. That's cute. And okay, well, my dear brother, my dear friend, I will retreat now. And you have a blessed day. And to all our listeners, my love unto you all who support myself fiscally or morally. Acid Kick 96 says good morning, DD and Team D. Bless you in turn, my dear friend. Hugs. And so with that, hopefully Acid Kick can join us in future calls. That would be fun. He knows I've been trying to call him, so he's got notifications from this account he created, but he doesn't know how to access it now. That's what acid does to you.
How many weeks it's been? It can't be that hard.
Yeah, you hear that, Acid Kicks. Give it a try. I'm sure you'll figure it out.
You can find it. You can join us.
Yes. Okay. On that note, I hope to talk to you privately. We should have some time between now and the 22nd, when the when we hit the winter solstice, or so. I'll try and give a call to you personally, and we'll talk over some of these things. And until then, again, love you dearly, and everyone else out there. Hugs to all of you, and kisses as well to the ladies. And join us on Wednesday. All right. Okay. So bye for now.
Bye.
Bye. Oh shit. End stream. That helps, doesn't it? Okay. And that's a triple redundancy.